wanna get to know
Hey,
me.
everything I do, get it past slow. Think El Castro, knowing that the past broke. Not understand our life's like a blast. Whoa, understand rules, it's eternity to blast mode. Listen, bad to be around, feeling steady though. Grooving on that speed when we up in the stereo. Listen, put the volume up, let's say what's up. Listen, all we doing this music gon' foolish up. Room with my team, 30 North, we around. If you're looking for them boots, out sale for the crowd. If you understand, listen. Now being heated and fitting, putting this out, can you feel it in the wind?
You seem ready to give up. Keep going, don't you stop. A little ain't enough, 'cause I am leaving. So you wanna get to know me? I ain't gonna give you any help. Guess you're gonna have to show me. All of you, nobody else. So you wanna get to know me? I ain't gonna give you any help. If you really wanna, if you really wanna get to know me.
2014, tell them holla at you, tellin' whole scene. Mix and buy at you, put it all and break apart. Hope you good, don't break apart. Essence of the dog twisted. F it, you good, listen. Don't let them go and take your spot. Find your zone every day wishing. Family don't break apart. Damn, it's a cold ass world from the start. Very thing we gotta do, stay young, concerned. Wanna change young fella, damn, who you gon' learn if you understand? Listen, now being heated and fitting. Putting this out, can you feel it in the wind?
You seem ready to give up. Keep going, don't you stop. A little ain't enough, 'cause I am leaving. So you wanna get to know me? I ain't gonna give you any help. Guess you're gonna have to show me. All of you, nobody else. So you wanna
Do you remember when we first met? I thought my eyes would fall straight out of my head. Guess we all living proof of love at first sight. But now we both see love in a different light. Keeping love alive, it's a tricky thing. You gotta let it fly, gotta give it wings. If you wanna make it right, don't let it right. Don't hold on too tight, you know you gotta try. Keeping love alive. Keeping love alive. Keeping love alive. Still here we are, my friend, over 10 years down the road. 3 kids in a big old house, can't weigh a heavy load. Life, gotta give it to you, don't know how you found the time. Making all ends meet while running down that line. Keep it love alive, it's a tricky thing. You gotta let it fly, you gotta give it wings. If you wanna make it right, don't let it right. Don't hold on too tight, you know you gotta try. Keep it love alive.
Hello and welcome everybody to week 4 of the SPL. My name is LHS and I'm going to be your host for today. Joining me on the desk is Taco. How you doing, Taco?
Feeling pretty good and really excited for this weekend.
We have a lot of good games for you today, but before we get into SPL action, this weekend is Father's Day weekend, so we got an event for you. 50% off all Father's Day select skins.
And there's a lot of really interesting skins that we have for that. We got the Daemi Odin, Dreadbeard Poseidon, Master Fu Guan Yu, just to put an idea into your guys' head for a lot of the cool skins that we have to offer during this weekend.
Definitely a lot of skins to get 50% off on, get that value. Put your best daddy on. Let's look at what everybody's playing for this week. The race is on. DreamHack Valencia, the LAN. We got 4 spots for EU, 3 for NA, and 1 for South America. Things are getting tight.
Oh, things have been tight. I think especially in the EU and NA, it's really hard to tell who's going to really just start breaking apart. Other than, I would say, Dignitas and Obey shaping up to be near the top for EU. And then in NA, you've got about Luminosity and Monkey Madness, but not really too certain what happens after that.
Like we said, this is week 4 out of our 5-week split. So things are getting really close. Things are getting down to crunch time. Let's take a look at the standings, starting with EU. Like you said,
No problem at all. It's just the schedule for today. And, of course, we are going to have Obey Alliance facing off against Team Rival. As far as the standings and everything are concerned, it is EU, since we want to take a look at those matches, since we're going to be kicking off with Europe with Obey Alliance against Team Rival, like we said, and then finishing the day with Dignitas versus NRG. These are 2 very crucial EU matchups, just considering that both of these teams, I'd say, for Obey and Rival, pretty much all 4 of these EU teams are really needing to make an impact today. Rival more so than probably these other teams because they're not exactly top of the charts right now.
like you said, Dignitas is sitting at the top. They've kind of got the lead across EU right now. I believe they only need a split at all this weekend to qualify for DreamHack. It'll be really interesting to see if they can find this win over NRG. I mean, NRG has been weak so far, but is that going to continue? Can they find the 2-0? And, Obey Rival. Can Rival show up? I mean, we've had the Rival from last split who doesn't necessarily show up for every game. This will be their proving grounds.
I wouldn't necessarily call it as energy being weak so much as it is just a little bit inconsistency. I think that it can be difficult for a team like NRG to kind of just have that initial strong standing point that they want from the get-go. They had a little bit of uneasiness when the meta first broke out. Now they've been trying to adjust things around, and it's been working. They've had very impactful matches, and I think that against Dignitas, they're going to still have their run cut out for them because it's not going to be easy looking to take a split or even a set win off of NRG. I think a lot of people are really excited for this matchup, though. And I mean, NA certainly isn't anything to be counted out of, but there are the standings that we were just mentioning for EU, and you can see already Team Dignitas sitting pretty at 12 points.
And then you've got NRG, Obey, and Rival sitting at 8, and then Enix kind of fell off from the pack a little bit, sitting at 7, not looking as good as they were to start off the split.
Enix are one of those teams where they have an incredibly strong roster. I think a lot of people still hold this team in pretty high regards. The only difference is when you have a team that goes through a little bit of the switch-ups, bringing in Fails, bringing in Ducky, it's still an impact to the team synergy. And yes, these are all incredibly strong players, but it could take some time to develop that team chemistry like these other teams already have with Rival, Obey, NRG, Dignitas. Those are some very formidable teams to go against. So I can't really blame Enix for having the little bit of struggle that they have been.
All right, and then in A, we've got Luminosity and Monkey Madness tied for the top, and Allegiant still holding on to that 3rd place spot.
And of course, you've got to keep in mind that Luminosity and Monkey Madness, it's really just a race right now to see who's going to be able to come in that 1st place position. Because, I mean, seeding is always so important, especially heading into these big events. And I think that it's still not a guaranteed win right away. Like, Monkey Madness are not by any means already qualified for Valencia. There's still a couple of sets left, and with that in mind, all of these teams really need to make sure they're playing as clean as possible.
And you can't forget about the dark horse right now, Noble, just on fire these last couple weeks, getting 2-0s everywhere.
it just really seems like Noble finally hit their stride. I think that that's kind of just what people were waiting to see when you pick up a member such as MLC Stealth. And I think that all around, Noble have really been taking the necessary steps to kind of just upset these teams. I'm not sure if I can even really refer to it as an upset anymore. I think that Noble's always been a strong team. They just haven't necessarily performed that way.
They're taking those steps to transform from a good team with, you know, these crazy plays out of nowhere to being more consistent. And that's been the key for this entire season, has really just been players growing more and more consistent.
And I mean, consistency is key when it comes to trying to ensure that your team is going to be coming out at the top for these set points. And of course, these are really some of the more important matchups that we need to keep in mind for today. Like we said, it is going to be Obey Alliance facing off against Team Rival. And then I think we're going to be seeing a lot coming out of these NA teams in between. And of course, Dignitas vs NRG.
All right, we definitely got some great games for you today. We're going to start right away. We're going to go into Obey versus Rival. We're done here on the desk. Let's throw to our casters for game number 1.
After you started alongside me. Hey, there we go. You working yours?
Yeah, we're working.
Cool. So, me and Tom are bringing you set 1 today. Energy versus Rival. This is a good one, Tom, because Rival have been around the scene for a little while now, started to gather momentum, win a couple of lands, or at least have good experience at lands. Obey the same thing.
Right. It's funny. A couple of minutes with that Rival set. Stay tuned for some more Smite.
Well, just keep an eye on this. We'll be back in a minute with more Smite. I said it again.
Yeah,
Good
that's
times.
what it is.
Okay, never mind. We're not going off air. Apologies for that. We're going to go straight into hopefully picks and bans right about now. Bit of an awkward moment this morning. I do apologize for that for you guys at home. I always end up apologizing. You know, it's always on me.
It's too late.
It's whenever
to
I'm on
apologize.
screen. I mean, I was like, oh,
Hey.
did you really do that?
I did do that.
That's awkward.
See, here's the thing. Usually when Graham and I can't commentate together, the rarity that it is,
Very rare.
it's usually swapped. I'm usually chair 1, but the rule is anytime bad news comes through, it's his job.
Yep, so I have to take the chair 1 and deal with it and apologize to you guys at home. Picks and bans should be ready relatively soon, I believe, between Rival and Obey, not Energy, as I said earlier on. But Obey, their season so far has been pretty solid, even though they have dropped games already.
That's why I brought up, your slip of the tongue, because Obey Alliance seemed to be how Energy were in the past. Energy right now have been sort of getting up to speed and trying to really be that dominant force that they once were.
Sure.
And that's Obey. Now listen, Energy used to drop a couple of games. That's what we're seeing at Obey. Consistent play, but every now and then they wind up with a big L. And it's just so reminiscent of the team that we saw a couple of years ago.
And the other opposition team today, Rival, obviously they've started to have good times of things as well. Have you seen Rival going through with how last year went for them? They kind of came on the scene, didn't do much, bottom 2, bottom 3. Then they managed to get to the gauntlet, and things kind of started to change slowly from there.
Well, this is the team that I called Energy Junior. The fact that they didn't change their roster, even in the face of adversity, very important stuff, because they kind of had faith that the individual talent on that team would progress further.
Sure.
And that's exactly what they did, and now Team Rival are a contender.
Well, Ganesha banned out, Fafnir banned out, so support focus so far. Do we expect Bologna or Osiris here?
I would imagine so. Both Team Rival and Obey Alliance have really strong solo laners, so I think that's absolutely something that's going to have to be communicated. But Sun Wukong, a character that we've seen be picked up a little bit more often lately, he's going to take the ban instead.
Yeah, surprising to see that one so quickly. But I love the fact that Ganesh is starting to rise to that ban mentality now. It kind of was on the cusp for a little while of ban mentality, but it wasn't always the same, was it? It was sometimes like they would get banned, or he was left open and got picked 3rd, 4th, 5th even. Now it's a different story. It's back on the ban register again.
Obey Alliance banning out basically Kalas. They want to make sure that he can't be that aggressive Ares and Fafnir. Sun Wukong, this is actually something interesting. Now, Bologna, Osiris, still dominant forces in that short lane because of Death Toll. But recently it got a change. Cleave basic attacks don't go over the top when it comes to DT. So Sun Wukong and options that clear the wave easily are also very accessible. Osiris, still number 1 guy, of course.
Surprised to see Osiris over Bologna when it's Deathwalker in the solo lane is what I'm looking at there.
Yes.
But Osiris is a very good lane bully.
Yeah, I mean, he can absolutely box you, just like the Bologna, so I'm kind of curious there. What the Osiris first pick tells me is that Rival are ready to fight into Bologna more so than they're ready to fight into Osiris, despite the fact that Deathwalker might be the poster boy for Bologna.
Well, Obey's having a nice, long, hard thought about what they could pick up for themselves next. A lot of the mid lane is still open, as you can see, but Bologna doesn't necessarily has to be picked there. You may be a little bit worried about jungle Bologna, jungle Osiris, potentially, I guess, and not giving both to rival.
Well, we saw that combination, not Bologna Osiris, but the Raven Osiris, showing that, and Raven's been very prevalent, with or without Sunder, mostly with, and that's why putting the warrior in the jungle, we've seen that it works as well. But Obey Alliance, I love the Najah pick, sticking to their identity, something that I talk about all the time. Captain Twig loves his character. Boom, there it is.
I mean, Captain Twig was the one that brought it back into the focal point again and again and again. With the ring toss changes now, seems to be following suit. Sol picked up for Team Rival here. Not a real surprise to see Sol. Can flex to the mid lane all the Hunter rollers we've seen. Majority of the time, though, it's mid with that mage burst.
We say, yes, that I will agree with that. With Team Rival, different story, though. Vote has shown that he not only wants to play Sol, but he'll even play the Freya.
That's
so
true.
He's not afraid of those magical hunters. Sol here in the hands of Wolfie or Vote, equally scared. So I love the selection from Rival.
Hovering over Terror right now, our Obey Alliance. Not a real surprise to see a Millsy go to that. We've seen him on it many times before.
I mean, she's just a strong character. She has decent sustain, not number one, but absolutely still has to be talked about. And a lot of control, which is going to be able to set Najah up for those easier long-range ultimates when the player's rooted.
It's a very good point, because those walls just clapping down causes so many problems for the Sash to be able to follow it up, even Eagles Rally. Or the other way around on landing after Najah does take someone up if required.
There's that Raven ban we were talking about, Hindu Man, showing that Osiris and the Raven, the two warriors, can really flex together. Very important stuff. And by taking him out of that field, Team Rival becomes a little more squishy, theoretically, even though they have the cap.
And the funny thing is, I think Rival might have liked that Raven in the jungle there, but because of the support ban focus from Obey, it forced him into drafting that Khepri a little bit earlier on than maybe they would have liked with Raven being available.
Exactly. Kalis is a strong support player, but he definitely has the characters that he performs better on. Ares, Fafnir, Khepri, those choices. It's funny watching Khepri, because that's the flex character. He can be either defensive or aggressive.
Sure.
And we know Kalis, he's always going to look to be aggressive.
All too aggressive guys that pretty primal play have been banned out. Nox and Vulcan. Surprised by that at all?
No.
Standard business, right?
Yes.
Same old, same old. So options available. Become a little bit more limited towards that mid laner. But he has played Kulkan in the past, who started to creep back in. We saw last week Poseidon too, even though he's really fallen out of favor just lately.
Yeah, Poseidon and Kukulkan both bring a ton of burst damage, which allows you objective secure, objective denial, and a whole slew of bonuses because of those ultimates. And Kukulkan, it's interesting. He seems to be a little bit harder to play than Poseidon, so we see the really established mids play him, and Wolfie has been one of those guys.
Sure. I'm going to see what he can do this time round for Rival anyway, because they've got the Soul so far. It could be Rama here, or it's going to be Cupid. Cupid's come back a lot as well just lately. Warchi, I think, led the charge. He was the first one to do it.
Well, the big deal about Cupid is the fact that his ultimate is very, very large, just like Ho Yi. Ho Yi drops his sons to deny Gold Furies, etc. Cupid's going to do the same thing. What I like about this selection, Graham, is that we still don't know who's going where. Wolfie has played both the Cupid and the Soul. Same thing with the long lane.
I can agree with that. A bit lacking wave clear in the mid lane, though, if you put that Cupid there, especially alongside a Nemesis. It's not the strongest wave clear in the world, so I'm a little bit concerned about that against a Najah. But we'll see what Obey go with their mid laner now. They may need a little bit more clear to go with the Najah, but Najah's pretty solid, and Toth being hovered on.
Yeah, Toth would be the go-to here for me if I'm looking for pretty prime. Vulcan Nox is kind of flavor picks, have been banned out, but there's no reason with going with the meta. Pretty prime can absolutely follow the leader, and that's what he's going to do here, if not be the leader in the game with big, powerful stuff.
I really like Obey's drafting this one, honestly. It looks very, very solid all the way around. Early into mid transition, it's been pretty solid. Rival a little bit more over the place with the generally onto the Cupid, I feel. It just feels slightly out of place with the comp they're running.
A little bit, but here's the thing. When Wolfie drops the ultimate, Supernova is not... It's not like giant AoE, right? You can paint Supernova around a large area, but it's not the same as if you're dropping, I mean, the Kraken or a Jean Kui ultimate, right? So Vote is kind of holding that spot of large AoE down.
Ring tossing mid lane onto Wolf, and he eats so much damage. 4-man rotation, and already a kill to Obey Alliance. Apologies for the top of the screen. Don't worry about that. We'll get that changed. But that was Obey in Europe getting first blood.
Now, one of the biggest deals about that play, sure, there's 4 people collapsing on him. It's not going to really be a positive environment ever, but the real key on that play was Captain Twig with the body block against the wall. No way that Wolfie gets out of that situation. It's a very important play. Heads up decision from the jungler.
Well, Obey trying to actually invade onto the speed buff here. Still level 1 for Captain Twig up against Deathwalker and Ice Baby. Also level 1. Have to be very careful here, F-Dot, but he's getting low. Waiting for the ring toss and the burst damage to come in. It will go the way of Obey, and Deathwalker's going to pay with his life for his discretions in defending.
I don't know. I got a little nervous there watching them tick down to the last basic attack, and then you got to be aware of that ring toss. The ring toss and especially the sash, you're not getting away from Naja at level 1 or 2.
And not only that, now you can see right-hand side, Deathwalker has to teleport back into lane, but Maniac and Twig have also stripped his blue buff, have their whole right-hand side jungle to still take it.
DW.
And Deathwalker's still level 1, and he's going to stay that way as he falls again. 3 kills in a minute and a half.
Oh, man. 2 deaths for Deathwalker specifically. 1 defending the speed buff, and then 1 just kind of getting ganked. Luckily for Deathwalker, he's down, but he's certainly not out.
It's funny because I feel like they could have recovered a little bit better from Wolfie's death in the mid lane, but having Deathwalker die twice in the laning phase early on has caused him a couple of problems. And Ice Ice Baby only just now hitting level 2.
Here's why I say Deathwalker is down but not out. Ice Ice Baby can stay here in this solo lane and sort of make it a dual lane for a little while.
Sure.
He's a nemesis, so you're not looking for the earliest of early ganks. It's not like relegating a Thanatos to help out the solo lane where you're sitting there going, man, wish we had some early game presence.
Well, if that's the case, I think Obey should be paying their attention to the left-hand side of the map then, knowing that Ice Ice Baby's going to have to hang around there for a while to deal with Maniac. We could see some early gold furies or some early pressure to the dual lane here.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely what Obey want to do with this, with the fact that, Maniac's
Oh,
gonna
maybe
be able to
not.
run
Twig
this.
back again to the solo lane, and Ice Ice Baby forced to beads and run away. Meanwhile, Deathwalker, he can't run very far without his ultimate to get him away. He gets a bit of a speed boost there, though, getting back to the tower in safety once again. He's low.
Really important play that you noted there. Just a speed boost that comes on that Osiris kit. Very important stuff. Deathwalker's dead without that small play.
Yeah, and it works out well now for Team Rival, just to try and hold on for a minute or two. And I say a minute or two because literally it's only been a minute or two.
Yeah, Obey off to a great start here. That's one of the things that Naja does for you. You're able to really just take advantage, especially, like we said, the later game characters.
We're going to dive for Deathwalker, and the dive is completed already. 4 kills the way of Obey. Maniac picks up the kill with a bludgeon, and Callus still only level 4. Even if he made it there, he wouldn't have been able to revive his teammate anyway.
Captain Twig, again, with the smaller plays that might not make it onto the scoreboard. That kill happens because Captain Twig tanked the tower for his teammate, understanding I'm Naja, I've used my kit, your turn, hit him with the bludgeon, I'll take the tower shots, we share it even, down goes Deathwalker.
And it works out so well just to keep pushing Deathwalker further behind. Now Maniac's level 5. He has his Eagles Rally available where Deathwalker, once again, he's going to have to camp that tower like that tower, his life depends on it. And it really does.
Yeah, that first sort of sequence where he had 2 deaths, Graham, I said, listen, all right, maybe he's down but not out. This is immediately a more difficult situation.
And what Maniac's doing here is so wise, freezing the lane, forcing Deathwalker to have to walk all the way up away from the safety of his tower until he wants to do something like the speed buff, and then he'll clear it and make sure he's available to help his team.
Yeah, Obey just making... This is exactly what you want to do. Anytime you force the opponent into a bad situation, you need to take advantage.
Forcing Gold Fury to start up by Rival here. Oracle's not available, but Ataraxia on the scene, and already Obey looking to collapse. Captain Twig swinging around looking for a sash or a ring toss if he can. Red buff is just spawned at the worst possible time for Rival, who tried to take it on. Already the fields are looked down from Vote. It's straight away. Twig takes him to the sky.
Really rough position for Team Rival to be in here. Vote NBK 1 shot away. Gonna
Good
find
revive.
it, but the revive comes through. Fantastic play. Pretty prime on the other end to ensure the kill.
Still not good enough though, because Callus may have kept his teammate alive for a second, but it literally was just a second. And Ataraxi will claim Callus's life to go alongside that. Obey just exploiting Rival, trying to get the way back in the game. And I respect the Gold Fury call for the attempt, but the red buff baited them too much.
Yeah, the Gold Fury was the right call, but as soon as Obey showed up, they had to get out of there. Want to know what my favorite ability of that team fight was?
The revive?
No. Emilzy popping the Terra ultimate. Nobody was near the Gold Fury. Emilzy pops the Terra ultimate so for the movement speed to be able to contest a Gold Fury. As the Gold Fury gets leashed, that movement speed allows Obey to come in and invade onto the red buff.
Well,
without that speed, they're behind.
And that worked out well for Obey then. 6-0. Gold Fury still stands at the moment. It's about a 3,000 gold lead at 5 minutes in. Normally we don't talk about gold, and if we do, 1,000 gold leads something at this point, but three's getting there already.
I mean, this is a really uphill battle for Team Rival at this point, man. Obviously, Obey have gotten off to a fantastic start, and more importantly, they're making use of it. I started to say before we looked at the Gold Fury, anytime you're able to get a small advantage, you got to find that ripple effect, and we saw you put the solo lane down. It's not enough just to keep Deathwalker down a couple of levels, because he'll eventually reach there. You have to strip the jungle and then punish. You strip the jungle, So Team Rival responds on the other side.
Yep.
You punish that response. Obey are playing this perfectly.
Well, 2 speed buffs and 2 blue buffs stolen by Obey on the right-hand side. And obviously the fights on the left have worked out very well for Obey so far. They just need to keep this pressure up. And as it stands, I'm interested that Twig has gone back to Talaria boots in the jungle. We've not seen that since Worlds.
Yeah, Captain Twig did this. We saw a couple of junglers try this route earlier last week, and really what it is, it's less about the experience. They're not really looking for a gimmick of over farming. It's really about just the raw movement speed in my eyes. Having a jungler be able to traverse the map even faster than normal, that's so valuable because your jungler being all over the place is what allows your jungler to do his job.
Dash in mid lane from Millsy, but caught by Callus there. Nice little catch. Just a little bit too low level for Rival to really punish a Millsy for being that far forward as a 2-man. But going back to what you were saying about the Najjar, the fact is, with the Talaria boots, thinking about it, the mobility is great. And when you ring toss, you get the same mobility, if not a little bit more anyway. So it's win-win. In combat, ring toss. Out of combat, movement too.
Yeah, especially what a lot of Najjas do to get through the jungle is you'll just toss the ring
and move on
at a camp and move on for the movement speed.
Well, Maniac's moving on deeper into Rival's jungle, looking towards Callus, and they're going to put some pressure on and force Rival back yet again. Speed buff still available for Obey, and 4 members strong. It looks like only really Deathwalker wants to try and get involved in this and look for a cheeky steal, but he's a little bit too late.
Nothing the Team Rival can do here. Down 5,000 gold. They cannot defend the speed buff. They have to look for a win elsewhere, but unfortunately for them, that means 3-manning the red buff. Still not a good look. I love the discipline to run away from it, though.
Well, I don't love the discipline of staying around. Look at the red buff here. Ice Ice Baby in trouble. Double dash will get him to safety. But look at the other side. Callus and Wolfie were trying to support, and instead, it's them two now caught out of position on their own. Callus will ult himself, but it's only going to buy him another second until Ataraxia once again cleans up the kill.
Vote's in trouble. Gets hit by the sash. Should be out, but there's Deathwalker showing up. 1 into 4. Ults right in. He's a madman. Hit by the ultimate. Pretty Prime puts him down. And that's love potion number 9 for Obey.
It's 3 for 1. Ataraxia biting up a little bit more. That was Zapman-esque for me. But he's got a bit of support in Millsy, as Zapman would too, I guess, in the support role. 11 and oh, this is done.
That was a very unfortunate play coming out from Ice Ice Baby.
This going back all the way to the start of the game. We saw Wolfie die for first blood. He got ring toss, and between 2 characters that set up 4 members to pick him up. I don't think the game was done there after. I think it was that speed buff. But that decision by Deathwalker and Ice Ice Baby to contest that speed buff still punished him so much.
This red buff is the example of not tilt, but how a game can mentally affect you. And I'm not talking about tilt. Obey have stifled Team Rival. They haven't been able to get experience anywhere. That red buff falls down, and Rival do a good job. But Ice Ice Baby realizes he's down 4 levels, 3 at the time.
Yep.
He needs some experience, so he lingers there for a moment. And Team Rival being team-oriented, they try to save Ice Ice Baby. Down goes the support. You guys saw the team fight. That's all because Ice Ice Baby hangs out, not because he's tilted, not because he's angry.
Sure.
He needs the experience. And that's how the Obey have mentally affected Rival into saying that, listen, you're starving, and you're going to reach for every crumb we drop.
And that's the scary thing, is that, yeah, you put the solo liner behind, but the solo liner being behind actually turns into the jungler being behind as time goes on, because it's the jungle that gets stripped. The solo liner still gets some minions in lane.
Yeah, exactly. And not only does the jungler get his jungle stripped, he has to spend time with Deathwalker in lane, so that's going to run him out low. So really rough stuff here for Team Rival. Obey Alliance have done a fantastic job playing textbook Smite.
Well, here comes Deathwalker around the back, looking for a fight with a Millsy and Pretty Prime. Abduct from Callus, hits a Millsy, and a Millsy goes down. Rival are on the board. Twig gonna have to Aegis and disengage, but now Rival have to fall back quick because they know Maniac's on his way.
Really big play, gold experience-wise. That might not bring him back, but here's Najjar bringing Deathwalker back to the ground. Help down low from Obey. Down goes the hammer, and Maniac with the tallywhack.
Oh, and Callus ults himself. Luckily, he'll get away, but now Vote's rotating. Meanwhile, you can also see Ataraxia making a move towards the Portal Demon. Obey could get the Portal Demon off this one small little engagement that Deathwalker made happen. I like the call, though. They did get a kill.
Yeah, I mean, Team Rival getting on the board, that's all they're going to get, actually.
I'm not overly surprised, are you? I mean, realistically, with how that game went, you can see the gold lead right at the end, 7,500, 10 minutes in.
Yeah.
We don't normally expect surrenders in the Pro League, but sometimes it's better to do that.
Listen, that game was over. Flat out. Black and
Yeah.
white. Unfortunately, listen, 1 play, 2 plays early game don't spell the game, but when you're sitting there the entire 10 minutes and everything has gone in a different team's favor, there's nothing else you can do in that situation.
Well, let's hope this is fixed for game 2 then, because Rival, obviously they're supposed to be going up against Obey multiple times, but it's been a bit awkward here. Obey, if they run this one through too, Rival are not looking as strong as people were saying.
Sure, I think that that is a fluke play.
You reckon?
Absolutely, that's a fluke.
Okay.
I mean, that was just, the play on Obey's side was not a fluke. They played flawlessly. But I just don't think Rival play at that level. They're a much stronger team than that. Listen, sometimes you drop the ball.
Yeah, and sometimes it causes a lot more problems. Very good set from them, though. Obviously, early on, we had great plays from Captain Twig and Maniac 2, but it's time to get into picks and bans again. Rival with the first pick option this time around. They had it last time, too. I wonder if they'll change things up in picks and bans, or would you leave it the same?
I'd leave it the same. What happened to Team Rival had nothing to do with picks or bans. It was gameplay that just sort of spiraled out of control, I think.
Well, they changed
yeah.
something at the start with the Terror. They're a little bit concerned about Emil's Terror now, which rightfully so. If you get behind, you've got that ultimate going off,
Sure.
just getting them away from the danger, causes them a lot more problems. Obey Alliance will ban the Fafnir yet again against Callus.
That's another thing. Talking about, remember when we saw the Gold Fury in last game,
Yeah.
and they sort of waterfalled into that red area region? Emil's ultimate plus the Talari boots of Captain Twig. There's no way you're outrunning that Naja.
Going to be a rough issue to try and stop Naja chasing you down like that. Wonder if they'll ban Naja, but I don't really think Naja's ban worthy, let's be honest.
No, what Captain Twig did in that game was completely God independent, which was why it was so nice. I highlighted the body block in the first kill, and then the secondary kill was just a stun. And a lot of characters can pull that off. It was just proper positioning and proper timing of the attacks that allowed Captain Twig to catapult his team.
Once again, Obey will focus out Callus with the Ares and Fafnir bans. Rival drafted Osiris last time, and it was the Osiris that got in trouble, but I don't think it was for the laning phase portion, that's for sure. It was the jungle start more than anything else.
And again, I don't think Team Rival's solo laner Deathwalker got in trouble because of the Osiris pick.
Yep.
I think he got in trouble because of his positioning. Even still, Rival changed it up.
And Raven can flex their solo lane or jungle now. We've seen a couple of different variations. I actually feel from what I've seen from Raven this split, I thought Raven in the solo lane works out better than the jungle version.
It depends. They're very different mentalities.
Sure.
Raven in the jungle is almost kind of playing baby Thanatos, where he's looking to just murder you at level 1 with that Sunder combination. Root, hands, hope they die. And then later on, he turns into a... Then later on, he turns into a tank.
Hands. You've been out.
Hands.
You've been at party last night. That's
Hanging
for
out with
sure.
Toli.
Yeah, more than likely. Ho Yi for Obey will be their first pick after Kernanos being banned out. Seeing Ataraxi go with that.
I thought you went Toli! But you went
No.
Ho-Yi!
No, that's save for the weekend.
We got to holler that at the weekend.
We're going to have to.
Athena's going to help out, though.
So Athena with a little bit more global mobility. We've not seen too much of her. She keeps flexing in and out more than anything else.
Athena, for me, Athena's just a solid stay point of support play. You'll have these characters that pressure is more important, damage is more important, safety is more important. But Athena does kind of everything, and she'll always be a choice for players to fall back on.
Really surprised by the get pick up against instead of maybe a Ganesh here. Rival looked to ban that one away earlier on. And I think Ganesh into Athena is actually really solid because she dashes in and then she sits there because she can't do anything because silence.
That's what I was going to bring up.
Yeah.
The Geb with the shield off of the taunt.
She's
I
so-
like the interaction there. But the Morgan.
Oh, well, I like that just to try and take it away from Obey too, take that into account. Because it kind of takes the option off the table from an Obey Alliance where maybe Rival want to draft Serket. Just maybe, maybe, because the one thing you don't want to have pretty prime is Serket from what I've experienced of seeing his Morgan.
Yeah, it was pretty scary. We know that Obey won't because of the Naja. Again, like the win last game wasn't because of the selection of Naja, but it's one of Captain Twig's go-to characters. No reason not to.
It's the early game from Naja that's just so strong with those ring bounces, especially because of an addition. Another ring bounce now, it's a little bit more damage, which means a bluestone, if you've got it, is ticking away a little bit more too.
For me, it's not even about the damage. It's the slow into the stun at level 2.
Sure.
When you have both a slow and a stun at level 2, nobody's escaping. It makes those early game kills a lot easier. I know I said that last game the early game kills was more about positioning and timing, but Naja does have the capability to do that to virtually anybody.
While Rama is banned away by Obey Alliance, and Rival have Osiris banned out, so they're a little bit more dominant in the solo lane potentially here, Rival. Athena can flex that solo lane though, which we've not mentioned just yet.
Very, very true. I would say it's more of a Deathwalker than a Maniac play, but I feel like I have seen Maniac done it before. At the end of the day, I do think Athena will wind up in the hands of the support.
Gets a little bit more interesting though with that Sobek ban, because that kind of tells me they think that we could see Sobek solo, and we'll see. Now, maybe solo Geb. You're right. I didn't think about that one.
Which it's
even
funny
even though it's Deathwalker, it's been done once.
It's funny that we say that with a straight face. It's been done once. I think we saw it in the console league. I know we've seen it a second time, but the solo Geb is a Deathwalker special. It works. Basically, here's the problem with it, though. It's early game. It's mid game, really. You sunder. You hit him with the carpet flip. You hit him with the ultimate for % damage.
Carpet
they
flip.
die.
I've never heard of it called that. That's
So basically, Geb
flip.
one strict ponies you, and then late game, he doesn't have that ability. So if Team Rival are going to go Geb solo, they got to look for the mid game.
Well, Vulcan locked in, Pretty Prime's. One of Pretty Prime's go-tos, Cupid potentially again from Vote this time round. We didn't get to see much action from it last game, so I can't really talk about the play style of it because it was over in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Cupid, I think he's just a strong character, has really big team fight implication. Chiron is an interesting choice here.
I'm not so sure if it will be Chiron. Surprising, because a lot of people have just been talking about Chiron in the scene just lately, about we don't really see him too much, and now he's being locked in for Rival. Interesting.
Chiron's an interesting choice. We're going to see the Bologna, which means likely the Raven jungle.
Is it with the Chiron and the Morrigan combo of double snipes potentially here?
It's very possible.
I wouldn't normally see that, but like those long-range snipes can be quite useful for both of them to be able to utilize in the team fights.
Yeah, it's really funny how solo Geb have tossed us for a turn. I really wouldn't be surprised to see Kalas play support Raven, but I think it's going to be a much more traditional approach. Geb support, Raven jungle, Bologna solo.
And Sun Wukong more than likely for the solo here for Maniac. After he realizes Bologna, he's more than expecting to have to go against this. So picks up Sun Wukong, who, for me, I think he's the most stable in that solo lane for being able to deal with any matchup and just survive. And that's kind of his job.
Exactly. That's why we see Sun Wukong picked up more and more, especially with the change to Death Toll. But I really want to give a round of applause to Team Rival right here. This was a fantastic draft by them, using that ambiguity of Deathwalker's eclectic god pool to see Geb up there and say, is he going solo?
Yeah.
And Maniac could not pick until the last phase, which that saving the last pick for your solo laner isn't exactly rocket science, but I just really liked how Team Rival used their team's tendencies to throw everybody for a loop.
Now, I do like what Obey's doing here, because they did this game 1-2 where they sent in a couple more people mid to cause some problems. As the ring toss comes out, it only really focuses on the minions, so it's wave clear. But I love that they had their duo lane sat on the left-hand side jungle in case we saw the Deathwalker solo lane rotation.
Yeah, the wraparound has become so prevalent. We've actually seen some teams fight it by sending 4-5 players in a straight line and just walking up as if they're doing a search and rescue sweep. And that prevents anybody from really getting the surprise play. But since then, we just see the duo lane come over.
Well, this has worked out well for Rival at the start. As you can see, Deathwalker just stripped away the babies at the blue buff, and the Elementals all went the way of Rival too.
He's all alone.
Deathwalker's a little bit greedy going for this level 1 play with his shield up, but no one's really helping out Captain Twig now, who's still been forced under his tier 2. Pretty Prime turns up, but as a Vulcan at level 1, there's not a whole lot he can do either, apart from eat a hammer to the back of his noggin.
Listen, Deathwalker's mad about last game. He died 2 times, 3 times in 1 minute. Definitely.
Give me Bologna.
Yep.
That's what it was. And you can see that he's trying to have his wicked way right now with Maniac in that solo lane. So the pressure so far has worked out well for Rival. They didn't steal any buffs though. As I said, babies, 1 hit from death, but big old Bracy to the rescue, and in comes Kalas.
Very important play. Kalas is going to get the knockout and the rollout. 1 kill for Team Rival.
Worked out so well. Kalas timed that to perfection too, because I'm pretty sure that rollout was due to end any moment. But connects it, and it's one of those risky plays you do as a Geb, because sometimes you can put them to a rescue situation by knocking them away, but just enough damage to execute and pick up the kill. And giving a Geb 400 gold in the early game isn't the worst thing in the world.
No, not at all. You know, you're just catapulting your support into his auras a little bit quicker.
So I do want to talk to you a little bit about the duo lane right now. Ataraxi's starting off with Bumba's Mask. He did it last game on the Kernanos too. Is this because he's expected to be more alone in this lane?
Yeah, I mean, Emilio's just not going to show up whatsoever. It's going to be Ataraxia versus the world, and we've seen more and more this duo lane turn into the solo lane.
We have.
Just Hunter v Hunter. We've seen the mid laners and the solo laners pick up the Bumba's Mask. Same idea when he dips into the jungle to pick up his purple buff by himself, he's going to get that sustain.
And the sustain on the mana too is going to be quite helpful to keep him laning for as long as possible. Up against Vote, who has some natural sustain in his kit too. We don't see Charon too much, but his abilities do give him some healing, or at least a teammate some healing.
Yeah, he's got the sustain. He also has the cleanse. So when you look at Team Rival, they have 2 separate cleanses for Emilzi's taunt. So Pretty Prime and Captain Twig might not have such an easy time aiming their ultimates as they had planned.
Never really think about the cleanse because it doesn't come into use too often, but up against an Athena, maybe that's one of the reasons we see this Chiron drafted.
That's why I think it was drafted.
Twig is in trouble in the jungle. He was looking to just farm his own blue buff, but Rival are like, you know what? We are Raven and Bellona against a Najjar. You'll have as much fun as you want. We're still going to kill you.
Listen, this is the stark difference between game number 1 and game number 2. Team Rival is absolutely a contender. It was a fluke. Obey played it flawlessly. You can't play flawlessly every time, and the opponent isn't going to play into your hand every time. Team Rival, completely different game from game number 1, and Captain Twig just got reminded of it, down 2 kills already at 3 minutes.
And that's exactly the same sort of situation we saw from the jungler for Rival last game, Ice Ice Baby. Not because he fell down a couple of times in kills, because his solo laner did, and he had his jungle stripped. And I think Rival's game plan will be very similar to what Obey had last time round. Keeping on the boot options coming through, we see jungle Ice Ice Baby going for a reinforced Greaves this game. So he's just looking to be tanky more than damage dealing.
Yeah, I mean, that's Robin, right? The damage is going to come. Not even, like I said, we usually see the Sunder, and you're looking to be sort of like that early game Thanatos. Completely different style here for Team Rival. Their Robin here is going to be less much like a Thanatos and more like those jungle Athenas of yesteryear, where he'll be able to get some kills by way of support early on, but really, he's just there to be another frontliner.
Oracle's being looked at by Obey now, but a rotation coming from Rival as a blink hit from Callus is good. Hits 2 and a good knock up on Twig, brings him down for the 3rd time. Where's your Bracer of Undoing, Twig? You tell you what, sometimes you need beads, I swear. I mean, Brace is good, but it's not that good.
When opportunity knocks, run right through the door. Callus didn't, that was not planned whatsoever. Callus sees 2 targets, blink, Kata, see you later.
I was just going to mention the fact that he started blink on Geb. It's something we never used to see until the 2nd relic, but as time's gone on, it's changed.
Love the change there. Pretty Prime needs a change here. Help from Emilzi might not be enough.
Not going to be enough for a kill just yet. Ice Ice still come in, avoids a lot of the damage as Wolfie comes in now. The Morrigan gets a kill onto Prime, and now they're looking to escape because Maniac's on his way.
Love the change from Wolfie, making sure to go for the front line. Trouble for the jungler. Ice Ice Baby gonna fall here, but Maniac can't find it thanks to the shield from
But the
Callus.
shield is now down, and Maniac dives in with Twig, sashing, and the Jingu Bang gets a kill for Obey. Deathwalker, though, still in the fight on the backside, trying to get away, but I don't think he's got much time to live. Can he at least trade it out? No is the answer. Maniac gets another kill, 2 the way of Obey.
That's the play you have to make. Surrounded, no chance out. Listen,
Fight.
that bludgeon almost got the kill. I don't count almosts, but I'll tip my hat.
Well, that's a nice little interesting fight, because that was Rival committing under the Tier 1 tower. If you think about it, they dived between Tier 1 Tier 2.
That's the nice thing about this Team Rival composition, especially with the Morgan. Deathwalker, Ice Ice Baby, Callus, and Wolfie can all tower dive at 4 minutes. It's insane.
This feels like it's just all about the pressure that these teams keep. Yeah. As soon as they've got a slight lead now, they're all committing. They're like, listen, we have the lead. We need to keep this lead. And the way we do that is continue to punish them every time we see them. And Paul Twiggs had that happen to him 3 times now.
Well, that's what Obey did in game number 1, and Team Rival said, listen, we can play that game too. And it's a very oppressive way of playing. Obey Alliance were the authoritarian force in game number 1, and Team Rival here kind of doing the same thing, just taking a page out of Obey's book. And if you look at the history of Team Rival, they're creative, they have their own identity, but they can absolutely play your game. I really like that.
Talk about creativity, their item choices most of the time can be quite suspect, but as time's gone on, we've seen more and more pros kind of follow suit in some of their item or even god selections. Yeah. Not necessarily we're going to see Geb solo every game, but Bellona came back on the scene because Deathwalker was the one that was like, hey, I'm going to pick this, and it's still good.
And not only just the choice, but the itemization, like you mentioned, the bridge item into the Mystical Mail. Totally
Blink
something from Deathwalker.
Callus and a good Cataclysm too. Ice Ice Baby and Wolfie combined to take Pretty Prime's life again. And then Millsy just can watch. There's nothing he can do. Even with a taunt, he couldn't rescue him.
Wolfie right there showing both sides of the Morrigan. The last sequence we watched, he turns into the... He uses his quick thinking to turn into the jungler to look for the tower dive. This time around, he knows he has 2 support players, so he just sticks to the Morgan. Players are like a good old mage.
Eagles rallied, not good enough for Maniac, who just slips by. Twig doesn't want to continue the chase knowing that's down, but oh my, that was close, Maniac.
Oh, that was one hit. One hit.
One hit, but that's all you need sometimes. That's all you need. As long as you got a little bit of health left, that's the main thing.
It's really important. I mean, just barely avoiding that one hit, getting high in the cloud, making sure to avoid all the damage and get that extra life. That's one of the reasons Sun Wukong is so annoying. That was a successful gank,
Sometimes
and Maniac just resets.
My best times played Smite sometimes are the ones where I've just taken that one hit and survived. It's been the main thing. 6-2, 7.5 minutes in this game, though. Gold Fury still hasn't fallen down just yet, but it's a good 2K lead for Rival. It's not as big as what Obey had at this stage, though, and that's why I think we won't see the surrender at 10-minute mark this time round.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, that like I said, that play out of Obey, despite the fact both team being good, etc., right? That is a fluke.
That's one of those games where you say matchmaking please and you tweet about it and complain about Hi-Rez's matchmaking system. But then game 2, you still re-queue and you get back to it and it's not so bad.
Well, it's just the perfect storm, the perfect constellation all lines up where everything winds up just Obey make the play, and everything that Team Rival needed to do or not do is exactly how it fell into place.
Well, you mentioned constellations there. We've got Chiron in the dual lane right now, so I'm going to segue towards that. He's going Transcendence. Vote's going Transcendence here, where you've been seeing a lot of the Hunters, just like Ataraxia is now, going for the Shifters instead, which gives you that power you're after.
I like the Transcendence as well. Keeps his mana up, which is very important because Chiron really wants to spam those. Also will bring him the power. Curious to see if we'll see both is the question.
That's a good
Chiron
question. That's a really good point. I never thought
a ton of power, man.
Trans and Shifters together could be interesting.
It's the longest build in the world, but it's a ton of power.
And that's one of the things, like, if you just go for raw power and maybe with the penetration too, that could work out. We'll see where Vote goes, because he's still a little bit of gold away from getting this Transcendence stacking, first of all, before he can even look towards Shifters.
Yeah, it's one of those ideas when you look at Chiron, he can afford to go extra power in lieu of attack speed because he doesn't have any. It's not really what he's about. He's looking to hit you with the abilities.
Yeah. He's very similar to, in a weird way, Neith, right? Neith's very ability-based, which is focused on. Chiron, the same sort of suit, I'd say. Probably a little bit more stronger in terms of the auto-attack ability compared to a Neith, but slightly ability-based. More focused on
the hunters that I love to see new Crusher on, essentially, basically,
gotcha,
right? A little bit of attack speed, but when you hit him with the basic, you're going to lower your cooldown. I really like that item on Chiron specifically because of Masterful Shot, but very curious to see where Vote goes. Right now, very standard build. We're talking experimental.
Yeah.
But he's going
I'm actually
standard.
interested to see if we see that Shifters, because that could be a good call, especially if he goes with the full pen, as we were saying.
Oh, yeah.
But the experience difference between the teams, you can see it's all Rivals' way. Now, just looking at the list, you can see just a level lead for everybody. It's not a huge lead, but a level adds up. It means those relics are online a little bit sooner, which could spell the difference in the next team fight.
And again, sort of like we were talking about in the picks and bans phase, Team Rival a very mid-game heavy composition here. The Chiron, the Ice Baby, Deathwalker, and the Bologna, Wolfie turning into all of those characters, even some of the mid-game characters across the way like Sun Wukong or Naja. Those options, Team Rival are going to really hit their stride in a couple of minutes.
And Callus, you can actually see the difference in how the support's playstyle changes based off the state of the game. Callus is actually behind a Millsy because his team's winning and he's trying to force more fights for his team, which means he's missing out on farm. And you can see Thebes is now online for a Millsy because he's just been farming more often as Callus has been looking for ganks.
Yeah, we say Callus's name every 2 minutes. Emilsi has been really quiet, but quietly just in his room grinding.
And at the same time, you just saw a pretty prime return to base there. He's picked up a Doom Orb, so those stacks are going to start coming through. A little bit more delayed than usual because he invested in his boots first. But I think that's more for the fact that his team were behind and he needed that mobility.
Exactly. Yeah, he needs to get out of jail a little bit more often. They were obviously tower diving him early, so the early acquisition of the Doom Orb wouldn't really help because he was just dying over and over again. Now, as we hit minute 11, he gets more rotation from support, etc. A little bit more help.
Well, it's a bit of an awkward moment now because all the jungle is down currently, apart from Portal Demon and Gold Fury, but with Obey having the Oracles, there's no reason Rival could even look to invest some quality time into that at the moment without a quick rotation coming out from Obey.
I love watching Maniac and Deathwalker go toe-to-toe. Maniac always going to get that interrupt, but Deathwalker going for it every time.
Old school versus new school, too. That's a kind of cool thing, you know? It's like you've got the original boy Maniac who all the way back before the Pro League even existed, and Deathwalker, a guy who's not even been around that long, and they're going toe-to-toe, and it's even.
And both have this oddly, I used to call it the NA mentality, but I think Europe has taken it over. We're just like, the Divios effect, the Omega effect. I'm a big tanky warrior. Hear me roar. Watch out. I'm going to walk in your general direction. and you're going to be scared about it.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Omega, DBO, Cyclone Spin. You've also got Baskin on that list. When you think about all the solo laners that used to be beasts back then.
See, Cyclone and Baskin were always a little bit more crafty, a little bit more tricky.
I
Omega
would say
and Divios,
Baskin-
these
I'd
two,
agree with Cyclone. I wouldn't agree so with Baskin so much. Baskin was the one that would run at you the whole time.
he was sort of the bridge between
Yeah.
those two, right?
Well, now that the Oracles has gone down, Rival think they can do the Gold Fury. Teleport coming through, but cancelled out. Nice Cataclysm from Callus, very early. He gets slashed to prevent the knockup. The knockup still comes through. Gold Fury's already gone to Rival, though, but Twig's here to try and respond.
Collis hits the ultimate early just to zone out, finds the rollout, not going to be caught either. Team Rival could be in trouble. Deathwalker specifically obey on the chase. There's the stun from
As Eagles
Naja.
rally, and he's going to Eagles rally in place. Cataclysm out from Wolfie this time round. He gets a kill with a Geb, and in goes Vote. He's chasing down, running the backline for Prime and Ataraxia. Maniac causing distraction for Callus still, as the Horsey and the man with the 1,000 fists are trying to delete the carries. Maniac's still alive.
Maniac finds the see you later kill right before he falls to the hand of Vote. 3-for-1 exchange in Obey's demise Team Rival's direction.
Yo, listen, I've got an idea after. You ready? What if we draft Geb, but we have 2 Gebs?
That's the
What
thing
about
right
having
there.
2 Gebs?
Oh, Raxi is going to get the kill here.
It
Nice
should be a
taunt.
free one. This is Deathwalker hanging around too long, although Atarax is getting low. Votes in backup here. Don't forget, Vote will give a bit more sustain with those abilities
The
too.
slow.
And Deathwalker's bludgeon will bring him down. And Millsy can only watch as his teammate falls. There's nothing worse as a support, but he still is going because he's got Prime and Twig on the way, and Deathwalker can get baited again.
Even if I don't know, he's level 14. Deathwalker's just
mean-
going to crush him, Beelzy.
He is at a lower mana, I should say. I mean, he's still got Death's Toll, so he can sustain up
The
those
mana's a
minions.
big deal, yeah.
And that's actually quite important. But 10-3, that team fight overall ends up going 4-1, I believe, in the standings for Rival, based off the continuation of the fight after the Gold Fury went down anyway.
Playing against the Morrigan requires so many new thought processes.
Oh, yeah.
When you're playing against a team, not just the Geb, but the support has Cataclysm, Wrath of Terra, whatever the support setup man ultimate is, right? When you're playing that as a player in the mindset on the battlefield, all right, the Geb ult is down. You know the major disruption is gone in your mind. Wolfie can do it again. Obey Alliance, listen, this is me playing off the cuff, and my apologies if I have this incorrect. I don't think Obey expected the second kata.
Well, I don't know. I don't think anyone really would. Who would expect a second kata?
You're so
You'd expect
conditioned as a player,
to
it
expect more
happened,
damage.
it's over.
But also, you'd expect a Morrigan to potentially turn into more damage,
Exactly.
not survivability. And Captain Twig has no survivability. Vote just deleted him with the snipe at the end of that. Ice and Wolfie on zone and duty, and you can see Wolfie has his ultimate available again. Keep an eye on who the heck he's going to turn into next, because it's going to be a bit of a rodeo there. But Rival, get the Portal Demon 2, pick up Twig, and look to pressure mid.
Here comes Collis looking for the rollout, decides not to opt for the aggressive play, and Wolfie has been such a fantastic mid laner to watch.
I think Wolfie's been in his stride for a while. He's like a mini Pretty Prime. And this is going to sound really mean, right? Wolfie, you're going to know this too. Your budget Pretty Prime. Because he basically plays the same God pool the whole time. Ataraxia, though, is not happy about how this game's going. So he's going to all-in Vote with the support of Athena. But guess what? Vote's got an Athena of his own.
That's what I was going to mention. This is what I was going to mention about Wolfie. Wolfie is a solo laner's mid laner. Okay, you mentioned you call him kind of mini Pretty Prime because he has those plays, but I feel like Wolfie has recently become more. Deathwalker's the star now, and Wolfie is saying, "All right, you know what? I'll play the Isis. I'll be that sort of Swiss Army knife that our team needs." Watching him play the Morrigan, you know who he's turned into today? Robin, Geb, and Athena.
I mean, me calling him budget Prime, I don't think that's offensive at all, because Prime's an amazing player.
I feel you, yeah.
Called a version of Prime, that's great. The God pools are similar, and I think the one thing I want to mention about Morrigan specifically is this God's been out since January. And as time goes on, I knew this God would take a long time for people to really learn, get control of, but eventually...
And we're still not there.
And we're in June. We're in June, and this God came out in January, right? And it's June now. We see Zeros and Prime have pretty much got it on lockdown. Wolfie's joining the fray. Everyone's starting to catch up with this, and I don't think it'll be like August until we see the best game of Morrigan we've ever seen, but we're getting there.
It's just one of these fun things in games that break the rules. It breaks the rules of the game. There's only supposed to be one Geb ultimate. and then all of a sudden there are 2, right? And
Yep.
that, like I said, you're so conditioned as a
2 Eagles
player
rallies.
to expect a certain amount of stuff. When you get hit with 2 Circuit ultimates or 2 damage ultimates, there's 1,000 carries on a battlefield at once. But when there's that one disrupting force,
Yep.
and it becomes 2, that breaks all the condition you've learned over the years.
Fair No Evil is the craziest thing to see in a fight. When you get hit by one Fair No Evil and then another one, you're like, wait a second, he's hacking. And you're like, oh, wait, there was a Morrigan. Damn it. Red buff being taken here by Rival. Going to be given over to Vote on the ability-based Hunter. Who went, for you guys at home, Transcendence into Chins, no shifters, although maybe... What? You're pulling a face about it.
I
You don't like it?
like that play at all.
Why not?
They are 2 different schools of thought. 2 completely different schools of thought. Transcendence does not help Chinsai. Chinsai helps Transcendence very little. Transcendence is built with extra power, with abilities in mind, and the Chinsai does more damage based off of more basic attacks you're dishing out. These 2 items do not agree with each other.
But it does it 50-50 his playstyle then? So he's not just ability-based Hunter now, he's also an auto-attack Hunter. He's making the trade there, maybe?
I would have rather seen a raw attack speed item give me
Sure.
the Executioner or something to lead into the Chins. What I think was I don't know, man. It's not a build that agrees with itself.
Gotcha. And he's kind of splitting the difference of what your build
Yeah.
should be. Callus setting things up on this left-hand side for Rival. Now you can see a Millsy and Ataraxia having to be very respectful as Tier 1 tower on the right did fall down. We saw Rival take that one. And now Deathwalker's making this rotation. It looks like Rival want to play the tower game here.
Yeah, Wolfie's here tossing out some mage abilities, and the tower is going to stand because 4 players
and a
from Obey
teleport.
going to play defense over here.
Big teleport coming out from Maniac there very early. The Gold Fury is available, though, so it's not the worst decision in the world, especially with his tower being down and he's just evened up that wave on the right-hand side. It will force Deathwalker to maybe make a decision here, but he hasn't got teleport either, so we could see the dance of the solo lanes a little while on this left-hand side of the map.
Yeah, Deathwalker came right up to the Gold Fury, testing for wards. Right now, Ice Ice Baby doesn't need wards to see Captain Twig.
But Wolfie's in trouble because Maniac's on him. He's forced to turn into Athena, taunting onto Twig. Twig taking a lot of damage, and Twig will return with the ultimate. Time in the sky as Baby goes to the back, but here comes Prime.
Not going to hit anybody. Ice Ice Baby finds the flip kick, but a little bit too early. Nice knock-up from Prime, and while Maniac will greet Ice Ice Baby on the back end, doesn't have enough damage to put him in the ground.
And everybody's going to be able to limp away. Nobody has died in this fight. Ice Ice Baby, a couple of hits. Wolfie's a couple of hits, but a Millsy's taunt only hits Callus. And Callus will live as the Jingu Bang from Maniac misses. Obey with an advantage, though. They can head to the Gold Fury here, I feel.
Exactly. Obey chasing that far, whether or not they get the kill is irrelevant. They're looking to bring the HP bars down as low as possible so that they can get this Gold Fury, hopefully, before Obey is healthy enough to fight into it.
Well, this will be an even game if they do get this Gold Fury because the lead isn't that big right now. Callus does not have his ult, neither does Vote. So it's all about zone duty from Obey. In they go. Gold Fury goes to Rival. Vote stolen away, and Obey will not be happy about that. They'll be looking back at that replay going, what went wrong? How did they get in there?
They got in there because Vote used his beads at the proper time and understood the exact timing of training exercise. That's another bonus that you have playing an oddball god. The fact that the one is going to blow up exactly when he planned it. The enemy, oh man, couldn't drag the objective out of there in time.
Well, I'm looking at Vote's build after he stole that Gold Fury too. He went straight back to base and picked up the Crusher. Looking a little bit more happy about that one after.
Yes, the Crusher. Now this build,
It's making sense now.
You were talking about the Chinsai splitting the difference. Chinsai by itself is, especially on a character that lacks a steroid, is not an efficient delivery system. You add a little bit of attack speed, 15% on the Crusher. Now the Crusher is the bridge item, enabling both to work. I see it. I'm starting to like it.
Paul Demon getting low. In comes Maniac looking for the steal, but the Ox is too late. And now the Ox could be in trouble. He has to ult early on. Worried about the knockup coming out from Callus there. Free pick for Rival. 11-3. Paul Demon their way.
Oh, look at Maniac. No, I'm just kidding. I wasn't confused. I did that once, though.
I've done it. We all do it, man. Those clones, man, they're OP. Even Morrigan does it to me where I'm like, Callus blink ulties. Callus ult. Wait, that's not Callus. That's
Yeah.
another Geb. You just get so used to saying the player name and not the god name. You can slip down that hole sometimes.
Yeah, I do a little bit of both, which is what we're seeing out of that Chiron build. Little bit of both.
Little bit of everything. Meanwhile, Ataraxia's build, he's normally the more creative one, or the extreme one, as some people like to call it. Shifters into, oddly enough, Odysseus bow.
40% attack speed, just looking to swing for the fences. I mean, you have a lot of power built in with that Mark of the Golden Crow. A lot of the penetration built in with that Mark of the Golden Crow. So You got
Not so
some
sure about-
options.
I mean, it helps with wave clear, I guess, to hold your ricochet.
Sure.
And I guess it's a lot more damage in team fights because you're just going to be able to electrify a little bit more and bounce those shots off. But now he's gone to Executioner too, so a bit more penetration in this build. As you said, like he only had it on Mark of the Crow at first, but he'll start swinging a little bit more now. Very, very unique builds from the two Hunters, I'll say. I'm not sure if I'm clean with either of them right now.
I actually I don't mind either of them, to be honest with you. I think the Crusher kind of
terrible.
brings everything back into it. I would have preferred to see the Crusher earlier than the Chinsai. And normally what I say here is, well, you know, clearly was going for the other, but it's in a different tree.
Sure.
Usually we see them go for Executioner, and I backed and had a zillion gold. So I went Chins, why not? But he specifically went Chins before the Crusher. But we're mincing hairs here. At the end of the day, the full build, looking at these 4 items, I approve. I
Firegiant
like.
already down to half health. Maniac first one in, and Callus will bop him in the face, and Cataclysm early on. They're going to invest into Maniac here if they can, but the Sun Cloud is available, but he doesn't use it just yet. Just Obey will fall back and force Rival to reset the Fire Giant, so the regeneration starts up.
Yeah, it's a little premature there. I don't think you can really go for Fire Giant with Obey 5 men up. I know Team Rival have a little bit of a lead here. Talk about 8K or so.
And that
6K.
6 to 8K is quite a lot though, right?
Even still, it's not something you can't just fight into Obey with a 6K lead.
It looks like Rival still want to fight though. They're trying to bait Obey in a little bit more if they can do. Just hanging around this Fire Giant a little bit more. Obey not really taking the bait, however. They're just busy off farming. Red buff already taken down. A Millsy Prime around here with Maniac. They feel comfortable, but maybe they're a little bit too comfortable because this gap's opening up a little bit more for the Fire Giant to be started again.
A little bit, but this is a perfect spot. This is the 6K deficit you want to be at if you're Obey. The ultimate's coming down from Wolfie. Oh, I see what he did. He dropped the Suns to make Obey think that it's a full commit, but it's just Wolfie's Suns.
Well, I don't know, because Wolfie's Sons are now down, and Wolfie gets slashed on by Twig, and Twig will take not Wolfie to the sky, but the other damage dealer in Vote. The Vulcan ult came in, but the Aegis was good. Vote's still in trouble at the back, trying to get away from Maniac. Meanwhile, the fight's still going on the other side.
Team Rival put this play into
The
motion
peel.
themselves. I don't think it was a good
peel.
idea, but Vote, beautiful play by the
peel.
support. Collis coming through in the clutch.
Pretty Prime will pick up Deathwalker as that fight goes down, so it was only solo for solo in the whole exchange. But my God, I think the call from Vote was like, hey, guys, I've taken all this, and
Yeah.
I kind of need help now. And kind of like, oh, really? Well, let me give you a hand.
Wolfie dropped those Suns so early. The Fire Giant was at 90+%. That was the bait. Obey took the bait. I don't think Team Rival were in as advantageous a position as they thought.
Do you know what? I don't think it was a bait. I actually think the call may
Drop
have been.
the ult at 100%?
Well, I thought they were going to potentially double drop damage and just get as much damage out as possible. on
There's
it.
no other ultimate like that
But
on the side.
I think it was
Vote
really
still
early.
doesn't
I
do
don't.
that.
I can't see it as a bait. That's the thing. Maybe it was just like he turned early. There wasn't a fight, so he was like, "Well, I might as well just use it here."
Here's the thing. I'm calling
I
it a
know.
bait because it was either a bait or just a
terrible
misclick
play.
or an awful play.
I'm sure we'll find out at some point.
That's
Maybe
like that. I'm
maybe-
here trying to find the thought
The nice-
process.
the niceness.
Not even the nice.
Yeah.
Because these are high level players.
Sure.
You don't do things just because I felt like it.
I
So the thought it had to have been a bait.
hang on a second. I know a lot of these pro players, okay, and most of them will actually respond with, "I just felt like it."
That's completely and utterly fair.
So, like, I wouldn't be surprised if Wolfie comes out and goes, "You know what? I clicked on Hou-Yi early.
Yeah.
No one was in range. I was about to come out my ult anyway," because he did just at the end of that, if you saw. So maybe
Well, so
something's come down.
that's a mistake.
Sure.
I'm down for mistake. I'm not down for, I just felt like making it rain.
Sure, that's true indeed. Gold Fury, though, is available, and Fire Giant still stands, but with the Gold Fury respawning, attention turns there from Rival once again. After getting this last two, the last one they stole, just mind you, it's now giving them the lead where their zone duty is a lot better than that Obey put on earlier on.
That Gold Fury should not have gone that easy. Captain Twig understands that,
And he's
trying to
angry.
stop it, but Team Rival got that way too easy. The situation before at the Fire Giant, that was a big deal. It was a 6,000 gold lead, and I started to talk about why it wasn't that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Everybody on Obey, you had 50 stacks on the Doom Orb, you have the Executioner finished on the Hunter. The 6,000 difference in between Obey and Rival, the key items on Obey were already there. So that 6,000 gold at this point was a lot different. That's why Obey could fight into that team fight relatively easily. Rival kind of overestimated their 6,000 because at that moment, it wasn't that much of a big deal.
And now you can see that lead now 7,000, 6,000 experience in favor of Rival. Especially after game one, this is so much better from Rival. It was 10-minute surrender that Obey trounced them, is basically the only way you can really put it. But this game is a different story. It's Obey on the back foot, who, let's be fair to Obey, they're fighting back in very well, but Rival had not really given up much.
Oh, not at all. I mean, Obey are a top-end team. We obviously know that. And so Rival have just been a really steady force here trying to defend what they've been able to get. And with cheeky plays like that Gold Fury, that's what's going to allow them to find the W.
Win or lose here for Rival. This is a good game to tell them how to deal with it. More experienced teams, you know. Oh, Portal Demon stolen. Maniac gets in, strips it away with a Jingu Bang. Rival are just standing there in a circle going, all right, who messed up?
That has to happen. But Team Rival make that play because conditioning your opponent's a big deal, whether it's positive or negative. Obey told Rival, we're going to let you get objectives without coming through. We're just going to let this happen.
Split push, support Athena. Talk to me about this. I love it.
Really?
It just draws somebody over for the sake of it. You're a support anyway. What are you going to do? Kill me? I'm Athena.
Here's the deal. Here's the big deal, though. Watch this. Athena going to join the fight on the right-hand side. Bellona, she can do the same thing because of the teleport. Wonderful play, but how's it going to pan out?
Well, the padding is not working out well as Callus will juke out the ultimate just in time. He was in a danger spot. Wolfie too, but he's going to stealth away. Maniac can't find the Jingu Bang who's after, and once Deathwalker turns up, Obey have to fall back. So in the end, it's a washed fight.
Yeah, the plan from Emilzy was the same as the plan from Deathwalker. Okay, you're going to distract me on the other side of the fence. I'll go over there too. Whoa. We'll both teleport there. I'll see you later.
I'll tell you what, I have a feeling Obey were thinking about going through that portal. Emilzy and Ataraxi were kind of lined up to go through it, and then the portal closed. And I think that was wise that the portal closed because Deathwalker and Vote were both waiting on the other side in a good position.
Now you're giving credit where it's not due. Wise that the portal closed? Lucky.
I said it was lucky. I said it was lucky. I said, I'll tell you what, lucky that portal closed, I think.
I thought you said it was wise.
No, I didn't say it was good decision, Portal Demon closing, to stay on Obey's side after having the portal do it.
Great job, buddy.
Ice Ice Baby going to meet Emilzy. Emilzy, as I said a bit earlier on, is tanky, but I love the distractions Obey are trying to cause here. They're trying to just like get their way back into it by getting some objectives like the tier 2 without being punished too heavily by things like this Fire Giant.
Even still, Team Rival certainly winning in the objective field. 3 Gold Furies, and the Portal Demon stolen away. Once Emilzy in trouble.
CC chain is good, but not good enough to pick up the support. And now that was 2 ultimates invested, make that 3. But can Obey turn that around, knowing their support is dead?
Now the team fight split up. Wolfie below to ult on 3 players left side. Maniac being chased out by the jungler. Blink over the wall from Callus.
And it was good from Callus, but there's no further follow-up because meanwhile on the right-hand side, Baby and Maniac still fighting away. Good damage over the wall, though, from that training exercise damage coming out from Vote. Same skillful shot.
I prefer that play from Callus. This team's looking for the disengage. Whether his team knew it or not, Callus was looking for the disengage. Respect the call, the support. That was I like that call. That's a nice one.
Solid game from the dual lane of Rival here. 3-0 and 3 and 1-0 and 9 respectively for the support and Hunter from Rival, who, let's be fair, they're 2 names that generally get overlooked a lot on this squad.
Yeah, that's very true. There's a lot of different star power on the side of Rival, which was kind of a base scenario, right? There's a lot of star power here. But Ataraxia, our guy, our Hunter, look at his build. So the Shifter Shield is just mid-game power. But this is what I mean when I'm talking about you need items to support your Chinsai. 40% attack speed on the Odysseus bow. Additional attack speed on the Executioner. So now when your Chinsai is chipping away at the opponent's HP per shot, you're shooting more shots.
And never at any point to go into crit against a Geb. But not just 1 Geb, but potentially 2 at moments, which we've seen out of Wolfie. Meanwhile, though, Fire Giant Obey get a chance to actually get some ward pressure here as Rival floated towards the mid lane to pressure there instead. Gets answered back immediately, but the main news is Maniac got some deep wards down near the fire.
Team Rival across the way, grouping up as 5 in the mid lane.
Can they commit under the tower here with the blink engage from Callus again, do you reckon? Is that a possibility?
Can they? Absolutely.
I mean, they can. Is it worthwhile? That's a better question.
That is a better question.
You don't know.
It's very curious, and that's exactly what Team Rival is sort of
breaking
down right now.
Try to keep him in combat, so is Maniac keeping Callus at bay. Meanwhile, that forces Deathwalker to commit for a second, buying a window for Callus, but once again, Maniac's going to get hit by the Tiger onto Callus to keep him in combat.
And this was the wonderful play. You and I were sitting here kind of waffling over if Captain Twig was going to miss the ult and call the team fight.
But it wasn't a Deathwalker, which I don't know if it's the correct target overall, but it looked like that's the target Obey were happy to take at the moment. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen Twig commit. In the end, Rival disengage.
So you and I sat here waffling over, is this a good idea to really jump on the tower?
Yeah.
every second, and Team Rival were doing the same, every second that they spend thinking about it, Obey's throwing a ring, tossing a meatball, and because Team Rival sat there for too long, they just have to retreat because Obey poked them out.
Do you reckon that's actually went Audibo to deal with some of these blink engages? Because once you're in combat, you can't blink. It's a very, very, like, it's really out there to do that all for one item, but it could have been one of the extra reasons why he picked this up.
If it wasn't Nate, if it wasn't Ataraxia, I'd say
no.
yes.
Right.
But the Odysseus bow is just one of his items these days.
He's gonna
he
go to.
loves the attack speed from it, and for good reason. Especially on Ho Yi, a character that has relatively low attack speed.
Very true, indeed. Well, Athena's going to go back to the left-hand side in the dual lane and look to split push. This time round, though, he will be met by potentially 2 as Ice Ice Baby's going to come round. He shouldn't die here unless he makes a couple of mistakes. The dash is now down. He could always ult away if he really feels threatened. And Obey recognizing Ice Ice Baby's on this side of the map with no teleport. And Millsy's trying to buy time to set Obey up at the portal demon.
That's the biggest difference. Obey get the portal demon here. Obey could not find it. Emilzy, or Obey could find it because of the Emilzy
Eagles
play.
rally on 3 from Deathwalker. Wolfie stuns him in place 2. The Suns cause a lot of problems from Obey, but my God, are they tanky.
Team Rival did that right the first time. They sent DW over with the teleport. This time they send Ice Ice, who does not have it. They lose the objective, but the team fights a different story.
Cataclysm twice come out from Carlos there. The snipes from Vote are good and causing issues for Emilzy and Prime. Meanwhile, in the sky, you saw Twig trying to cause a bit of disruption onto Wolfie.
Frenzy.
Wolfie's still alive. The ring toss isn't good enough. And in the end, Wolfie says, you know what? I am Bologna too. And I think that ultimate from the Ho Yi Sons was exactly the same one as that Bologna roll. I'm just saying, because he could have saved that.
You're running out of the...
He could have saved that for going to the fire jam for the team.
So the Suns, oops, I made a mistake.
We might not be out of this fight yet. Ice Ice Baby and the portal demon going Obey's way means that Ice Ice is in trouble, but it was Prime who may be in trouble himself. Scratch that, it's Maniac who was trying to wrap around the back and support his mid laner. The monkey madness is over now. Deathwalker gets Maniac's life.
Oops, I made a mistake. That's exactly what Maniac's saying. Walking through the portal now. He's the tankiest character. If anybody's going to walk through the portal, it has to be him. But Obey Alliance, tough stuff here. Fire Giant down to 10%. Emilzy's the only one available. Looking for the throw. Can't find it. Fire Giant goes the way of Obey.
Obey stole the Fire Giant away. How did Prime manage to get the kill on the Fire Giant? Rival, though, will make sure Millsy's in trouble. He has no ultimate available to escape this one. Obey get the Fire Giant off just the Prime.
Was it the reach?
No, it's Prime. Pretty Prime got the Fire Giant.
I thought he got it off the throw. I called it off of the throw.
Listen, the dream is that it's always the support that gets it. God, I missed those support steal days. So, Fire Giant being down and only Prime having it kind of slows down Rival for a minute. They still have a substantial lead in this game, though, and overall control of this game, but it bought Obey a couple more minutes, I feel.
That's the ideal stop. Team Rival had control. Obey brings the game to a standstill with the steal of the Fire Giant. Fantastic play by Emilzy's dragging everybody's attention onto him. Pretty Prime, as you said, tosses it over the wall, gets the steal right, just like that. I mean, that was just strong team play, understanding the objective, a little bit of luck, and a lot of bit of planning.
And it's worked out well so far then for Obey to stay in this game, because Rival have pretty much ran this game for the most part. They've made the correct decisions. They tried to exploit their lead early on and gathered that lead over time. Plus adding one Gold Fury steal, I'd say there's been a couple of mistakes at objectives today. I will say that both these EU teams will not be happy about.
I mean, that one is just strong stuff from Obey. You're going to zone out the Athena while she steals it with her reach.
Yep.
You didn't see the Vulcan. I guess that's the mistake there, but...
Keep eyes on. That's kind of your job. Keep eyes on your prizes,
True.
especially the ones that could steal it. And Athena's a little bit less likely to steal it than a Vulcan. Tier 1 on the left-hand side goes the way of Rival, and the Tier 2 now to be looked at. All Tier 2 still standing for Obey. And after the last couple of fights, I can see why they're happy to try and defend her.
Well, exactly. Obey, they have a Fire Giant. They're totally ready to stand still at a Tier 2 tower. They're down a little bit of gold, 8,000. As the game gets later and later, that gold matters less and less.
On Deathwalkers. Maniac goes to the backline to compete against 3, but Maniac gets a lot more damage than he expected to. He's forced to his cloud early. Now look at Callis. He just walked up and Cataclysm's 3 gets 2 sets of beads. As meanwhile, Maniac was still trying to regen. Twig goes in again, as does Ice Ice Baby at the same time. The Vulcan ult is timed not to perfection this time. That was overcooked, and the fight still still rages on.
Too soon, Executus, and Team Rival punishes for it. Vote kicks out Captain Twig. Down come the Suns, and that's going to keep Team Rival off of the tower,
Not for long.
off of the players, not off of the tower.
Tier 2 falls down, so Rival get what they came for. They wanted the objectives, and they get just that. Only one kill in the fight, which was Twig. I think Maniac needs to probably revisit his options now, because I think that was the turning point. He was like, okay, I'm at that point now where they are making me squishy.
Sure. I mean, that's a successful play if Pretty Prawn lines that up.
True.
That gets lined up 9 times out of 10, right?
Yeah.
Even the best players miss free throws, which is essentially what that setup is. It's a free kill. Obey dropped that, unfortunately.
Really? You think he should, I guess at the highest level of play, it should be a free throw?
Yes.
I think it was a 3-pointer more than Alpha than
Najah,
It's a bit trickier.
Najah ult into a Vulcan ult.
Time above to perfection can be a bit tricky in a team fight. A lot of abilities going off and hearing the element noise. Because you go off sound. A lot of these players will go off the sound.
Pretty Prime's quintessential character
True.
is Vulcan.
True.
Captain Twig's you know how many hours of how many times have they done that combo?
You're right. You're right.
I bet you when bring him to land, blindfold, not the Najah, blindfold the Vulcan, he still hits the shot.
If he's got sound.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's what I'm saying, like, in that team fight, there was a lot of sound in that team fight, which means he may have been thrown off by a...
Sure.
That's why I said it's a 3-pointer, not for a free throw. Look at me talking basketball like I know what I'm doing.
Let's settle on a layup.
Going for... I don't even know what one of those is. Oh, I did. LeBron did one to himself. Left hand...
No.
Portal Demon... He did. I saw it. Portal Demon going to go the way of Rival here, so once again, they're going to control the Fire Giant option. But Fire Giant's not going to be available for another minute's time just yet, so Obey have time to wait this Portal Demon out and get themselves back in position.
What did the Hindu man say when he messed up the basketball terminology?
I don't know.
Alley-oops?
Alley-oops. Did I say alley-oop? Did I say alley-oop? Oh, well.
No, you didn't.
Oh, I said layup.
LeBron alley-ooped himself.
Right, I thought it was a layup for himself, but it was an alley-oop. Oh, well. To
Oh,
be fair,
man.
if that's the worst thing I ever say at broadcast, that's not too bad. I don't know the sport that well.
I mean, it's not like you said LeBron, Stone Cold,
He
Steve
got a home
LeBron.
run. He got a home run. I could have said that. But yeah, I could have brought up Steve Harvey. The most dangerous.
Hey, you know what? Shouts to us though. The Score Esports actually picked that up in their
did they?
their weekly, like they do a weekly esports podcast
Yeah.
of like they 2 minutes of fails, right? They had some funny stuff from the Dota stage where like some guy tapped the other guy on the shoulder, and they had you and Taco with the Stone Cold Steve Harvey, and they're sitting there like, oh no, are they serious? They fast forward to the end where you call
Right.
because Steve Harvey said so.
Okay.
It was great.
I've not watched that yet. I'll have to have a look. But they should just tune in every week with our broadcasters. You never know what you're going to get. Fire Giant started up by Rival now. 38 minutes, 41 seconds on the clock. 3 members of Rival
Look
on
at the
zone
zone.
duty here, trying to slow it down. Fire Giant is going to be forced in the second. Eagles rally, Cataclysm combo, Vulcan ult in response.
Wolfie
Only
Eagles
damage-
rally on the left-hand side.
And that worked out well for him, but Ataraxia is under pressure. He's forced out to the left. The damage from Vote is insane right now. The penetration build he's put on is causing so many problems from Obey, as now Ice Ice is looking towards Twig.
Obey played that so intelligently. Team Rival create this giant area of plus protections thanks to the double Bologna ultimate, and Obey just eject so hard.
Round
Wonderful
two.
play.
Fire Giant at half health, and Millsy, Twig, first one's in. Callus will meet them and only knock up Twig. And
Not
Millsy's
again.
trying to get vision on, but they won't get vision in time. Rival will not have it taken.
Just very well done by Team Rival. I know I applauded Obey for backing out of that fight. Now, that's the right play, but it was just they played into Rival's hand. Rival put down the protection field, this Venn diagram of you shall not walk here. Obey walk away, and because Obey had to leave, Team Rival pick up the Fire Giant because there's no way that Obey can come back into it. They get double zoned. Team Rival take down the Fire Giant, leading this game by 10,000. What a nice sequence.
This build from Vote is just going to be so intrigued now with how it's going because his damage has gone through the roof. Obviously, with the build that we saw, he started off with Trans into boots, chins, crusher, and then he's gone all the way back to Odysseus bow as his final item to finish off this build to give him that attack speed for the chins.
Well, so what it comes down to is ability-based hunters, if you generally look at who we call mid-game and who we call ability-based, there's a lot of overlap.
Sure.
And that's because your abilities have a cooldown.
They're going to cap out.
Exactly. Your abilities have a cooldown, and that's really where they cap out. They do a lot of damage, but you got to wait 8 seconds for another one, right?
Yep.
So that really maintains game's control in the mid game. Late game, it's all about these basics. I hit you 5 times, you fall over. That's why we see late game the Odibo come out, and that's why we see late game Chiron skyrocket to the top of the PD.
Well, let's see if Rival can continue this momentum they have here. 40 minutes in, 18-4. Last couple of teammates haven't resulted in a whole lot of kills because both have done very good job of surviving, if anything else. The damages have been pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of defensive prowess on both of these sides. Collis and Emilzy obviously going to do a lot of peeling for their team. Wolfie, in addition, helping out Team Rival with extra whatever they need. So
this is working out well for Obey, though, because they've got a couple of things on cooldown right now in terms of their relics. Two sets of beads, I should say, are on cooldown, which are very important. Mainly Pretty Prime has both his relics down right now. Rival waiting this out a little bit longer than they probably should. If they recognize this, they would have committed by now.
Exactly. Rival probably are unsure of those cooldowns, I would say. In the middle of a team fight, it's a little bit difficult to really nail that one. But really what it comes down to is they know that they have the upper hand in this fight. And with or without relics, I think they can take the fight.
Well, they see Callis rolling. He is still hitting. Deathwalker's tanking up the Phoenix, however, as the minions are slowly coming in. Eagles rally. Juked out by Ataraxi with a leap. Frenzy is popped. That means go for Rival's point of view, but they have to fall back because of the suns from Ataraxia. Vote will take out Twig as Twig was running towards him to pick up the kill. Won't find it. Maniac, meanwhile, has already used the Monkey Cloud, and now he'll have to use the Fountain too.
Vote Wolfie Ice Ice Baby. 1 kill, 1 kill, 1 kill. Vote turns his into 2. That's the deicide. That's the game. Team Rival answer with the split.
I'll be honest, after I expected to see a very close set between these two today. I did not expect the results to be that one-sided for both teams, in my opinion. Obey didn't really get things going in game 2. Game 1, Obey got everything going and Rival didn't. So,
yeah, I mean, technically the set was close.
Yeah, the set was close and it went probably as many people may have expected.
I will say one thing, though. The Obey was not nearly as shut out as Team Rival was in game number 1.
Agreed.
Obviously. But really what it came down to was everything aligned in that first game. I don't think that that's representative of the skills of, honestly, either team. I don't think Obey can play the perfect chess match every single time,
Sure.
and Rival certainly aren't falling down every time.
Well, that worked out very, very well for both those two overall. Back at that set, what was your favorite moments? Anything in particular?
Honestly, the moment when we saw the double Geb ultimate that just blew Obey's mind,
Yep.
that really blew up a team fight. I really love that moment. I think that was my favorite.
That worked out well. Obviously, in that set, we had for great plays coming out from multiple members of Rival. Wolfie in the mid lane, obviously Vote too. Can't forget Vote, Deathwalker, and Ice Ice Baby. Worked out very well for all of them. So overall, split, how does that do to them in the standings? Is it just keeping me pretty even?
Yeah, we're going to see pretty much the same thing, but I want to go back into the game here. It's the team synergy that really does Team Rival well for me here, is that there was no star of that game. Deathwalker is sort of the star player of this team,
Sure.
but in-game, he assimilates with the rest of the unit. He plays his role, and you mentioned 4 players right there, right? I mean, Vote's the hunter. He's the one that's going to come up with the kills at the end of the game.
Yeah.
But it was just a fantastic team win.
And on a Chiron too. I mean, it's very, very tricky to actually expect to see a Chiron perform this well. We've not seen him for a while. He's been out of the meta. All of a sudden, Vote just brings him out. It was Ataraxia, the last person to attempt to make Chiron back in the meta again. Had some success, but not to the level that Vote has really shown in this set.
Yeah, I mean, Chiron has a little bit of everything. He's got some sustain. He's got some of this. He's got some of that. You know, he can do a lot of things. So
I was saying you were crazy. That's what I was doing. I got confused. With that, though, that's the end of set 1. We've still got 3 more sets to bring you today. We'll be back right after this break.
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready to move on this Thursday day of the SPL, and we're getting into the NA side of things here in set number 2. We've got Trifecta, formerly known as In Memory of Gabe, up against Team AI. I'm Aggro, joined by Anatoly. And Toly, Team AI, they still have these new pieces they're trying to get put together, but they really need to get these points now if they want to make sure they can make DreamHack.
Considering we're in week number 4 here, Ryan, this is the time. This is now do or die for both of these teams, honestly. AI with Chapo now and Xenotronics on their team, and then the new organization here, Trifecta, they need to find their identity as well here and secure some key clutch victories.
Yeah, I mean, during the spring split, in memory of Gabe, they were there, they were a strong team, but they were still trying to find their way to the top tier, and then they kind of put themselves down a little bit, not necessarily just because of switching out Walrus for Kiki in terms of player skill, but anytime you've got a new player, especially the type of player that Kiki is, it takes a little bit of time to get acclimated to that kind of player on your team.
Absolutely. Kiki and Walrus are two completely different soul laners between what gods they like to play on the battlefield, between what they like to build on those gods specifically that they do share. So it's a different style, but Kiki's been filling that role quite cleanly thus far, and so far so good for Trifecta. They're coming really close to that top 3 in North America.
Yeah, all these teams are definitely North America very close, especially in that middle of the pack. You know, these teams are like, yeah, they're really good, but they struggled in this set or this set. Now with Noble starting to rise up too, that means that it's even tighter in there for all of North America. And remember, only top 3 going to DreamHack.
That's true. This is why this is such a key set here for Trifecta. AI, they don't have that many points compared to Trifecta right now, but it's still important for them to try to grind it out here because they could still potentially hit that tied for 3rd place if they win out.
That's true. We're getting ready for picks and bans here. Game number 1, ready to come at you between Trifecta and Team AI. It's going to be Team AI in that first position. They've been, as we mentioned, with 2 new players. Adding 1 new player, you expect a team to kind of stay the same. Adding 2 new players, that can change your entire play style.
Now, normally, whenever you switch a Hunter for Zap for Xenotronics, that's not the biggest thing in the world. You could still just AFK farm and chill, but whenever you switch a jungler here to go from DJ Pernicus to El Chapo, that's a huge stylistic change as well for a whole roster.
Absolutely, and not only that, but like you mentioned, ADCs usually don't do a lot of shot calling, but Zap's been around so long that you assume that he was doing a little bit of that. You're changing out your jungler, who's usually a big part of that shot calling component. So you've got a whole new team dynamic there for Team AI that they've got to work with. They immediately ban away the Soul from Trifecta, while Trifecta, they ban away Osiris. Nemesis going to be the 2nd ban for AI.
Not really surprising to see Osiris off the table, but really surprising to see Soul very early on here against Trifecta. A god that could flex between that mid and that Hunter position for Trifecta. You're looking at really Haro in there in that mid lane that could potentially look to play that god.
Yeah, and Snoopy's played it a lot as well in the Hunter role. One of the only Hunters that still picks up the Soul. Most mid laners have kind of locked her down for themselves. Now AI have their first pick available. Susano was the 2nd ban by Trifecta. That leaves open the Circuit. Chapo gonna lock it in.
Chapo likes to play very aggressive here, and without Susano, he has a few options, but Circuit is a great one, especially if he wants to pair up with Divios in that early laning phase and trying to find some really early kills on that solo lane, maybe onto Kiki. But this Morrigan pick already from Trifecta leads me to believe that's going to Kiki already.
Yeah, I agree with you. Kiki, like you mentioned, it just has this eclectic god pool. You never know exactly what he's going to pull out. And he loves the Morrigan, and why wouldn't he? He's played almost every role at a competitive level. And that's exactly what the Morrigan wants you to do, is be able to use any god in your arsenal. Geb being hovered and locked in now for Ionic in that support role, and we saw just how potent this double Geb could be last time around for Rival.
Yeah, we saw it the last set. That was pretty nasty, actually, coming out of Deathwalker. But either way here, I doubt that's going to be the idea here coming out of Kiki. I doubt he's going to be playing that Geb, but either way, still a good idea sometimes if you need those defensive options for the Morrigan to switch into this defensive utility style support. There was a set earlier on last week where we saw a lot of Morrigan shifts into Terra for a lot of these engages, which really worked out to provide that extra cooldown reduction in that ultimate.
Well, now Kiki or whoever playing as the Morrigan on the side of Trifecta is going to have that option once more. Terra, the pick here for Team AI. Could be for Aurora or Divios, but as you mentioned, with the Circuit, wouldn't be surprised to see Divios go for a more aggressive option. Xenotronics going to lock in the Kurnos.
Divios has played a lot of Warriors and Guardians, but honestly, he has more success playing the Warriors, so I really want to see him stick to that style. He really prefers to go for the Hercules. He'll opt for the tier every now and then if he can get Odin, not this season, but I know that's one of his sleeper picks, and I wouldn't be surprised if eventually Team AI starts bringing that one out.
Well, Trifecta going to lock in Naja there for Cynosure in the jungle. I can tell you from experience, Cynosure very experienced on this Naja. Saw it a lot whenever he was on the console. Not so much since coming back over to PC, but you know he's got the hours in on that character, and Trifecta immediately assume that Terra is going to be going to Aurora in that support role and banning away that Bellona.
I mean, you're just covering your options, obviously. You don't
Sure.
want to be dealing with a Bellona in general if you can avoid it. Still, despite the Dust Toll nerf, Bellona does a lot of damage. You don't really want to deal with it. Can still clear the wave relatively safely. And despite not having the same amount of sustain on the Dust Toll with the AoE cleave from the hammer, you always still have the Scourge.
That's true. And, you know, even with the Bellona banned away, like you mentioned, Divio seems to prefer the Sun Wukongs and the Hercules anyways. I think that's why we see Team AI not necessarily going for that selection early on. And Trifecta, after banning away Osiris, we think locked in their solo with that Morrigan, but we'll have to wait and see. Bans from AI are Rom and Nike, so they don't think that Morrigan is necessarily in the solo lane. Could be in the mid lane for Whirlwind. And an Odin pick here for Trifecta. Why Odin into this roster?
Well, so far there's a Terra and a Kurnos. Two of these gods can't get out of that cage. Sarkhet, if she uses her ambush to get into the action, then she's not going to be able to get out. So you have to make sure you save that cooldown now, or rather defensively instead of engaging. And Hercules for Divius, like we mentioned, a great pick here because we saw a lot of action here from him. He's always looking for those clutch pulls and pushes every single time.
That Syllaban makes a lot more sense as once you see Trifecta lock in the Odin. That's the obvious way to get out of Odin cage, though. Nuwa ult will get the job done, like that pick for the best, but I think a reason we saw Trifecta pick Odin there was to dissuade Divios from going Hercules. Clearly not that worried about it because he locked it in anyways.
I mean, we saw what happened between, what was it, Omega versus Cyclone Spin way back in Season 2 when he just pushed the Odin into that Tier 2 tower, finding a very early kill. But what's more surprising than the Hercules into the Odin is this last pick, Apollo, a god that we really haven't seen at all in Season 4.
No, not really. I mean, the very beginning, everyone was saying, oh no, Apollo's crazy, he's so good, and we really haven't seen him. Getting ready to go into game here between Team AI and Trifecta. It is going to be Whirlwind on that Morrigan. We talked a lot about Kiki playing it, but Whirlwind, one of the original multi-role prodigies. You know, he can do it all in that mid lane. Came in as a sub for C9 into the Pro League some time ago, so you know that Whirlwind, kind of like Kiki, has the option to go for a lot of different styles of gods with that Morrigan. And as you mentioned, you'd think that this matchup is in Kiki's favor in that solo lane for the Odin versus Hercules, but we've seen it go the other way.
Well, honestly, you can also stop the bird bomb detonation damage with any form of CC, realistically. If you time the right frame correctly, you're able to disrupt the complete clear out of the Odin, and not only that, you can semi-clear the wave at the same time if you position it correctly.
Snoopy's hanging around the mid lane here, but
a lot of damage.
Just gonna head back. Yeah, Cynosure takes quite a bit, rooted in place from the best, but El Chapo couldn't quite step up there. On the left-hand side, look at where Kiki is right now. He's on the enemy purple buff, trying to steal that away. Has a teleport to get back to that right-hand side. Is only going to clear out the minis there. Did he get the minis from the red as well? Did he get both sides?
I
and then
didn't see if he
over?
got the red minis, but he definitely got the purple minis, assuming that AI didn't start off their back harpies on the left, and since those are still up, I'm assuming that AI just went straight for the red here. They're not level 2 quite yet, whereas Snoopy and Ionic, they got both of their red and purple, so this was a great self-sacrifice from Kiki to ensure that his dueling would have that slight edge in this first wave.
Yeah, Kiki must have gotten those minis because even after clearing the red and purple, the duo lane for Team AI still was only level 1. Xeno and Aurora not going to be too outpushed. I mean, Terra and Kurnos still have pretty solid push, but may not get in there in time to contest these oracles on the left-hand side. Whereas on the right, El Chapo and the best splitting up, trying to min-max that farm.
Very risky play, though, from Kiki, because going into a laning phase against a Hercules that obviously you're going to be potentially poked out, maybe pushed under your tower, and if without that teleport, you could get poked out to the point where you're going to miss away from having to back.
Uh-oh, Aurora and Xeno in a bit of trouble here. Sprint was popped by the side of Team AI just to get them out of danger, but still quite a bit of poke onto the new Hunter for Aurora in this duo lane. And something that we haven't really discussed, Aurora is one of those players that is an excellent player. You see him make incredible plays all the time, but to me, he seems like one of those guys that takes a little bit to get used to his play style. You know, it's not one of those guys that you can just put on any team and see immediate success, and wouldn't be surprised to see AI have some growing pains a little bit on that duo lane side until Xeno and Aurora really start to click.
Aurora has like a one-size-fit-all glove kind of deal, really trying to fit the right style. He has his own specific click, and once he gets comfortable with a specific player, then you can definitely see it. But up until that point, sometimes he'll not get nervous necessarily, but just feel a little bit uneasy at times. But with Xenotronics thus far, it's been looking relatively calm. They're not overstretching their boundaries. They're just keeping everything within limits.
Aurora is one of those guys, I mean, you could say this about literally every player, and I preach it quite a bit, where you don't want to hesitate whenever it comes to what plays you want to make. You want to be confident and not think twice. As Ionic not thinking twice about blinking in onto Xeno. It's going to beads away the slow coming out of Ionic's rollout. The dash was down from Xenotronics. That's why you see Trifecta play aggressive in that duo lane.
Really surprising to see Xenotronics to use that dash so aggressively. Great capitalization, though, from Ionic. The fact that he was at level 5 doesn't even matter for that play, considering he got the purification beads out of Xenotronics. So next time, he could literally just roll around underneath that purple buff area and look for a Cataclysm knockup play. And the burst damage between the Geb and the Apollo should net a first blood.
And the blink will be up soon enough. Herwind, that's not him walking into the tower. That's him walking back outside the middle lane there. Is El Chapo and Best both level 5. But Cynosure, he's already sitting at level 6 and is getting more farm now with these fire elementals.
And the reason why Herwind does that is not only to create a little bit of a confusion, but also when you're in that stealth mode, you gain a little bit of extra mobility, and you're looking to make the plays.
Herwind transforms into Serket and immediately goes for Divios, putting on that anti-heal. Herwind gonna jump away, but Chapo following him up. Divios gonna fall for the first blood, but Chapo answers back onto Herwind to even it up at 1. Kiki still putting some damage onto Chapo, but the rest of Trifecta has turned their attention to the enemy speed buff that will go down, and Trifecta's actually there.
Cynosure finding one in the sky, landing back down. Chapo being able to ambush himself away, but the blue stone from Kiki nets the second kill for Trifecta.
Divios trying to teleport in, but the ward shut down in time. Beautiful play there out of Cynosure. Catching El Chapo, just not ready for that raw ultimate.
The problem with that little engagement here, like, I like the idea that Herwind had by going into the circuit, but that execution was a little lackluster. He didn't really find the zigzag connecting onto Divios. He only hit that one tick of madness there, and as a result, the positioning, that's the one difference between switching roles. We always talk about one player switching roles between splits. What if you literally have to switch a role in the middle of a game to go from a mid-mage to an assassin that you might not be used to playing?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, when do you think the last time Herwind played Serket was? You know, it's difficult to answer one of those questions, but either way, I mean, he does end up getting the kill on the Divios there, helping his team get the kill on the Divios, and we mentioned the Odin Cage shutting down the Hercules healing, but utilizing that Serket pick to shut it down as well, very heads up from Trifecta. I think that's why we saw them be so willing to give up that Serket, a god that many do not want to face off against, usually banned, but Trifecta clearly had a plan, just going to use it for themselves. One that we saw Obey use very well at the Masters Land.
Definitely did their homework here for this specific set. Trifecta already off to a pretty great start here, 2-1 on the scorecard, heading into the 6-minute mark with a very comfortable 1,000 gold lead thus far. No objectives really to be taken except for that speed buff that was stripped away, so I'm expecting more of these offensive warding coming out of Trifecta to really triangulate their positioning around this side of the map and shut down Chapo, because there's already a 2-level lead here for Cynosure.
And Cyno's trying to go for the pure farm method. We saw Captain Twig do it with these Traveler shoes, Talaria boots, for not only him, but for Herwind as well, is the best in the rest of Team AI. A little worried that Trifecta was on that Gold Fury there, I think. That's why we see that ultimate.
No vision at all for anyone on the side of AI, so having to use that new ultimate, like you mentioned, just for the vision. They can't really get these neutral camp farms, whether it's the mid-harpies, the oracles, the elementals, and this is where the lead is starting to slowly build up for Trifecta.
And now that that new ultimate is down, the best is just a sitting duck for that cage from Kiki or a cage from Herwind as well. One of the reasons we see Odin be picked, but can be picked around kind of, is that you don't have to worry about him all the time. He's going to be in one lane if he's in the solo, so you're not worried about his rotations till the mid to late game, but Herwind can just transform into the Odin, and then you have to worry about it all the time.
there's just no issue at all for Trifecta. It seems that they covered a lot of their options. Chapo, though, trying to find a kill onto Snoopy, using that ultimate Wild Hunt, not on the mark, but a nice gap closer here by Chapo and Xeno trying to find the kill. The very crucial Terra ultimate to be able to catch up to the Apollo.
Took 3 ultimates to find him, but Snoopy does fall, uses purification beads in the process, just not in the right spot there on the left-hand side. But with Team AI all committed to that left side and killing Snoopy, Trifecta going to be able to strip away another speed buff. But this is a good plan, I think, by AI, knowing that that right side is going to be under siege, specifically their buffs there. Let's give it up and try and find some kills on the left.
Great sash recognition here from Cynosure. The vision was right on top of Chapo, so he immediately sashed during the madness, and during that opportunity, you get the crowd control immunity, so you're not going to eat that taunt poison from the Circuit. All this warding from Trifecta is slowly paying off. As long as this Snoopy can avoid any sort of gank before level 12 when he gets the Aegis coming out of Chapo, then he'll be in a very comfortable position to allow his team to take their lead and start transitioning over to this Gold Fury.
There are a lot of wards on the map right now, not only from Trifecta, but from Team AI as well. Oracle started up by Trifecta, but not going to be going for the Gold Fury quite yet, despite Xenotronics being the only one who's pretty close. Xeno is a level down to Snoopy right now, and quite a bit in terms of power with that tower shield working into what's likely to be a shifters for Snoopy, where Xeno's still sitting only on the Ninja Tabi, but should be having a lot of golden hand on this next back.
I'm very surprised to see a god such as Apollo pick up this shifter shield. Normally you look for gods that have a lot of scaling in their abilities, whether it's their ultimate as well, and normally you don't want to use the Apollo ultimate offensively all the time. You're using it for just rotation purposes or split push capabilities, but either way, shifter shield will still provide you a lot of damage on these in-hands, so Snoopy really using this opportunity to get that power spike.
The best, again, using the fire shards exclusively for vision, and it's not going to be doing a lot of damage at this stage anyways, so not a horrible use by any means there for the best, one of the more seasoned Nuwa players there is. Going back to the shifter shield option for Snoopy as he's under pressure once again. Good taunt by Chapo. Here comes that ultimate as well, but it throws it out of Xenotronics' ult, and Snoopy's going to be able to get away because of it.
The problem was that Chapo couldn't get in range of the zigzag opportunity to find the real damage that he needs at this point in the game. Also, Circuit sitting at level 9. I'm not sure if he has the level 2 ultimate here or not. Sometimes you won't save a skill point at level 8 depending on what you want to max out. But normally at level 8, if you want to max out your primary ability and your ultimate, you want to save that ability at level 8 to ensure it.
Yeah, tough stuff there for the newcomers to Team AI in that situation, because Snoopy had no purification beads. He was toast.
That should have been free, absolutely. And like you were talking about the shifter shield, now that I think about it a little bit more, Apollo doesn't really need attack speed with his passive. The way Audacity works is after a couple of hits anyway, you're going to be able to get the next 6 hits very quickly and in succession. So this is the whole idea by going for a lot of physical power and penetration as opposed to attack speed for Apollo.
Plus, I mean, he's going to be diving in there with the ultimate, utilizing that extra damage for Shifter Shield, and then he's in the thick of things, gets a bunch of extra protections whenever he falls below 50% HP. You add a Serenade on top of that, and that's a ton of protection, specifically against Xenotronics, who's forced to use his purification beads and his ultimate. Snoopy not only getting those important cooldowns out of the Hunter, but going to contest this red as well.
Great play. He does have the Bumba's Mask, trying to really set up an opportunity. This is a pure bait out of Snoopy. He baits out 3 ultimates by himself, even juking out the stun coming out of a roar. AI, they just cannot find this Apollo for the 3rd time.
Very close there for Snoopy, but did once again escape. Shifter Shield also great against Nuwa, something that we haven't brought up yet, but you get protections not only physical but magical as well, and a lot of Nuwas want to save that ultimate until someone's low, but difficult to gauge exactly how much damage you're going to be doing, especially to a carry that you're not used to having that much protection.
Absolutely. As a squishy mage glass cannon, you're looking for the squishy hyper carries in the backline that got poked out, especially when you have Circuit diving the backline with those poisons, and up until the Aegises, that's when you're really trying to get off that confirmed damage, and because of that small little power spike of protections, it makes it so difficult to really eyeball the difference.
Whirlwind and the rest of Trifecta snag those left side mid harpies and rotate back towards the middle. Divios uses his own ultimate just to confirm his blue buff. Kiki and Divios, not a whole lot of fireworks on this right-hand side, and You really never know what you're going to get out of two solo bladers like these, because you can have lanes like this where they're both just happy to farm up and wait for the mid game, and other times you'll see both these guys play hyper aggressive and really ask for a lot of ganks out of their jungler because they want to get ahead.
Honestly, normally you only see that kind of style when one of them really wants to prove a point in that laning matchup or against their team. But honestly, Kiki and Divios has been around the block for so long, they don't care about proving anything to the other. They are very comfortable where they're at. They know where their strengths and weaknesses lie, and this is going to come evident during these mid-game team fights.
Absolutely, and both these players can make big mid-game team fight impacts. Obviously, Kiki going to be looking mostly for the cage, but still at this stage where a lot of players are just now hitting double digits in levels. Chapo just level 10, Best level 11. That Bird Bomb going to be doing plenty in terms of damage, as well as that's even before we mentioned the utilization of the cage.
Especially by having a lot of cooldown reduction here for Kiki. He has not only the Breastplate of Valor complete, but that Bracer of Undoing, which is going to give him slightly more cooldown reductions. And look at the build coming out of Divios. He actually skipped out a complete start item. I thought he was going to leave it at Silver Breastplate for quite a while, kind of the Deathwalker style, but instead electing it to finish it immediately after Boots.
Best uses his ultimate again for partially vision, also for CC immunity, I think. There, Hurwind transforms into a Hercules right as Divios finds him with the ultimate, and then Hurwind's gonna delete the Best with that damage coming out of Snoopy as well. Snoopy trying to run away, does dash away in time. Cynosure had that last breath on top of him, but Kiki is here.
Kiki finding two inside the cage. There is no Phantom. Divios is gonna get stunned outside of the cage. He throws a boulder back at Hurwind, finding the driving strike on Cynosure. Nowhere to go. At least it's a 1-for-1 for AI.
Beautiful play out of Divios there, evening it up 3-3. Hurwin, that's a clone, not going to be the real one, and Divios can't quite find the pull onto Kiki. So 1-for-1, as you mentioned. Great utilization of that damage coming out of Snoopy's ultimate. The Best just got erased there in the mid lane.
Just couldn't really do anything there without having this Aegis here. He didn't even use his purification beats because he didn't need to. There was just too much burst coming at him between the boulder, the Apollo ultimate that was used. There was just no hope for the squishy Nuwa to survive.
Chapo on this right-hand side. Divios gonna miss the driving strike, and now Chapo, a little bit of trouble here from Kiki, trying to turn it around on top of him now. Last breath just to get him out of danger, I think, in that scenario. Still sitting at only level 11, 3 levels down from Trifecta's solo.
And what Chapo did there was pretty smart there. The fact that Kiki still had his Bird Bomb shield activated, he didn't want to take the detonate damage, so he decided to trade out with the Odin in the in-hand to diminish the shield, to diminish the burst damage that it would deal back to him, and then saving the last breath ultimate for after the shield expired. Unfortunately, Divios couldn't really follow with the much damage that he wanted to, so they couldn't really find the kill.
Snoopy, he's gone for this Odysseus bow right after Shifter Shield, a la Ataraxia. Same sort of build we saw from the Obey Hunter in the first set of the day. Xenotronics looks to be going a little bit more standard. Light Blade could be either a Chin Size or an Executioner in this scenario.
But on the flip side, Charged Bow coming out of Snoopy already, getting a huge attack speed boost, finishing it now to the Odysseus Bow. Normally, we just talked about actually Apollo not needing attack speed for his passive, but what if you can get to that passive even quicker, right? So this is the whole idea behind this build coming out of Snoopy. He wants to get that Audacity as frequently as possible. And after this Odysseus Bow, I'm not really expecting any more attack speed. No Icavile, no Executioner. It should be pure penetration or crit from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, Executioner does fill that penetration role. Wouldn't be too surprised to see one of those in Snoopy's build, but I think you're right. I mean, he's just looking for pure power after this. Odysseus Bow really scales best with a big power numbers because you can spread that percentage of damage that you're doing across an entire team fight. Shifter certainly fits that mold with that 70 power, at least when you're above 50% HP. So the rest of the build can kind of just follow that trail, maybe something like a Crusher, Titan's Bane, things along that line.
Ooh, look what Snoopy's doing. He's actually hiding the Gold Fury inside the pit, and by having this vision right inside the Gold Fury, it makes it very difficult to AI to even spot it out from a distance. They would have to actually commit inside the pit to see this happening at Trifecta. Just walk away cleanly.
Beautiful play there out of Trifecta. I love it. I mean, as if you couldn't tell that this is a team full of veterans. There's your proof right there. I mean, these guys have been playing for so long that they understand those little things. I mean, if you don't see the Gold Fury getting hit, they're not on it, right?
That's true.
That's what every team says. Oh, I don't see the particles, so they're not doing Gold Fury. Little known to AI, the Gold Fury is already gone.
Well, that sucks for them because 4,300 goal lead for Trifecta in the 16-minute mark. Pretty comfortable lead thus far. Nothing too crazy that they could just start grouping up in a 5v5 situation.
Yeah.
They still have to play very calculating, have to ward in the right places at the right time, and the next objective here is going to start to move over to this Fire Giant buff while the Gold Fury is going to wait for 5 minutes to respawn.
Quick pause, but we're ready to go back in game already between Team AI and Trifecta. As you mentioned, Trifecta in the lead, about 4,000 gold. Ionic gonna get served up for the best. Quite a bit of damage onto him. Now Chapo's gonna blink forward. That last breath is gonna do it. Fire Shard's not even needed. Chapo puts number 4 on the board for AI, and now they've got an opportunity to go for this Portal Demon, shifting their focus to that right-hand side.
Harrowin, he messed up. He could have went to Geb and give the Geb the shield.
He
the
could've.
double Geb play.
I don't know if it would have been enough, though. I mean, there was a lot of guaranteed damage there between that last breath ticking away and the Fire Shards. Kiki stunned out. The CC chain is good, but a big Bracer of Undoing gets him a lot of that HP back. Still hanging around, not wanting to give up this Portal Demon for free, as Xenotronics is getting 2v1 in the mid lane. Whirlwind trying to look like Divios, but still can't quite find the kill. Meanwhile, AI does secure their first Portal Demon.
But either way, by poking out Xenotronics in the mid lane, this allows Snoopy free guaranteed farm on the left. 2-level advantage. He pushes the wave under the tower, and look what he prioritizes over this 500 gold for his team. He's going to strip away a red buff and a purple buff at the 17-minute mark. And red buff for a level 13 Nuon that has that 3rd rank inside her Fire Shards is not a bad idea to strip it away from her.
And that farm is usually guaranteed to Team AI. Just kind of like that Tier 1 tower on the left is basically guaranteed to an Apollo at some point. Tier 2, you can make the argument it could be more difficult to get, but at some point Apollo just going to stick around and get the Tier 1, but Sinosure is trying to find Xenotronics as he stuck around a little bit too long. No relics for Team AI's Hunter, but Sinosure doesn't commit the ultimate there. Now Aurora uses that Terra's Blessing, and Bess is rotated as well.
Oh, Ionic is right around the corner. Apollo ultimate being used. Gonna wait out those Clay Golems, but it looks like they're not really interested in engaging so heavily under that Tier 2 on the left. They really want to make sure that there's no answer and response out of AI, even protecting the 500 gold. They could have gotten that left side Tier 2 tower if they really wanted to force the issue, but instead protecting their own Tier 1 tower.
Sinosure didn't have the ultimate. That's why we didn't see it come out underneath that Tier 1 tower. On the left-hand side is the best. Uses Fire Shards just to tell everyone to back off a little bit. We don't need to be chasing that any longer. A little bit of CDR in his build. Sands of Time providing 10% to the Nuwa, but we're not seeing something like a Chronos Pendant like we are on the side of Whirlwind, an item that's recently received a buff, now 80 power instead of the 60 that it has been for the rest of Season 4. And the amount of CDR you get from this item is much more than that 20% that it lists on the actual stat line. Having your cooldowns tick down by a second if they're on cooldown every 10 seconds is massive.
So you could technically get 50% CDR ideally if you think about it, at least for your ultimates, making sure that they're very frequently Sinosure going into the beats, but using the ultimate during the last poison. Great display of mechanics here from Chapo.
Both players really on the next level in terms of thought process. Sinosure with the very quick beads and the ultimate, expecting Chapo to go for the Deathbane, and certainly would have caught him if that was the case. Would have spelled a lot of trouble. Trouble for Divios, though. He does have that Phantom, going to get him out of the cage, but Whirlwind is here. Stun onto Divios and now transforms into the Circuit, but Whirlwind's combo gets interrupted. Divios still on the run, will get caught with that last breath, and that poison's going to spread to Aurora. Plenty of damage onto AI support. He's going to fall as well. Snoopy puts himself on the board, number 5 for Trifecta, and now they've got a 2-man advantage on this right-hand side.
Divios was just in no man's land, completely caught by himself, right between the blue and the speed buff from Trifecta. Despite being a level 17 Hercules, if you look at his build, he's not that tanky yet, working on some more health at this point. He only had that mystical mail. Nice blink from Ionic, forcing out the beats from Xeno, and this is going to allow this Tier 1 tower siege to continue.
Not only do they get the purification beads, but as you mentioned, the Tier 1 tower as well. 500 gold across the team, that's 100 per player. Trifecta, they're not going to let off the gas quite yet. Now looking for the enemy red buff once more. Purple buff should be up as well. Really a heavy focus on this these left-hand side buffs once the mid game happened. In the early game, it was Cynosure and the rest of Trifecta looking at Chapo's speed buff. Now that we've gotten past that early game, it's been on these left-hand side red buff and purple buffs.
Junglers control the early pacing of the game. Hunters and mages can dictate the later stages. So it's a great idea for the shift of attention coming out of Trifecta, which is why, despite only having 5 kills for them, they have been managing to build a slow lead already, about 5,500 gold in the lead with only 1 gold for Yuri.
And Trifecta still has that lead, as you mentioned. But if you look at the rosters here, Toli, I mean, the drafts that both teams have gone for, AI's is going to continue to get stronger as this game goes on. You look specifically at the Nuwa, of course, in that scenario. And remember, Whirlwind can utilize those late-game Fire Shards damage for himself. Another great option for the Morgan in terms of that Changeling ultimate. But Team AI's entire draft just seems to translate a little bit better into the late game in my mind.
It seems that way at least, but the question is, can they get to that point? Obviously, Chapo 2 levels behind, Xenotronics 3 levels behind. This is the point where Trifecta is probably going to start grouping up to allow their experienced lead to really show in effect here as this Gold Fury is respawning.
I agree with you. I think this is the perfect time for Trifecta to group up and force a fight onto Team AI. Looking specifically at Snoopy being level 20, whereas, as you mentioned, Xenotronics only level 17. Snoopy's not going to be getting any stronger in terms of XP. He's hit the cap, so may as well try and force the fight right now, and that's exactly what Trifecta's looking for. Best ultimate spots out everyone on Trifecta, so now they're going to back off the Gold Fury for the time being. Blink in, Cataclysm onto Xenotronics, but no real follow-up onto the Hunter. Aurora's there.
He just got deleted completely. In the back is Chapo trying to find Arwen. He's going to transform into Hercules to get all of that damage mitigation. Xenotronics is getting chased down by Kiki, finding the slow and the in-hand. Apollo ultimate not even necessary, except to catch out the best.
Snoopy was there just in case. Aegis for the moment now turns his attention to Divios. The body blocks are pretty good. Serenade locks him in place for the moment as well, as Chapo is keeping 3 members busy on the backside all by himself. That slippery Circuit going to be able to get away here, I think. No way Herwin to catch him.
I mean, it looked like 3, but it's actually a decoy of the Morgan, so it was actually 2. But regardless, Herwin keeping himself distracted by Chapo for so long. That's the job of a jungler, or obviously a solo laner, just to penetrate the backline and make sure that the hyper carries are focused on you instead. But you can't really stop an Apollo from getting into his chariot to dive the enemy backline.
Well, Gold Fury went Trifecta's way. Portal Demon, more of the same. It's going to push their gold lead to right around 8,000 gold. It's been a pretty slow burn. I mean, look at the gold graphs there. Just been a steady decline in Trifecta's favor.
Just kind of Surgic style out of Trifecta. It's making a small incision here, small incision there, and now just death by 1,000 cuts from Team AI. They can't really respond in kind because there's no breathing room that Trifecta are allowing. All these warding battles, all this positioning battle, it's not from Trifecta trying to force a team fight at all. They're just trying to group up, place a ward here. All right, move forward 5 more inches, place your next ward. Like, you know, clearing out the minefields, as you will.
Whirlwind has to use a Purification Beads after a nice pull-push combination from Divios. But still, it's Trifecta on the aggressive on this right-hand side. Tier 1 tower already went down in their favor for their 500 gold. Divios in that front side does have the Phantom ready to go in case of Kiki, or maybe even a cage from Whirlwind as well. Whirlwind's looked really good on this Morgan so far, really utilizing that heavy CDR, but Aurora and the rest of Team AI want to engage. The best is the only one locked in the cage. Divios gives him the Phantom. That's going to allow him to escape for the moment. Cynosure is getting handled on the bottom side until he turns it around onto Chapo. Windfire Wheels getting the jungler out of danger and puts Chapo down. Cynosure with that kill. Aurora, he's caught in the middle. Nowhere for him to go here. Sash is going to allow Snoopy to pick up his third. 9 in total for Trifecta. And again, 5v3.
Kiki's not done. Diving the tier 2 tower, up in the chariot, and then crashing down. Can't find the Serenade or the ring bounces, but Cynosure finds the stun onto Xeno. Snoopy finding his second kill of the engagement onto Best. Cynosure responding in kind. Boulder doing a lot of damage, but Cynosure barely surviving from that Phoenix shot.
So close. The Flaming Spear heals enough to keep Cynosure alive, and that's a clean deicide for Trifecta. We've got some time here, Toli, but Chapo and Aurora are going to be up right around now. I don't think Trifecta can necessarily go for the end in this scenario.
Not entirely, but they have plenty of time to go for this late game objective in the form of the Fire Giant, just making sure that they close the game out very cleanly, even still leaving Kiki behind to zone just in case, because even though obviously Aurora can't really steal efficiently with just clapping the walls, he's going to make it more difficult than it needs to be. Stunning out multiple members onto Trifecta is not something they want to deal with as they do this objective.
And it's going to go down no problem whatsoever. Trifecta looking really strong here in game number 1 up against Team AI, who had a couple things going for them, specifically on that left-hand side for a little bit, but even after that kill onto Snoopy, then Chapo comes back, Team AI drops that kill onto Snoopy. That could have been the real difference maker for me, is that if Xeno's able to get that kill, keep Snoopy down, maybe AI has a chance into this game in the mid stages, but really that early pressure that Snoopy got, invading buffs on the left-hand side all the time, was too much.
It just made sense that everything fell into place for Snoopy, obviously, with Kiki making that level 1 play to strip away those purple ogres. Chapo diving the backline, Ionic using that Cataclysm, but he's in a little bit of trouble.
Ionic's in a lot of trouble. The boulder's coming through, and Xeno's gonna find the kill, but a huge cage coming out of Kiki. Locks in 4, no Phantom quite yet for Divios. Good damage onto Aurora, but he's still alive for the moment. Kiki finds the double bird bomb, and Sino's gonna take Best up into the sky. That's gonna drop him down on the return. Sinosure is gonna be able to find it. Divios falls to Snoopy, and the rest of AI is fighting for their lives, but it's not gonna be enough. Xeno's gonna fall to the bird bomb. Snoopy finds one more, and it's only Aurora left for the time being.
Not gonna be able to get away. It's gonna be a DSI, and this time it should be plenty to end with this right side Phoenix exposed. All 5 members dead from AI for another at least 25 seconds until the Best comes up. And that was just a last-ditch effort coming out of AI. Despite knowing that Trifecta had the Fire Giant on all 5 members, they really wanted to get back in the game somehow, and they were praying that somebody would be out of position.
So Trifecta finds game number 1 up against Team AI, and as I mentioned, this is a team that looked good during the spring split, has shown flashes of being a top-tier team in North America, but for me, I was always left asking, I need to see a little bit more from Snoopy. That game, we saw a lot from Snoopy, and really during this entire summer split towards the second half of it, Snoopy has started to look really good, and it's no coincidence that Trifecta is looking really good because of it.
I mean, it makes sense because AI banned away the soul, really respecting him on that magical hunter. But hey, guess what? He's going to bring it back old school, back to the Apollo days, making some flashy highlight plays. Once he did get that little bit of a lead that he needed to, he started bullying out the Kernanos on Xenotronics, and he even forced out the beats there without having to use his own beats. Surviving 2 ganks was the crucial moment to allow Snoopy to get that lead.
I mean, like I mentioned, I think AI had a decent game plan. They were losing the right-hand side. Let's pressure the left. And again, if that kills goes through onto Snoopy, you never know what's going to happen, but it doesn't. And so AI do not find game number 1. Should be get ready to go for picks and bans for game number 2. And as we mentioned, we're getting towards the later stages of the summer split. These points are absolutely crucial. AI really needs to find this split here if they want to keep their hopes alive.
If they don't find the split here, I'm not sure if they're still in the running, actually, but either way, they need to still play for everything that they have here. They could still play spoiler for a lot of their future sets here. They still have 1 more set to go on Sunday, and then the last final set for week 5.
And remember, like we mentioned, this is a team that has a lot of new moving pieces. I don't know what their expectations are, but wouldn't be surprised if they just came out and said, you know, we know that this was going to be an uphill battle. We're waiting until the fall split to really turn it on, because that's what it really matters. I mean, everyone wants to go to DreamHack Valencia. I mean, who doesn't? But it's really about qualifying for Worlds in the end.
Obviously, these teams, they have their eyes on the prize at the end of the road, but there's a lot of steps in the road before you get to there, before Worlds. So having to go through these bumps and bruises for both teams, obviously, because there was a little bit of sloppiness as well coming out of Trifecta in that last game between Heroin going into the Circuit, but not connecting on some of his abilities there, and then getting picked off in the backline as a result of that. Could be a little bit cleaner.
Trifecta, again, very similar bans to game number 1. In fact, the exact same 2, Osiris and Susano, whereas Team AI, they ban away the Morgan this time around. I like that. But that leaves open that soul for Trifecta. Was banned away by AI last time around, and now they're first picking it when they have the opportunity.
Showing where their cards truly lie here. Prioritizing this soul more than likely for Snoopy. Could still go to Herwin, but Best now taking this Scylla very early in the draft before they first picked Morrigan. But despite Sorry, it was actually Trifecta that first picked that Morgan
Yes.
last time around. But now they need some setup for the best here. They need to make sure that he gets confirmed damage.
I like this Geb pick. Aurora very comfortable on this god. Even though we usually think of Aurora as one of the more aggressive supports, Geb, he plays to a very, very high level. And so does Ionic. We saw it last time, and he was very difficult to deal with for Team AI. So this time they're going to take it away for themselves. So the support's basically just going to swap here. Terra the pick for Trifecta, though again, that could be in the solo lane for Kiki, but while he likes to play some different things, I don't know if I would like him on the Terra necessarily.
When I think of Kiki playing solo, I think of him being more utility-based. Obviously, playing that Odin the last game shows it all.
Yeah.
He's just basically an old bot. Granted, he does a lot of damage with a bird bomb, but his main goal is to force the team to build a Phantom.
Yes.
You force a soul leader to build a Phantom, then now he's not going to have, whether it's Thorns, whether it's the Sunder, Bracer of Undoing, whatever the case is, making him less tanky. And that's the crucial moment for Kiki to be able to get a slight edge over Divios.
Naja again for Sino Shore in the jungle. He played great on it in game 1, but a little bit harder to play it into the Geb. Geb basically the worst possible target for Naja to ult at any given time because of Geb's passive, as well as that shield can really prevent a lot of those ultimates from the Sash combination whenever the Purification beads are down. Xenotronics going for a little bit of a different look this time around, the Hu Yi, and I like this. I mean, the Keranos wasn't awful, but it wasn't, stellar either. Just trying to switch it up a little bit and go something a little bit more towards his play style.
And you were talking about the anti-crit coming out of Geb that receives 25% damage from those crits. Well, Hu Yi, he can't get crit for 3 seconds after the first crit. So still looking like they want to make sure that Naja is not going to have the easiest road.
Absolutely. I mean, if Sinosure is building any crit, that Sash can crit as well, so it prevents that one-shot capability without the ultimate that Naja can be so strong with, like that selection for Team AI's new Hunter. Rom going to be taken off the board by AI, not wanting to give that to Snoopy. So AI not convinced that that soul is not for Heroin in the mid lane.
Heroin can also probably play Rama in the mid lane if necessary. He's dabbled in Hunters before. Back in the beginning of Season 3 when he was on the same team as Homie Efe, they had a nice little lane combination of Uller for mid and then Ao Kwang in that jungle role. And Heroin was hitting some nasty shots all the time, so you still have to respect his Hunter capabilities.
Heroin's played Apollo mid, he's played Rom mid. I mean, he's tried it all basically in that mid lane, and I think the Morgan's perfect for him, because if he's like, man, I really want to play Hunter, just play the Morgan, you still got your magical damage, and then you could turn into a Hunter at any time, whenever you want. Serket banned by Trifecta, AI gonna take that Keranos off the board, so doubling down on the Hunter bans. Heroin's also played that Hunter in the mid lane, so you never know exactly who AI is looking to take it away from, but they just don't want to see it.
I personally like Keranos better in the dual lane instead because he transitions a little bit better in the team fights anyway. He does have good jungle control for that wild hunt, but honestly, he's a little bit more efficient with the items online anyway. Bologna is going to be that last ban for Trifecta, really respecting that AI could still bring this out.
Yeah, I like that ban from Trifecta in that scenario. I mean, Divios looked good on the Hercules. He made a couple big plays and wouldn't, by any stretch, mind seeing him go back to it here in game number 2. But Bologna, as we mentioned, even with the death toll nerfs, teams are, I think there's one of those times where she might not be a top-tier solo laner anymore, but teams are like, we don't even want to find out. We don't want to deal with that.
True.
We're just going to assume she's still good and just ban her away anyways.
I mean, this is just their nightmares, right? That they can't wake up from. They see a Bologna or a Cyrus in their lane. Well, now they're going to be seeing a Raven anyway, so you can't necessarily ban out all these solo laners and expect to still have to survive against some of these backline penetrators here. Raven will still do a great job, similar to the Bologna or Cyrus that was banned out.
Apollo, and who knows where that's going for Trifecta. Again, could be Heroin in the mid lane on the Soul or the Apollo, waiting on their final selection. AI, that Raven likely for Divios, so still could be in the jungle for El Chapo, kind of waiting to see there. But again, Kiki going back to the Odin, so Trifecta, for the large part, staying pretty similar. Naja, Apollo, Odin all the same, trading the Terra for that Geb, this time taking Soul as well.
Now, knowing Trifecta and how they prepare for games, though, I'm expecting a little bit of a different start this time around. I don't expect Kiki to do the same thing 2 games in a row by invading the purple minions. I think he's going to mix things up. I wouldn't actually be surprised if he just stays in the solo lane and looks to steal away maybe even the blue ogres instead.
Ooh, a Willish for Team AI. Really try to shut down that Odin jump. Interesting selection, holding it until the very last one there. Good plays out of them, ready to go in game here between Team AI and Trifecta. Trifecta looking to secure the trifecta in points. 3 points here if they can find the 2-0 victory.
And I'm really surprised that it wasn't Trifecta that went for the Willish themselves, because Sinosure really likes this kind of a style to go for these early game gods to be able to make those highlight plays. And considering that Scylla was first picked coming out of AI, it wouldn't be a bad idea to go for that.
I agree. Did Best just lay down a crush and
He's
walk
proxying.
away?
This is like the beginning of Season 4 style to be able to start the lane at an advantage. Now, he doesn't necessarily clear the way, but he damages it, and to be able to rotate. I actually do a similar strategy like this in the solo lane. If I'm playing Vamana, I'll just proxy between Phoenix and Tier 2, throw out the Umbrella Ring, and then go back to the lane, and it's already at half health.
Wow, the wave's already cleared. I mean, Best and the rest of his team, it was Team Eager at that time at last year's Worlds, experimented with this with Anubis. I mean, they were always willing to pull something out. This time, really getting an interesting strategy, and it allows Chapo and Divios to finally invade onto the enemy speed. Kiki did end up doing the exact same sort of strategy and teleports back to that solo lane, but already ate about half HP in return. And this time, AI did not get a chance to invade the enemy blue. This time they do. Both buffs on the right-hand side go Team AI's way.
Now, this is a completely different story for Kiki. He did the same strategy, but AI adapted, and they punished him for it. Now sitting at level 1 here without a blue buff, without teleport. I was telling you, if Odin gets behind early without his teleport active for these 3 minutes, he could get easily punished, and this is where Divios can start to snowball.
Sinosure forced into the beads there by the Best. No Sentinel for the Best, went for the aggressive Sikkim option at level 2. It ends up paying off. Sinosure not going to have his purification beads now, but it was Trifecta able to find that speed buff invade for the time being, so at least they do get 1 buff on that right-hand side.
Left-hand side, though, we're seeing Trifecta start off the Oracles, still looking to balance out these neutral objectives in their favor. Despite losing the speed and the blue, they're able to at least control some vision on the left-hand side. Unfortunately, if they're on the left side, they have to concede stuff on the right.
Exactly right, and those fire elementals are going to go down in favor of Team AI. Xeno elects to go for poke in that scenario, instead of using that Ricochet to clear the wave, though I don't know if they would have gotten wave control anyways, with Ionic and Snoopy both being level 4. That's plenty of damage to clear the wave.
And the reason why they're level 4 is because of what Kiki was able to build for this dual lane here. We talked about Kiki being this utility player. Well, not only is he going to be playing utility gods, having a utility build, but he's going to start off the game at a deficit on purpose to ensure his carry, Snoopy, to get off to a great start.
Big shield there from Aurora against Xenotronics out of danger for the time being after a good stun from Ionic. This duo lane for Trifecta really controlling things so far.
And we didn't really talk about this the last game, but I noticed Snoopy also went for this Bumba's Mask to start things off, and this really will help you clear so quickly inside that jungle camp. Not only do you have that passive to be able to get the jungle camps even faster, but with that Bumba's Mask for every single in-hand, Apollo's like one of the fastest attacking gods in the beginning of the game with that passive.
Absolutely. Audacity is so strong, and really throughout the entire game, certainly one of the best passives in the game. Kiki forced back early on in this lane, still only level 4. As you mentioned, Snoopy's got a great lead on the left-hand side, but for what they got on the left, they've given up on the right. Kiki pretty far behind, but backs and immediately buys a Swift Wing since he didn't have that teleport. No real extra power on that, but some extra movement speed and gets him back to lane very quickly. I don't think he lost all of that wave.
No, not at all, but it is 800 gold of an investment. It's very expensive. However, it translates rather effectively inside teamfights, considering you get that 5% movement speed to be able to get in a little bit of a closer gap to be able to get that cage off. So Kiki hitting level 5, his job's done. Now he can cage.
That's all he needs. That's all he's needed for, basically. Chapo and the rest of Team AI do once again find that buff on the right-hand side, because Sinoshure's on the left, finds the purification beads out of Xeno, but gives up both the right side buffs in return. A little surprised we haven't seen Chapo on this right-hand side at all. We're trying to find the gravity surge onto Kiki, but Maybe that's why Kiki was so far under tower throughout that early game, just knowing that he can't jump the wave at any given time in this matchup.
He just got countered so hard here. This last pick, a Willish coming out of AI, just goes to show that they really are paying attention at every stage of the draft. They picked up Scylla at the early stage here, getting a little bit of setup here with the Geb, but not only that, having the Geb to protect the Scylla, the Geb can also set up this Willish knock-up pull combination here, so AI just all across the board covering their options.
Absolutely, and on the other hand, I mean, this is a matchup that most console players know pretty well. Odin very favored by many console pro solo laners, so you know Chapo's ready to go on that one. Divios takes a lot of damage from the tower after getting locked in by Kiki, but no real kills yet.
So much patience out of Kiki, not jumping at any given moment while that ultimate is still available. Chapo getting crit in the facer, but now Kiki could look for a jump considering how far away Chapo was, but you could still use that shield to detonate without the jump. It just takes about 4 seconds.
Sino still has the ultimate and was very patient with that in that right side jungle. The best might be in a bit of trouble here if Sino decides to play aggressive, but instead opts for the farming route. To be expected. That's the one trying to play aggressive. As Sino's gonna immune that Cataclysm with his sash and then finds the ultimate onto Aurora as well. Not a lot of damage from that Windfire Wheels, but it is gonna be enough. First Blood goes Trifecta's way after a flashy play. Now Snoopy is here.
He's gonna dash on in here without, I'm sorry, he has no mana though, but Divios is gonna be able to Mystic Rush into safety. Great rotation out of Snoopy just to ensure his team would win this team fight. Not having the mana necessary to dash, find the mess that he really needed to, allowing Xenotronics to get some free farm on the left. But man, Sinosure, what a play. Sashing for the CC immunity to prevent the Cataclysm, but not only that, after the fact, he gets the long distance max range Naja ultimate. Granted, it's on a Geb that gets mitigated damage from the crits, but he goes back safely from landing.
Uh-oh, now he's in trouble though. Knock up through the wall is good, but he's gonna be knocked up again. Aurora locks him in place, still gonna be able to find the kill though. Divios puts Team AI on the board. What Naja giveth, Naja taketh away. No escape built in on that jungler.
Not at all. Xenotronics just using that ultimate to clear the wave. He hasn't back to base yet for completing his boots here, whereas Snoopy has had that luxury in his pocket. So I'm assuming that he's not going to really allow Xenotronics any sort of breathing room here, just bullying him out between that tier 1 and tier 2 tower. And look at this, red buff just to respawn for Snoopy's hands.
What a coincidence. Snoopy plays aggressive right as the red is about to respawn. Love this positioning of the wall coming out of Ionic to prevent Xeno from putting any damage onto that red buff. Aurora and Divios are here though. Sprints popped and the focus is onto Ionic for the time being. Divios, Chill's trying to chase down the support where look at Snoopy as he was much farther back. But Ionic still the focus. He's got the Purification Beads, though, and uses it on that Cataclysm. Chapo takes a lot of damage from Heroin's ultimate.
Sinosure.
And now Sino's here. Purification Beads gets Chapo up, but up goes another member anyways. Sinosure finds another ultimate. Snoopy's going to be able to secure it. It was Aurora who went for the ride. Another beautiful play out of Team Trifecta's jungler.
Divios doesn't have that ultimate. He used it trying to kill Aurora, but nobody in position to help out Kiki. The wave was not good enough to take out this resilient solo laner, but Gold Fury was leashed. That's why nobody from Trifecta was there. They want this Gold Fury. They even popped the Terra's Blessing to allow Kiki this opportunity 1v2.
He's gonna fall anyways though because of the ultimate coming out of the best. Snoopy and the rest of Trifecta do get the Gold Fury though, and that's really what they wanted anyways. They're willing to sacrifice a member for that Gold Fury objective, and Team AI again looking pretty strong early on, but Trifecta with the lead regardless.
It just seems that Aurora's the sacrificial lamb for AI, whereas on the flip side, it's Kiki on the side of Trifecta, being punished so heavily for his transgressions, being aggressive in the early laning phase in the dual lane, now without teleport in the early game. There was just non-stop pressure coming out of Chapo, invading the speed and the blue buff, and now getting him caught in a 1v2 spot. Losing the Gold Fury is pretty bad here at the 8.5 minute mark, but AI, they're still keeping relatively a safe distance here in the farming category. Divios is one level ahead of his opposition. The only downside here is Snoopy. He has his 2-level lead.
Yeah, someone needs to come over and help out Xeno on this left-hand side. Don't know if it needs to be Chapo or Roar or maybe even the best, but someone needs to relieve some of this pressure that Snoopy is putting on his Xenotronics, because that is the real difference maker thus far. Just as it was in game 1, Snoopy's really dictated the pace on this dual lane side of the map.
And even with purple buff for Xenotronics, it's just not enough here to be able to take out this level 11 Apollo, who usually consistently obtains this red buff to be able to win these boxing exchanges. Look at this. 2 ships crossing through the sea, just don't really see each other in the dual lane.
No one the wiser. Both hunters playing very far up to clear the wave. El Chapo's in the mid lane as Kiki once more pushed under tower on the right-hand side. Snoopy's going to back after pushing that wave right next to the oppositional tower, while Xenotronics goes for a little bit of a stroll through the jungle to see if we can find anything to take away.
Ooh, that tier 1 tower on the right-hand side, though. This is what we were talking about, where Kiki gets abused because of the way he started off the game 2 times in a row compared to the last game, getting punished for it. And now Devios allows his team this 500 gold net worth.
Again, the speed buff invade is successful, but despite this, Sinosure is still up a level, even with El Chapo and the rest of AI taking away his speed buff very consistently. Xenotronics trying to secure a red for what feels like the first one since the very first spawning of it. Snoopy and Sino are still here, looking to play aggressive. Knock up on a Sinosure, use the Purification Beads, but immediately turns it on to Chapo. Big ultimate once more out of Sino. Chapo very low, but is going to be able to escape for the time being. Terra's Blessing used by Ionic to make sure that everyone's safe. Xeno gets dashed on by Snoopy. Purification Beads gets him out of danger. But no, Sinoshure's ring bounce followed Xeno all the way to the back heart piece.
The max distance, and now it's Aurora in a lot of trouble as well. 2 dead on the side of AI. Mid-tier 1 tower could get looked at here. Trifecta are starting to group up, but Kiki, he just cleared out the wave. He's trying to catch up and farm instead. He's going to clear out mid, rotate back to right lane. He's like, all right, guys, I did my job early. It's time for me to worry about me. I'm going to catch up here.
And Trifecta did a great job of keeping AI out of that fight. They wanted that fight to stay at 2v2 because of how strong Snoopy is at this level. Sinosure is going to fall here. I'm a Monster going to get the reset here for the best, and Kiki gets pulled back in by Chapo. I'm a Monster second hit not going to hit, but Chapo can't quite find Kiki there, just able to get out of danger. Look at where Snoopy is, right on that tier 1 tower line. No fear out of Trifecta's veteran hunter.
Very short respawn timers. This point in the game, AI was able to make that rotation despite Chapo being able to get out of danger there. Even Aurora reviving here to show his presence in that mid game. But despite all that action and chaos madness, because Xeno died in that last encounter, still just now hitting level 11. Snoopy having about a 2 to 2.5 level lead still.
Best gonna hit level 12, get himself a second relic. Certainly much needed at this stage in the game. Once the other team's starting to get second relics, it becomes very difficult to fight into it when you don't have one yourself. But Best able to hit level 12. Xeno still needs to hit level 12 himself, but does show off a nice little ricochet there onto Snoopy, putting some poke onto the enemy hunter.
It might have just poked an angry bear, honestly. Snoopy could look to play aggressive anytime he wants to with his 3-level advantage. The one saving grace for AI is the Best. Playing this Scylla, he's been able to make the plays happen when he needs to, hitting the Alma Monsters, finding the resets here, which actually swayed the team fight back in their favor. If he doesn't hit that execute, then the rest of Trifecta just run wild.
And Best has finished the Doom Orb. When he backed to get that second relic, he got a Doom Orb as well. A little bit later than you see most Doom Orbs finished. Many mid laners would like to finish that first item to get stacking pretty quickly, but at this stage of the game, Scylla insta-clears the wave anyways with Crush, so those stacks should be going up pretty quickly. We mentioned the lead for Snoopy in that dual lane, but gotta mention the lead for Best in the mid lane as well. Should be close to level 13, whereas Heroin just now hitting level 11, and AI gonna try and use this opportunity to take it away from Snoopy, not finding anywhere near that dual lane, instead forcing it on this right side on the Portal Demon.
Already regaining its health beyond that 50% health marker. Great rotation from both Heroin and Kiki just to show presence and not committing to the patience out of Trifecta, recognizing that AI was peeling back off of it. Just because you see a team doing an objective, if it's not beyond that kill threshold, you don't have to commit all your forces. Just wait it out.
Snoopy and Xenotronics playing a little bit of ring around the rosy. Ricochet misses from Xeno, as does the Root. And now Snoopy's going to be able to put out a lot of damage here. Heal comes through after the Terra's Blessing from Ionic. 4 instances of damage, so Snoopy gets healed up. Kiki keeping Divios and El Chapo out from the mid lane. So the red buff is once more the focus. Crush not going to find a mark, but the blue buff goes down. Cynosure blinks in, but misses the ultimate, and now it's Trifecta on the retreat.
Just through traffic, caught in the middle lane where everyone was on the sides, but all the damage from both Heroin and Cynosure was still evident. The whole idea from Trifecta is to force these teamfights around red buff and find the ring
Two
bounces.
in the cage on the top left Harpies, and now Heroin's going to rain down the damage. Snoopy's going to find Aurora. Divios up and over the wall with the Mystic Rush, so only Aurora to fall. But now Snoopy trying to cut off Xenotronics' escape path. Stellar Burst not quite in range. Another beautiful cage from Kiki, and Trifecta turn their attention to the Gold Fury. Only Xenotronics here, and no ultimate available either.
He does have the Ricochet, though. They need to be able to zone him out. Cynosure not going to connect on the Sash, but Xenotronics is going to be like, okay, enough's enough. I will not sacrifice myself for this objective. Heading into the 15-minute mark now with this Gold Fury, Trifecta slowly building upon a 3,000 gold lead.
Another objective goes their way. That's been the real difference maker. These 2 Gold Furies for Trifecta so far. That fight looked like it should have gone Team AI's way, Tully. I mean, Cynosure missed the ultimate. That's usually what it comes down to with Naja. Did we hit the ultimate? Yes, we win the team fight. Did I miss the ultimate? Yes, we lost the team fight because of it. But Kiki comes in with a big cage, and Heroin putting out plenty of damage on that soul.
There was 2 factors in that team fight that swayed it for Trifecta's favor. Now, despite missing the Naja ultimate, before the engagement even really happened, Cynosure threw those ring bounces off the red buff, just a big ogre to ensure all the bounces everywhere else onto AI. And not only that, found it later on again after missing the ultimate. With the damage from Heroin on the soul, there was just too much poke damage onto the best. He had to disengage, and without your mid-mage on the Scylla that has this 2-level lead, you're basically fighting 4-on-5, and you want no part of it.
Yeah, Heroin did a great job of poking out the best to start that engagement. Could have actually killed him with that Supernova, but I don't think he knew exactly how much damage he was going to do to the best in that scenario, or he wasn't in range, one or the other. But Heroin's had a really strong game on this Soul, by far the highest player damage so far, and that's not too much of a surprise. I mean, Soul just does damage better than a lot of other characters in the game, but without having, you know, a big level lead or anything like that, only with that Bancroft's talent completed as well, he's still putting out quite a bit for being where he is in terms of farm.
As a Soul player, I mean, you can't really miss your Stellar Burst in these team fights whenever everyone is clumped up. You're almost guaranteed to hit at least 3 of those tanky targets, but Portal Demon from Trifecta, at least they respond here yet again with another objective. That small little window is all they need to run away with it.
Snoopy get an ult to try and keep Xenotronics off of his tier 1 tower and left, but Kiki's here as well. Exactly. Snoopy just going to play it patient, wait for that dive bomb to come through from Xeno. There it is, and immediately Snoopy answers with the landing. Aurora's here in time to give him Xeno the shield when necessary, but Kiki's going to lock in 4 in that little tiny corridor. Kiki is not going to get bursted down. Heroin's going to find Xeno. Chapo forced to escape as well. Aurora now on the run. Another beautiful cage from Kiki sets up Trifecta for a double kill. 4 for Snoopy, 4-0 and 2 for the Hunter. And now Trifecta looking at this tier 1 tower in mid.
Great patience from Kiki, saving onto his shield, knowing he was going to get bursted down after the fact.
Oh, Cyno again
sure.
with another Blink ultimate. See you later, the best. No chance to use a relic. That's what makes Naja so strong. No response there out of Team AI's mid laner. That opens up the door for another 1,500 gold Trifecta's way.
Despite missing that previous ultimate from Cynosure around that red buff, he finds the Blink ultimate onto an unexpected best. Easy, clean kill here. Now without this level 14 Scylla for another 15 seconds, they're going to be able to snag away this tier 1 tower on the left. Looking like they were thinking about going for the tier 2 there. You can clearly tell as they go back and forth, like, hey, are we doing this? We're doing this? Yeah, no. Like they were like 50% torn on that one.
I don't mind the call to back up in that scenario. And excuse me for a moment, I gotta pull out an F dot here. I just love Naja. I love watching this character. I mean, we saw the amazing play from Cynosure earlier on the bottom right side Harpies where he immunes the Cataclysm with the Sash. The Blink ultimates. It's just a character that is skill dependent.
And that's what makes him so rewarding to play. Just finding a kill as a Naji, taking one into the sky, DBZ style almost, combating that god, and then you find the kill after the fact, which is why this is probably one of my favorite gods to play as well.
Yeah, so much fun. One of the characters that really got me hooked on this game very early on. That ultimate is just it's flashy. And I gotta say, that's what I like about this character. Again, and going back to the skill base as well. 8-3, Trifecta in the lead, in large part due to the play out of Heroin and Sinosure, but you gotta give it again to Snoopy on this Apollo, who was just ran the dual lane in this set. That's been the real big difference to me. Still, 3 levels over top of Xeno.
And I'm seeing flashes of the old Xenotronics that's not necessarily too cocky, but trying to prove a point here. He really wanted to get that tier 1 tower on the left-hand side, but he's not respecting the global pressure here coming out of Snoopy, though. A lot of damage, though.
Chapo trying to fight in the mid lane. Eotic pops that ultimate. Sinosure is going to let Chapo go, but no letting go for Aurora. He's locked down in that cage. He's the only one. 3-man Cataclysm there, buys him a moment. Good damage coming out of Heroin, and there comes the Stellar Burst. Supernova combination. Heroin's going to find the kill onto Aurora. Kiki's 1 HP. Divio's finally going to be able to finish him off, but Snoopy has arrived. Still full HP. Chapo doing his best and knocks up Sinosure right after the blink. Chapo doing his best to juke everything out and is doing a good job of it. Finally gets stunned down, and Sino's going to find that kill onto his long-time oppositional jungler. Divios and Xenotronic still healthy enough to try and put some pot shots into Trifecta, but it's not going to matter. 2 for 1 in Trifecta's favor.
But the timing of the two for 1 helping Trifecta secure another Gold Fury potentially. This Soul Apollo combination just absolutely melts objective. Look at the build coming out of Snoopy here, having Chinsai's Executioner, Shifter Shield. This Apollo will just destroy everything in its path.
Plenty of penetration and attack speed. No Odysseus bow for him this time around, but you're absolutely right. Naja also an excellent objective burner, especially with Sinosure leveling that Flaming Spear as we saw a second ability to get that extra attack speed. Root onto Snoopy, gonna use that Serenade to create some distance, but Kiki teleports in that backside, has that cage, and is gonna lock into Xeno and Aurora. Trapped. Divio's gonna jump in and try and help out as Xeno and Divio's trying to box into Snoopy. He's the focus here. Aga's gonna buy him a moment as Xeno falls to Sinosure, and Divios is trying to find Snoopy, but all of Trifecta just pile in on top of their Hunter and give him the peel he needs. No ultimate for Divios, no life for Divios. Sino with his 5th, evening up his kills with that Hunter Snoopy, and now Trifecta again turn towards the Gold Fury.
Very safe play to go for the Gold Fury. I almost thought that they would go straight for the Fire Giant with a 5-on-3 advantage, but having to respect the Scylla of a monster play potential to steal. Snoopy will transition over to the right-hand side, though. Portal Demon will respawn momentarily here, and as long as Trifecta have vision around this Fire Giant, they could easily zone out AI and secure this one.
Yeah, as you mentioned, they just go right for the Fire Giant. Wanted to get the Gold Fury first, but not going for the Portal Demon. Scratch that. They will instead decide to go for the safer call in this scenario.
With Best right around that corner, it's not really worth it to go for this big game objective here, especially with Aurora potentially disrupting you. Supernova even being used just for good measure.
No CDR there for Heroin, but that isn't the longest cooldown in terms of ultimates. Just making sure that it isn't going to get stolen by a stray 3 or a knock up from Aurora. So good plays there out of Trifecta, who have looked very clean. 12 kills on the board for them. 22 minutes in, nearly a 10,000 gold lead. Keep an eye on Sinosure and Snoopy. Those are the two who have been making plays all game long.
Best isn't here to be able to steal away this one. It's all up to Divios and Aurora on the backhand side, though. Chapo's wrapping around. Fire Giant does get leech, but it's Kiki keeping Chapo busy.
Chapo gonna hop up over the wall, just uses a distraction. Divios gets locked in the cage, but does have his ultimate to get out anytime he wants, but Sino's gonna blink past and find Chapo with that ultimate. Divios and Snoopy are gonna put him down, crashing down from the ground. Chapo the first one to fall. Now Aurora and Divios are pincered, sandwiched in between all of Trifecta. 5-man Cataclysm usually get on the highlight reel. That one will not, at least for Team AI. Could be on Trifectas as they find 2 more. Now 10 kills up over Team AI. This time around, I don't think they're leashing away this Fire Giant.
No, not at all, especially with the Best nowhere in position, despite having on a monster. Surprisingly that he didn't go for this one, but either way, a clean steal, not a steal, rather a secure coming out of Trifecta at the 23-minute mark.
And Trifecta's just done such a good job of keeping the Best out of these fights. I don't know the last time the Best used his ultimate. It may have been 6-7 minutes ago at this stage. Best known for being one of those mid laners that isn't gonna just throw that away every single team fight. He wants to find the right opportunity to use it and just hasn't been able to, in large part because of how aggressive Trifecta's been positioning.
But he's also having this Doom Orb fully finished, fully stacked up, and surprised to see not any sort of possibility for him to position himself in such a manner. This is a relatively easy thing for him to steal away. There's no ultimate here on the side of Trifecta to really match the ultimate out of the best.
That's true. Kiki going to use his cage to make sure that he's going to be able to get out okay. Plenty of CDR there for Kiki, 20% from the Breastplate of Valor, and even without it, I mean, that Odin cage, one of the shorter ultimate cooldowns in the game.
Absolutely. It's originally 75 seconds without any sort of CDR, and then having that Breastplate of Valor is going to shave off 15 seconds from it. So having it up every single minute, and without a Phantom here on the side of AI compared to last game, this just makes it so much more useful for Kiki.
I mean, everyone on AI can really get out of this Odin cage pretty easily. I mean, you're looking at Divios has to use his ultimate, yes. Aurora's not going to be able to get out, but Chapo, the Best, and Xenotronics all have leaps, but Kiki's been so patient, waiting for the right opportunities. Very similar to how Hades has to be patient with his ultimate to make sure the escapes are down to get the full effectiveness. Kiki's done a great job of doing that in this one.
It's kind of an effect where Cynosure, he'll look for a potential stun opportunity or a ring bounce, and because he is just too far forward and aggressed on, that's going to determine the escapes being used from AI. And once those escapes are down after Cynosure forces it, Kiki's going to be able to capitalize.
Heroin and Snoopy trading that tower aggro for a moment, but eventually will knock down that tier 2 tower. That means that all the tier 2 towers are gone for Team AI's map, and they've got to worry about their Phoenixes now. And you really have to worry whatever you're worried about an Apollo and a late game Soul who has that Obsidian Shard. Plenty of damage onto these structures. And oh yeah, Trifecta has Fire Giant too.
Well, this 5-man unit from Trifecta going down the left-hand side. Aurora taking a bit of damage. Divios jumping on in. Supernova just to zone out Xenotronics. Best is still lingering around, waiting for that right moment to jump in.
Not all bad there for Team AI. Heroin did use the ultimate. Plenty damage on a Snoopy. In fact, he's going to have to Aegis instead of taking that crush damage from the Best. Still has his purification beads though, but Trifecta's used enough to where they feel a little bit less comfortable sieging down this left side. Good defense from Team AI.
Old school Zadman status right there, leading a Phoenix Siege as an Apollo by himself.
That's right. Against some of Zapman's old former teammates, Aurora, the Best, and Divios. Apollo just makes you want to do that, man. He just makes you want to be in the front line.
You just feel invincible because the way his kit works, you have so many defensive options alongside of being able to dash in aggressively. You have that nice clutch mez that also will not only stop those channeling abilities, but give you those protections to be able to survive a little bit longer in some of these team fights.
Okay, so why haven't we seen Apollo in Season 4? I mean, he's good right now, right? I mean, he's got good clear. His late game is absolutely insane. He's got a global ultimate as a hunter. Plenty of defensive options, as you mentioned. Why haven't we been seeing him?
So if the Apollo goes neutral and doesn't get ahead in the early game from any invades, like such as Kiki has been helping them out with, and this Death's Toll, Bumpa's Master Star coming out of Snoopy, then he will get outboxed every single time against a lot of these other hunters.
Divios forced to use his ultimate to get away, but Cynosure follows him with the blink. No ultimate, though. The Best up into that I'm a Monster, but no targets are low. Snoopy's going to find it onto a Roar, and Heroin finds Divios too quickly for Trifecta. Cynos is going to miss the ultimate. Chapo putting some pressure onto him, but Best is getting chased down. Another kill goes Snoopy's way. 8 in total for him. Heroin finds Chapo on the backside with the help of Cynosure. Only Xeno left alive. Not for long. He's going to jump away. Will escape actually towards his fountain, but Trifecta looks likely to take game number 2.
It's only Xenotronics up here. Kiki was looking for the bird bomb potentially here. It's going to get sorted out by Heroin as they start sieging down this Titan room. Aurora making the revive. He needs to find something.
Trifecta still looking at the Titan. Plenty of damage onto it. The bird bomb's right there, and that's going to be enough. Trifecta find 3 points up against Team AI in pretty clean fashion here, Toli.
Just slow and methodical. Every little calculating play coming out of AI between the Gold Furies, the invades. Sloppy start coming out of Kiki, I would say, in terms of just getting abused in the early game, but this allowed Snoopy the same strength and advantage over Xenotronics, which seemed to be the goal coming out of Trifecta.
Yeah, I mean, Trifecta definitely had a set game plan, and it was get Snoopy ahead. And as you mentioned, they put him on a god that you can really get ahead and do a lot on on that Apollo. Good plays out of Kiki as well. I mean, going for this early invade on the left-hand side, taking away those minis. Again, all in the name of getting Snoopy ahead, but those mid to late game team fights as the Odin, not always easy. You know, a lot of people say, oh, you press 4 and there's your cage, but if you miss a cage and it's not as impactful and you only catch one, that can really mess up an entire team fight for you.
And we saw just how patient Kiki was with some of his cages. His rotations were also on point, being able to rotate towards the left-hand side when Xenotronics was just too far out of position looking for that tier 1 tower. Demos made that same mistake on the right-hand side in game number 1, and then Xeno did it on the left.
Team AI is very clearly, to me, just a team that's still working through the kinks. They're still working for whatever they're trying to make their play style, and they just haven't quite found it quite yet.
That Bluestone at the last possible moment. That's just one of the worst feelings in SMITE, that you're like, I'm out. Bluestone last tick, I'm not out.
Especially when you got a double stacked from that bird bomb. 2 abilities means 2 ticks of that bird bomb all the time. Trifecta looks strong, and as we mentioned, this is basically what was needed from them in order to keep their Valencia hopes in a good spot.
Between Luminosity, Monkey Madness here, there's a lot of these teams in North America that are so close, even Team Allegiance sitting high up in the standings, that are just inching their way closer to that Valencia spot.
I mean, these teams all very, very close together, as you mentioned. Game 2 and Game 1, plenty of Snoopy action on this Apollo. Again, this is a guy that I wanted to see a little bit more from Trifecta, and certainly made it happen this time around.
I mean, the way he just even started the game here with that Bumbus mask, he's able to just look for any sort of opportunity here to get that level 1 advantage and then just start bullying out Xenotronics completely.
A really strong play out of this long-time duo lane. Ionic and Snoopy, one of the most storied duo lanes in the history of competitive SMITE, and really fun whenever they're clicking on all cylinders as they are right now. Big reason why they're clicking in my mind, Toli, is this new addition to the solo lane. Kiki has really started to mold into this team a little bit better, and I think we actually have him on the line here for an interview. Kiki, you there?
Oh.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey,
How
what's
you
up? Pretty sad I didn't get to play my females, you know?
Oh.
Yeah, but we could make an Odin, like, female skin for you. Like, could probably, like,
Really?
make that happen. Yeah, I mean, why not?
I'd be happy.
We do anything.
So, Kiki, tell me about this team, Trifecta. I mean, you guys had a little bit of a struggle towards the beginning, probably underperformed in your own minds, but starting to get ramped up a little bit here. How are you and the team feeling?
We're feeling pretty good. We just, like last week, was it last week? Was it this Sunday? I don't really remember.
I was on vacation, I can't answer.
We ran into something new, and you know, like it takes you back. Like if you watch the this Obey versus Rival, like 10-minute surrender, you know, right? Like that's this season. But there's so many scenarios in which you can play a little better. I'm sure Rival feels the same way. So now that we're learning, we're clicking. I think that, you know, we'll be in Valencia.
So you were playing this Odin in both games here, definitely going for a utility style. Talk to me about the way you started, because to me it's like, all right, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Did you expect AI to really punish you that second game?
It was really funny because Aurora was stopping my TP. I don't know if you guys noticed, but yeah, he was saving his Geb knockup for my TP, and that's why I ended up missing like 4 creeps, which is the big reason why I was so behind.
Yeah, tough. But Snoopy played so well, I suppose, on that left-hand side that
if it gets him ahead, I mean, I think it was worth it.
Absolutely. And as you said right there that you expect to be in Valencia, what are the things, I mean, teams usually say we just need to do this a little bit better. What's the big difference maker been as you've moved on during the summer split to play a little bit better, and what do you need to continue doing in order to make Valencia?
I think we just need to figure out like how to farm more efficiently. Sometimes a team will have more pressure, so you have to give up something, but as long as you're getting a little something, then it's okay.
And this team is just so full of veterans. Is it nice to be on a team with guys that you've seen around the scene for so long, and you know you got your one guy, Sinosure, that's still a little bit new to the SPL. How's your team dynamic?
Like in how we work together?
Yeah, I mean, like what's the team environment like? The comms, you know, you guys just interacting with each other during the games.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, I never really like hung out with that much. But surprisingly, they're all like really funny. They're all like really cool. So we ended up clicking well. Like after 2 weeks, like I felt like I was just, you know, one of their friends.
Sure. Well, congratulations, Kiki, on the 2-0 victory today. You got any shout outs before we let you go?
Yeah, shoutouts to my team for giving me a shot, and shoutouts to Trifecta for picking us up.
The new organization for this veteran team. Congratulations, Kiki. Thank you so much for joining us. That's it for set number 2. It's Trifecta taking the 2-0 over Team AI. We're going to go to a quick break, but we'll be right back with more SPL.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the SMITE Pro League. I'm Tom Battinger, and that's going to be Anatoly. We've got North American action back on the docket. Luminosity Gaming versus E-United. These teams are, I feel like, surprisingly evenly matched. E-United has recently really taken a step above to become one of the higher-end teams here.
Luminosity has always set the bar here out of North America. E-United, they're kind of struggling a little bit recently in the past week, losing to Noble, not something that they've really been expecting to do, even struggling against Team Allegiance a little bit. They're kind of halted their path towards Valencia.
And this right here, this matchup right here is going to be proof whether or not last week was a fluke. Now, Luminosity is definitely a stronger team in my eyes, taking on E-United, but how does E-United contend? Do they find a split? That's really the situation here that I'm looking for, because as Toli said, we just watched them lose to Noble. Is that the real team, or is the team that we saw before that the real team? That's the question we're trying to answer today.
Well, we're going to see if Noble played up or if E-United played down, as E-United will take on Luminosity here. Everyone's just taking out everybody.
Yeah, we'll see.
I want to take you out later, too.
Well, maybe I'll take you up on that. But right now we got P's and P's. Pretty please. We'll see how these two teams wind up going head-to-head against each other. E-United, they have that solo laner that they really want to take care of, in Benji, and then Luminosity over here. It's really about that duo lane.
Honestly, the whole iconic duo lane between Jeff Hill and Barracuda, you can never just stop talking about them because they are who we thought they are.
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly. They just do everything the correct way together.
It's a long time in the making. Not even a long time in the making. It's a long time it's already been made. It's already there. Jeff Hinla and Barracuda have just been a force of nature for a long time in that duo lane, and they continue to be so. United here they opt to ban out Terra, the Bologna, the very meta ban coming out from Luminosity here, and the second ban coming out from LG should likely be in a similar vein, looking towards the meta. Luminosity tend to really fight against that.
It just seems that Luminosity don't really care about picking the Bologna for Scary D to start things off. It seems not even the Osiris either, so probably going to be a more passive soul laner for Scary D. He's had a great showing in the Amaterasu when he has gotten to that late game form to be able to make these rotations, so I'm not expecting anything differently out of him.
Right, exactly, and as I said, teams are balanced differently, and I don't mean to take a shot towards Scary D, but I think most would agree that United solo lane is perhaps a little bit stronger than Luminosity's. So by taking out the standard meta selections in that solo lane, it allows Luminosity some wiggle room over there on the short side, allowing LG to really put pressure on the other side of the map and focus on their strengths instead of the enemies.
Benji's definitely going to have to make a comeback here, because in his last set against Noble, he died several times to Aquarius, trying to really find his way back into the game here. But against Luminosity, probably will be against the Robin, unless that's going to be for Mass.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of ambiguity here for LG with the Robin selection. It can go in either player's hands, and we'll see which direction they go in. And in fact, I'm sure in LG's mind, they're still up on the air, not sure where to place him, and we'll see where it goes as the draft continues. United on the right side with their second selection. They go with Fafnir, and they're going to pair that up with somebody. I'm very curious to see if they're just going to strip the dual lane right away, or if they're going to go in a different direction.
United, whether it's Pain to Beyond or Polar Bear Mike, they don't really care about certain strategies. They want to stick to their identity of what works for them, right? Sure. And that's the whole objective control. Fafnir provides you that between the Draconic Form, the AoE Coerce, not to mention you can even go for that Shogun's Kusari in that mid to late game. And with the Soul here, we see a Soul and another traditional physical hunter, then we can clearly see that United is focusing on those objectives.
So exactly what I was going to say, pairing very well with the Fafnir and a traditional hunter. Other side, Luminosity goes for the new support, the Ganesh, and the standard mid laner, Thoth. Just a lot of action coming here in the mid lane specifically.
It seems that Baskin has found a lot of comfort in the Thoth. When he first started playing that mid role, he liked a lot of Poseidon. It was just Poseidon nonstop all over the place. But now he's been making this nice little transition here to this god, and honestly, it's been working out for him.
Yeah, it absolutely has. We've seen a lot of success come out from the mid lane, whether it be by damage or setup. But United have a little bit of both in their jungle selection for Susano, character that really allows Verizial to try and run the game, something that he is capable of doing. So United nicely set up right now for that early and mid game for sure.
And it's also going to help him catch up to Thoth if he's ever just being able to dash away. As long as you can catch him right before the dash at Thoth, you find the jet stream, and then you're able to teleport to him after the dash. You just have to wait out that stun duration, because you definitely don't want to get hit by that in the late game.
Look at this. Luminosity paying so much attention to Benji over there in that solo lane. Bologna, Osiris, and Hercules. Bologna, Osiris being more the meta selections. Hercules being something that Benji specifically really enjoys playing. Whilst United on the other side paying attention specifically to the dual lane. Terra, Hoyi, Kerninos all banned out. And a shout to Mask on the Nemesis.
I like the bans of the Bologna, Osiris, but to go any further against Benji, keep in mind he has the Hades, he has the Guan Yu that he's played before in the past to great success. Despite Might having a losing matchup, he finds ways to get back into it and sway it in his advantage.
Even still, I think it is something to note that Luminosity, all 4 bans in that direction. This is the problem. Amaterasu is, in my opinion, Benji's best god.
Honestly, it's probably the best solo lane god in teamfights in general. Yeah. Once you make that level 14 mark, you start to rotating. The presence has truly been felt before in the past from a lot of teammates, and I think like Luminosity just might have forgotten about this god, because sure, Vamana and Hercules does provide a lot of good late game damage, but Amaterasu, that mobility is just insane.
I would have liked to see the Amy ban and then allow him to pick the Vamana. Vamana also one of Benji's favorite characters. Like you said, kind of awkward trying to ban out a solo laner with a god pool like Benji's, which is very large, but the Amaterasu will be selection, and I think Luminosity, with all of the attention paid to the solo lane, still don't wind up liking that matchup. Now is their selection. We'll see if that Robin is going to wind up in the short side or if he's a jungler.
Medusa locked in here for Barracuda with Ganesh for Jeff Hilla. A great little dual lane matchup here. It's going to be providing him a lot of extra physical power once Ganesh just uses that lane clear.
Really curious to see what Luminosity are opting for. A lot of conversation here as well. They dive into their bank time, and it'll be the Camazotz, likely to be Camazotz jungle Robin in that solo lane, allowing Scary D to have that tanky selection against Amaterasu. Early game bully versus Amy, who has to kind of wait till level 8, level 9 to clear.
I wouldn't be surprised, though, if it is still going to be Camazotz as well, because he could also be that lane bully to be able to poke from a distance.
My question is really, does Scary D have the Camazotz in his wheelhouse? A lot of what we've seen out of Luminosity solo laner has been very traditional, and playing the assassins in that solo lane a little bit of a move away from the norm. So I'm not sure. I won't say it's not a thing, but I'm just not sure. We haven't seen that style out of Scary D just yet. United coming down to their last selection here. We'll lock in the Scotty, so we will have that duo basic attack character with Fafnir, allowing United to really focus on the objectives. LG versus United. Let's get to it.
I love this Scotty pick for Panda Cat. Not only does he not have attack speed and relying on PBM for the coerces and maybe a Shogun's Kusari, but on top of that, there's not too much CC and control on the side of Luminosity if you take out Jeff Hilla from the equation.
There's the power of that early game Robin, finding the route onto Polar Bear Mike, who very quickly pops the bracer of undoing to get his HP back. Mask, however, he's going to be poked out all the way down. No bracer on his side. He started beads, so this Camazotz will be in trouble early on.
We've been seeing a lot of these teams just starting to group up at level 1, trying to make sure that there's not going to be any sort of level 1 shenanigans in the solo lane side of things. We saw in the last set just Kiki making these obnoxious rotations, but if teams just started to group up like this before the lanes spawn, then you can start trickle back into your lanes and start off the way you really want.
Yeah, I keep bringing up the European approach that we saw last weekend, Soli, was where we just saw 5 players sort of create this line as if they're, search and rescue squad marching up the map, making sure nobody's out of position, and that really deterred a lot of the invade. I like that approach. Luminosity and United taking a little bit more aggressive stance, trying to say, listen, we'll fight fire with fire. Instead of deterring that aggression, they'll bring the aggression themselves.
4 Bombas masks on the side of United, 2 on Luminosity. We can really see that United want to be able to burn these jungle camps just so quickly. Now, investing 500 gold here on these 4 players will set them back a little bit in the mid game, but if they keep controlling all these mid harpies, oracles, and fire giant elementals, at the end of the day, that 2,000 gold investment will add up by stripping it away from Luminosity.
Bumba's Mask so efficient right now when you sell, you buy it for 500 like you said. Baskin in a little bit of trouble, gets pulled in. Aegis's out the damage from Chaos. That was absolutely going to be first blood. Quick fingers by the mid lane Baskin.
Baskin surprisingly just not allowing the wave to enter his tower. Sometimes you just got to take the gold loss from the melee minions, clear out the archers when you know your jungler is doing the back harpies instead.
One of the nice things about Mask's selection about the Camazotz Toli is all of that poke that happened early on quickly negated. Now he's able to heal up by going back to the base, of course, but Camazotz with a lot of innate sustain, so that should help him as it goes further should he get poked out again.
Just not really wanting to start anything quite yet in the solo lane as Variziel shows his face around the corner, but he can easily wrap around and do a little loop-de-loop here. Before Robin hits level 5, he's a relatively easy target to kill if you catch him outside of his tower.
Right, there's no escape. He has to flip kick, but no real jump. There's a great pull coming out from Variziel. Scaredy in trouble, half HP, make that 0. Benji serves up the kill off the assist from the jungler. Fantastic play out of the 2 right side players from United.
And this is going to be very troublesome for Scary D because now Amaterasu, a goddess that struggles in the early game, getting first blood, hits level 5 first. So that means Benchy's going to hit that level 6, 7, 8, 9 marker first over Scary D. It's just going to be able to start being the lane bully instead.
And that kill spills over into the jungle, allowing United to go ahead and grab the neutral camp that is the Gremlins by the Fire Giant. So very nicely timed initiation coming out from United as well. Not just getting the 500 gold for that, but also getting the jungle as well.
I like the fact that Maska still stuck around in the solo lane, the fact that Benji hasn't back to base quite yet, and the fact that his ultimate is on cooldown means that it's pretty easy to apply pressure onto the Amaterasu and allow Scary D a slightly more breathing room to get back into it.
So right here, as we take a look at the solo lane matchup, we keep talking about how Robin generally has the upper hand, but even with that first blood, I don't think Benji is going to put himself in a position of winning this lane outright.
Well, he did back to base and finishing off that warrior tabby for the teleport because of that first blood, whereas Scary D, he backed with only tier 2 boots. That's a big difference in physical power specifically, 30 to be specific. And not only that, the mobility here, not only does Amaterasu just out position a Robin because of that aura, but now you just have tier 3 versus tier 2 boots.
Benji dealing some damage, but it's going to be answered by Mask's rotation into the solo lane. Couple of basics and a nice ability shooting out. Allows Mask to just send United back on the tower.
Definitely seems that Luminosity are prepared for Verizial's transgressions in that solo lane. Mask just making sure that Scary D doesn't fall further behind than he already is, applying more pressure on the right. On the left-hand side, it's been a pretty quiet farming fest between these two dual laners.
There you can see the big difference. Look at about 400 difference of net worth for Benji and his opposing solo laner. So Scary D certainly down, but a little bit of help from Mask should even the score just a little bit. And that's what Mask is doing here, making sure that his jungler, his solo laner can secure the blue buff, and Scary D won't be getting those anytime soon, I don't think.
But it's not something that is an ideal situation for a jungler in general, unless you're finding kills in the solo lane, honestly, because you want to be applying pressure where in your mid or your dual lane to let them start carrying the game in the mid game.
Love the bait coming out from Benji, although Scary D didn't take it all the way. Nice pull. There's the ultimate as well. Scary D falls down. That's 2 kills for E United, 2 kills for Benji off of 2 assists from his jungler. Shouts to Verizial.
Despite these 2 defensive wards coming from Luminosity right above their speed buff, it needs to be positioned a little bit higher to see where Verizial is, because as Susanoo, he's fast enough already, but you put a speed buff on top of him, you're not going to be able to survive.
Yeah, it was interesting. United sort of set up a bait there where Benji's like, all right, I will take this fight, I will lose this fight. Scary D didn't commit all the way, but just a little bit. That's all United needed to really make that gank count.
And between the Typhoon and the ultimate from Amaterasu, it's just so easy to lock down any solo laner, despite even a Robin that has the overhead kick, that has that Mystic Rush for the gap closer and the damage mitigation. Before he gets these physical protections online, this Robin on Scary D is just going to get punished every single time.
Yeah, and it's going to be troublesome for Luminosity if they really need that Robin rotating towards the mid game. They will need that Robin rotating towards the mid game, and that should be an issue if he's going to be down.
And honestly, Benji put himself in a position where, all right, he's going to be playing a passive god in the solo lane to start things off, but he's willing to take that loss, where Scary D is prioritizing this Robin pick so early in the draft. They first picked this Robin, and it's already having 2 deaths.
Yeah, I mean, Luminosity, this was their problem last year, was the fact that Scary D just wasn't up to snuff with the rest of the Luminosity crew. And then we saw Super Regionals come through and Worlds a little bit. And Luminosity, all right, you know what, Scary D put on a good performance. Since then, however, Tolly, I don't think we've seen the same Scary D.
He needs to go back to his Amaterasu, if I recall correctly. Just the way he played it at Super Regionals and at Worlds was so impressive here. And Benji has been making the plays happen alongside his jungler here. It could easily turn into Luminosity's favor if they're the ones to be able to aggress first with those gods instead.
That's a big if, unfortunately. Only 7 minutes in, already down 1,000 gold. Can Luminosity find the initiation? I mean, sure, they're not out of it by any stretch of the imagination, but will that actually happen is a different story, because Verizial is initiating every single time.
Just no escape here. The bat out of hell, trying to find chaos, but the Saprite will keep him alive. Jeff Hilla is going to into safety of that tier 1 tower, but everyone from E United really just grouping up together. We even saw Panda Cat making the half rotation in case things popped off in mid.
Right, he's just always got to be wary of where the enemy is going to be, or more specifically where his team wants him to be, so that he can actually contribute to the team fight. Barracuda instead heading back to base, and gonna finish up some of the standard itemization, I think, coming out these days. We see the Shifter Shield being built by Barracuda, ability-based Hunter. Scotty going for the more classic Transcendence, but the same idea in both Hunters' minds. A lot of power, A lot of abilities.
Especially considering that Panicat's going to take a while for that physical power to come online. He's very confident that his team has the pressure necessary for him to free farm safely. Jeff has been making these rotations in mid. We see a lot of rotation from Mask in the solo lane, so there's no pressure onto Panicat instead.
Right. I mean, when you're comparing the Transcendence and the Shifter's Shield, a lot of people look directly towards the numbers of the power, but really it's about the numbers of the timing when it comes online. As soon as you finish that Shifter Shield, you're ready to go. You're ready to fight. Transcendence, you need to stack it up just a little bit to really make it worth its while.
And not only that, Panicat is thinking in these team fights that he's not even going to need the protections from a Shifter Shield. He just needs the damage. He's going to rely on Verizial forcing the team fight to start things off, and then Benji and PBM being that buffer to just completely protect this backline squishy Scotty.
Right, and Panicat certainly going to be swinging very hard if that's the case. So we'll keep an eye on the Scotty player to make sure and see if things will all go according to plan. 3v3 here in the mid lane, as per usual. Verizial kind of wants to get back to the farm, though. And so that's exactly what he'll do. He'll slink back into the jungle and look for something else.
You always want to try to confuse your opponents in different ways, and just by going inside the jungle, that little small maneuver alone can create a little confusion in the communications, like, all right, Susanoo missing, be careful in the dueling. Little things like that go a long way.
Right, and just that little bit of, we don't know where this player is, dipped in the dueling. And we saw Luminosity respond by bringing their dueling into the jungle. They'll pick up the red buff, but they were also checking only near the Gold Fury, where the Oracle's at. Oracle's about to spawn, so Luminosity going to rotate towards the Gold Fury and actually pull the objective here. Have HP on gold already. The box is down. Nobody can really come in here. Polar Bear Mike showing his face, but that's Luminosity all the way to Business Town. Nice play coming out from LG.
Oh, Reunited, though, they're not done yet. Benji's here. The beads from Barracuda. The damage has been done from Benji. Mask is having to retreat as well under that tier 2. Baskin could be in a lot of trouble. It gets pulled back in, and Scary D's going to try to save him.
Brazil tosses out the ultimate as well. Basket goes down for the count as Chaos puts number 3 on the board for United. Panda answers back by putting number 4 right afterwards. The Gold Series goes the way of Luminosity Gaming, but United keep up their steam by answering back with a 2-for-nothing team fight in their direction and looking for the other objective, Portal Demon.
Very fortunate timing for United to be able to find this Portal Demon after this 10 marker. The Gold Fury being started by Luminosity, they calculated the damage very efficiently. They got it just in the nick of time, but Baskin was just caught in no man's land. Couldn't really dash into safety, especially with Verizial just in his face with that speed buff.
Way too fast. And you combine that with the passive that Susanoo has as well.
He just wants to go fast, man.
Gotta go fast.
Always.
Certainly where United is looking. Want to go fast towards the finish line here. 2,000 gold in the lead. Not quite some of the leads that we've seen earlier on today. Shout out to the 10-minute surrender that was the rival game number 1, but still definitely starting off well.
Well, this is already looking like a stronger United team compared to last week. Their match against Noble, we kept questioning, was it Noble, was it United, was it a little bit of both here? Same thing could be said about this set currently for Luminosity. They're kind of dropping the ball in the solo lane here and then the positioning from Baskin, but either way, United, they're showing that despite their current standings being slowly in the, or slightly in the middle, they are here to play. They're not done yet with their contention to Valencia.
And see, that's really where I was going with in our pregame discussion, is that United clearly, I mean, just watching 12 minutes of play here, clearly last week was the fluke. I think that this is more true to United, and Luminosity, they're having some struggles with Scary D here, but you know, I think this is more representative of the type of challenge that United are going to bring to teams. Luminosity, look, they're not getting handled. United isn't the next number 1 squad in the world, but they're certainly ready to fight, and I think this is a lot more indicative of what this team can bring in the future than versus what we saw versus Noble.
Just a lot of chaos and havoc coming out of Verizial, and he's not done yet in the solo lane. Scary D doesn't have teleport for another 40 seconds, and if Verizial stays here on the right, which he should, considering Gold Fury and Portal Demon still down, that tier 1 tower should fall.
And that's clearly what they're going to do here. The wave walking right into the tower, and that tier 1 going the way of United in just a matter of moments. So 500 gold on the side of the red team already, extending their lead again.
great communication from a United. Benji communicates the fact that, okay, Scary D back to base, his teleport's on cooldown, you make this rotation, this tower's going down, and there's no risk factor here. There's nothing to steal on the opposite side of the map.
That is the biggest deal to me right there with that play. Like when you see Gold Fury plays, we could respond with a tier 1 tower in the mid lane or the Portal Demon. When you see Portal Demon plays, you affect the left side, etc. There's just no answer to that clean play by E United.
Still looking for something here out of Luminosity, though. They're struggling slightly. That's not out of the world here. It's only 3,000 of a deficit at the 14-minute mark.
Even still, that's a very nice start for United, a team that has characters like Benji or Amaterasu and the Soul, who really need to get to that late game and get those items online and do what it is that they do.
That's what Luminosity needs to do. Utilize the long-range artillery coming out of Baskin just from a distance. Look for the poke and reset, because despite the great teamfight presence from United with PBM playing this Fafnir, they don't really have sustain.
Not at all.
AoE sustain. Like, they might have some self-sustain inside their kit, but that's not going to really do too much compared to the damage that Baskin's going to be dealing at the later stages.
Exactly. Baskin's going to be looking, well, I mean, at the same time, totally, Baskin's going to be looking to just obliterate people. Baskin, Maz, this team is looking for one-shots where sustain wouldn't even help because you're already dead, right? So Luminosity kind of looking in that direction.
But now it's even going to be more powerful without that. Even Pestilence being built from Scary D to prevent the self-sustain. Benji, whenever he switches those auras, will get some of the sustained chaos. Popping that steroid factor will receive it as well. Not to mention all those coerces being thrown out by PBM.
Yeah, just a lot to deal with on the side of United. A very nice draft that they've really come together with. And I wonder if we're going to see any itemization as well outside of the relics to really combat what United have drafted.
It just seems like an United draft all across the board, honestly. It's not too many teams that can make this kind of a style of rotation here. They can't necessarily execute it the same way that other teams can, but United, they're very comfortable with all their picks here. Chaos loves this Soul, and Panda Cat loves these non-mobile hunters here, whether it's the Artemis, whether or not it's the Scotty. He just makes it work.
That was where his initial claim to fame was the Blink Artemis, right? Out of nowhere, you just get blinked on and just get smoked by Art. Panda Cat obviously doesn't have the blink here, but what Panda Cat does have is the Midgardian Mail. What an interesting choice here. This is going to affect the basic attacks of his opposition, both slowing the attack speed and the movement speed. So what a curious choice for Panda Cat.
It makes sense because he's going to get dove by Mask and Scary D, whether he wants to or not. It will happen, and this is probably one of the best defensive peeling options. Luminosity, they're going to start it up, and it's already so low.
And it's going to go the way of E United, snatched away, and Panda Cat takes Jeff along with him and the Gold Fury. Mask going to defend Barracuda as Benji comes around the left side. Right side, different story. Down goes Scary D. Double kill for the Hunter.
Just like that. Not able to secure it. They still find the 2 kills, but this time they steal it away. E United are getting all the objectives this time. They get the Gold Fury. They're going to get this tier 1 mid. They're not done yet. They recognize Barracuda's all the way on the left. They're going to grab this tier 2.
Yeah, looking for the tier 2 on top of it. This is going to be 2,000 gold in total just for the towers, plus the stolen objective. 5,400 in the lead. Pharaoh will answer back by grabbing a tier 1 tower, but the 500 gold, just barely a band-aid over a bullet wound.
It's just not going to be enough to translate it, especially if United covered their losses by getting this Portal Demon, which outweighs that tier 1 tower slightly. Benji, though, this is the Amaterasu that is a nightmare for so many hunters with that mobility. Still able to get away with a nice little dash and just retreating under the safety of his tier 1 tower.
Yeah, Benji doesn't want to push it too hard, so he'll just push Barra a little bit out.
But going back to what you were talking about this defensive choices from Panda Cat, not only has he gone for this Midgardian Mail, but just now completing this Winged Blade, getting a lot of health here. So he has the physical power from the Transcendence. That's all he really needs. And then he has the attack speed from PBM. He's going to be getting more attack speed from not only the Coerce, but the Shogun's Kusari. That's almost complete here.
Yep.
And as long as he survives, gets that proc from the Winged Blade, he will never die.
I still want to see a Titan's Bane. I want to see some sort of penetration built in. But I do like the fact that he's utilizing his teammates.
And not only that, these two items here are so affordable.
That's a truth.
I think it's $22.50 on Merguardian, $18.50 on the Winged Blade. It's just so efficient to surviving these mid-game teamfights.
Fire Giant started. Nice control coming out from Panda Cat there, setting Jeff Hinlow up directly for the stun by Polar Bear Mike. Barracuda on the left side, and Luminosity's presence enough to chase E United off of the Fire Giant.
Very bold and ambitious of a call from E United, more than likely being called from Verizil. We always talk about the playmakers from E United and where do their calls come from, but honestly, Verizil is the one that likes to go for these risky plays. All 5 members up from Luminosity, but with this 7,000 goal lead and even more experience to follow, they're not afraid of anything.
E United starting the Fire Giant as one more time. 50% on the objective. Full command as the ultimate from Verizil comes out. That's going to be a successful steal by Luminosity. They get the Fire Daddy, and they're looking for the team fight after it.
Barracuda, though, he's solo. He has to retreat. Dharmic Pillar's coming out. PBM, he's in trouble. He's getting taken out.
Baskin gets another one. Panda Cat answers back, taking down Scary D, but it's a 2-for-1 thus far. Mask still on the chase. Luminosity, the rest of the team, not along with him so far. Baskin sends out a couple of pot shots, but the steal for Fire Giant, good enough. LG still down 6K totally, but what does this Fire Giant mean for the future?
This means that they're going to be melting these towers, getting 500. They need this 1,500 in the tier 2. If they can find the picks, they can grab it. It's very important for Verizil with Panda and Benji to keep this up. And Luminosity, they're not feeling confident to aggress without any minions.
A lot of defensive prowess here. You have Benji and Verizil, full health Verizil there available, and also the surprisingly tanky Panda Cat.
You're just not going to be taking him out anytime soon. And if you're focusing all your damage onto Panda Cat during that tier 2 tower siege, that means you're not dealing damage to the tower, which means the tower is just going to be melting you in return.
Well, here's the problem. Isn't his defensive build going to hurt his damage, Anatoly?
Sure, it might hurt his damage, but like I said before, all the attack speed from PBM, it just goes and gets out everything that he really needs to.
He's number 1 in the player damage. I was being funny.
Oh, okay. I see where you were going with that one.
I was being funny. But yeah, building that Shoguns, that's what that last item is likely going to be from PBM. Amping his Hunter up by 15%.
Not only that, like you have just so much damage here from the base damage of the Caldeer. The doggo himself is able to pump out a lot, which helps out Scotty. She doesn't really need this much power.
And he's building into the Titan's Bane. Love it.
He's good. He's Gucci.
Love it. Really, really enjoying this build out of Panda Cat. 21 minutes in, E United leading by a lot. 7-2 read the kills. And as far as the gold is concerned, also a fair amount, about 5,000. But Luminosity, with the wind in their sails, just recently snatching the Fire Giant away, now have control of the left side, looking for the Gold Fury or the team fight is E United via positioning. But as I said, LG with the Fire Giant, nothing that E United can really sneeze at.
I mean, it's still around their waists for another minute and a half. The question is E United going to stall this one out, or are they going to keep trying to go for it? Gold Fury around 50% health. Jeff Finley going to get stunned out. Benji going in. The girdle means go.
And there's going to be the fight. Benji on the right side, getting attacked by the bat twice. And Polar Bear Mike eats one of the shots as well. Triple knock-up coming up from Verizil. Panda Cat takes advantage and takes out the support. Chaos does the same, taking out the jungler. Chaos and Benji very low, but Baskin's lower. Doubleon for the mid lane from Long Island as Panda Cat picks up another one. 6-0-2. It's a 4-for-1 trade, all in the direction of E United.
Benji barely surviving that one at the tail end. Scary D just did not have the necessary damage. Level 19 Amaterasu, and just like that, Verizil ripping through the team fight with his ultimate, setting up Chaos beautifully despite being the sacrificial lamb. As long as Panda Cat is up, these towers are going down.
What just a fantastic game out of Verizil, and this is why I tell people you have to include the last number in the slash line. People love to say you went 0-0, look at you. You got to include the 10 assists that Verizil had. That team fight brought to you by Verizil 1. If he's not there, if he's anybody else, E United does not get 4 kills plus a Gold Fury plus a Portal Demon at all. Wonderful, just an amazing ultimate. Verizil sets his entire team up for this entire sequence doubling their lead, previously 5K, now 10K, taking the wind out of the sails of Luminosity. All in one ultimate.
He's been all over the place, and the prime beneficiary has been Benji. They both have 10 kill participations out of the 11 from E United, and Benji did a great job absorbing a lot of the abilities coming out of Luminosity, whereas Varisil was patiently waiting throughout that Typhoon in the middle of the team fight to allow Chaos to end it. But we can't discredit how Benji started it off by baiting out so many cooldowns on the right.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what Benji's looking for. I mean, look at his items. He's got a ton of CDR, but he's got the Urchin, which means please dive me because I'm very tanky and I want your stacks. And he's got the Genji's guard, which means please dive me because I want my abilities back. E United looking to use those abilities. Scary D already down to half HP. Another great knockup from Varisil, but this time Mask fighting back almost brings the Susano to his knees, and Luminosity find a good defensive stack.
Girdle is going to be popped by Jeff Hilla, but everyone from Luminosity's at half health. They still want to fight this because the fact that Varisil was poked out. Nice stun from Baskin, but he's not going to follow up here. He doesn't have the ultimate.
This is LG's spot to turn it around, but the damage out of United too strong. Their ultimates weren't successful, but the second round of basic abilities are. Chaos finds kill number 4. Scary D likely to fall here if anyone can find the hit, and it'll be Panda Cat. 2 for the Ukrainian, and Barracuda gonna fall down. Make that 3. Rolling trips all the way to the base is E United. 16 kills to Luminosity's 3.
And that gives Benji all 10 stacks of his Height of the Urshian, and like that, the mobility that this Amaterasu provides for E United is able to not only disengage when things get a little thick and hairy, but they're able to clean everybody from Luminosity up.
That was just, you highlighted that very well about what Benji did. E United tossed all the ultimates out, and Luminosity kind of did as well, and nothing happened. So E United run away, they go, oops, we made a mistake. And then as soon as everybody's cooldowns are back up, they surge forward, push Luminosity down, and open the window for the Fire Giant. E United picking up one more time, 25 minutes in, folks. And E United leading Luminosity by over 10 grand, almost 15.
And with this Fire Giant for 5 or 4 more minutes around their waist here, this is going to be looking very grim for Luminosity, despite if you're losing team fights outside of your Phoenixes already by such a great margin with the Fire Giant 40 United, you're looking for a miracle here out of the blue squad.
Player damage on the Scotty. The defensively built Scotty. Again, can't bring it up enough. Using his teammates' prowess, the Shogun's Kursari, the built-in coerce attack speed from Polar Bear Mike, allowing him to go a little bit more tanky. That's why he finds himself with a big old 0 in the deaths column.
He just does having no fear at all. We talked about the frontline presence from E United. PBM, Fafnir. Benji, Amaterasu. Varisil doing things, throwing the Typhoons, basically. That's all he needs to do. He throws out those Typhoons, and then Panda Cat is just casually chucking that Ice Spear and telling his doggo to go sick him.
That's Scylla. The face that Totally just gave me is pretty much like he wants to quit right now. E United showing no signs of doing any such thing. Barreling down the left-hand side. Polar Bear Mike leading the charge, getting ready. This could be the last push. Almost, what is this? Almost 20,000 gold in the lead, plus a Fire Giant buff. Luminosity on their last legs here, Anatoly.
Girdle is being popped, but it doesn't matter. Jeff Hilla gets
already done.
Barracuda trying to retreat, but PBM says, get back here.
And Varisil says, game. Benji gets the kill. Varisil gets the kill right before it, setting everybody up. Those are his first 2 kills of the game, folks. And he's my player of the game, setting his entire team up.
Oh, Baskin.
No way.
Baskin responds with 2, but it's just not enough. 4 members dead. It's all up to Mass to hold on against 3 members with Fire Giant from E United.
Nice try out of Baskin, but unfortunately far too little and far too late. The last objective is the Titan. Mask doing what he can, but Varisil puts a stop to the bat, and the Titan will fall down. Blackjack 21, E United to Luminosity's 5. They take it in 27 minutes.
What a performance from everyone from E United, honestly. Just everyone fulfilling their role the way they needed to from the very start.
We weren't the only ones asking. Which is the real E United? The loss against Noble or the wins that we've seen previously? That's the answer. Right there. That's the real E United. What a play.
They're here to play. Their draft was just out of this world, and the way they executed it, honestly. If they can keep playing like the way they had in this first game, they're almost guaranteed to Valencia. They're looking like a very strong North American contending team.
It's all about understanding your strengths and weaknesses and trying new things at the same time. Shouts to Panda Cat trying new things. Well, Benji understanding his strengths. Listen, try to ban him out all you want. The Amaterasu, one of his better gods, better than his Vamana, arguably better than his Hercules, and the other two meta picks, well, they're meta picks. The Amaterasu, I think United would have been fine first picking that.
Yeah, I'm not really too sure about Luminosity banning away the Hercules and the Vamana, but as we head into picks and bans for games number 2, I'm expecting Luminosity to kind of shift their attention around a little bit. Focusing on Benji that hard was not really necessarily the best way to go about it.
I suppose. I still understand where Luminosity's coming from. Even with all the attention spent to Benji, Scary D still had a difficult time. By no means was that the end of the game. Virizial really came into play. I think Luminosity especially understanding that United have a first pick, ban Susano.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Just like that, making the necessary adjustments. Virizial had an outstanding performance, like you said before, finding the last 2 kills for himself at the end of the game, setting up everybody else before himself.
Easily player of the game for me. It's not an official accolade, but if that Susano and Virizial ran the game for United and allowed them to find themselves so nicely up ahead above Luminosity. United sticking to their nemesis Terra bans. Luminosity going to take Fafnir out of the hands of Polar Bear Mike, which leads the first selection for United. I honestly have no clue.
The way United's playing
Osiris?
recently, it just doesn't. It's too hard to predict. Between Bologna and Osiris being up, it makes sense as to why United is holding off on those 2 picks. Benji can honestly play anything, so they could let Luminosity go for either of those 2 gods and allow Scary D to see if he can make a comeback.
And that's really the power, again, understanding United, understanding their strengths. Listen, they understand that they have the upper hand in that short lane. Let Scary D take his selection, whether the god is strong in the meta or not. We'll hope that our solo leader can find an answer to it.
Soul being first pick for Chaos here. It did a lot of work here to follow up from Virizial's aggression. Osiris Capri, though, nice little fine balance between offensive and defensive measures.
Jeff Hindler really going to make use of those long-range defensive options that Capri has, while also looking for some looking for initiation by way of the abduct, as we said, that nice balance. But United looking to finish their first round of the drafting phase. Soul here, already selected, likely to be in the mid lane.
It's going to be a great performance here from Chaos if he can just wait patiently for Virizial to set things up. Benji prioritizing this Amaterasu very early in the draft. The way he executed it in the late game, he just was farming and chilling, honestly. He let the action come to him. Both the junglers were in his lane. He was like, all right, I guess we're boxing now.
Yeah, I mean, Luminosity last time had to ban 4 players out in order for the Amaterasu pick to be settled on. Now United just select it right away. Serket going to be the choice of jungler here for Virizial as well. Different story. On the Susano, it was all about setup. Serket, he's going to look for kills.
I love the way the whole North American, European SPL has such different metas within their draft. Serket was prioritized in the AI set earlier on today, whereas this one, teams just kind of don't care about her necessarily. They still think about her all the time in the draft, like they think about every other jungler, but it's just interesting to see, and very refreshing also to see it just kind of go in and out of rotation.
There's your Scylla.
That's a Scylla ban.
Sick 'em. There's your Scylla. Scylla's going to be banned out from the mid lane on Luminosity, excuse me. Ares also banned out as Luminosity spending a lot of attention to that support role. The last ban coming out from Luminosity, taking their time here, will also be charged towards Polar Bear Mike with the Ganesh.
Ares makes a lot of sense here because of that cripple. You really want him to make sure that abduct from Capri is always going to be fluid, non-interruptible, but Kurnos can suffer the same exact fate, so it makes sense without having that CC immune ultimate that you take away Ares. Ganesha didn't have the great performance from Luminosity, but they really respect the god in general, which is why they take it away from United.
United respecting Mask here, taking the Naja out of the equation, not going to allow him to have that early game prowess. Luminosity here, one more pick, will go the way of Thoth. Again, allowing Baskin to set himself up.
Despite his lack of positioning, I would say, in that game, his damage was surely evident. Whenever he sees a play, his eyes will just bulge up and he's like, all right, this is my time to go. And he's made some plays happen in that last game, especially at the very end when he sacrificed his life for those 2 members out of E United.
Last selections for E United. Bologna will be the choice for the jungle, most likely. Amaterasu is already in the hands of Benji. Actually, with the Circuit.
PBM.
Polar Bear Mike likely to play the Bologna with support. Amaterasu support.
PBM is going to be playing that Amaterasu. This is something that Jigs does, PBM does, some supports from Europe does every now and then, not too often on that region. But in North America, they really like this Amaterasu support because of the mobility that she really provides. And she doesn't need these offensive items because of the base damage from her ultimate is good enough.
And with the Amaterasu, one thing that you are lacking, as Robin is the jungler of choice for Luminosity, is guaranteed crowd control. So you're looking out for the ultimate, obviously, but that's it. So usually we see the Amaterasu support paired up with a Guardian in the short lane. This time, just the Bologna. Will it be enough? We'll take a look at the battlefield. E United Luminosity, Game 2.
The problem with going to Guardian here to balance out the Amaterasu support is you're going to be against an Osiris. And despite Scary D not having his best performance in the last game, his Osiris is still very scary and must be respected.
Absolutely.
This is what I do in Ranked all the time.
What?
Right here, what Benji's doing. He's just proxying between the Tier 2 and the Phoenix. And from here on out, because he was able to buy very quickly, he sneaks his way between the middle solo lane and just positions himself to clear out that wave. And then he can look for a buff invade because he doesn't have to worry about clearing the wave from his tower.
Very smart stuff, just extremely efficient. And he's even going to be able to wrap around the backside. Mask is in trouble. Nice dash forward. He is level 2, waiting for the cooldown on that bludgeon. Doesn't have it right away. Not enough to take down Mask. Baskin can't find the stun because he's only level 1. And E United off to an interesting start here, featuring Benji's oddball proxy.
Week after week after week in the SPL, North America, Europe, doesn't matter. The strategies from these teams just keep evolving non-stop here. I'm really surprised that he didn't fully commit to the speed buff to start things off, but it made sense that he really tried to go for that gank initially, even forcing out the purification beads out of Mask. And for those 2 minutes here before he hits level 5, this Robin needs to be very mindful about his positioning.
Yeah, and E United, I mean, they find about 100 gold up because of that play, but really it's about the pressure. And Luminosity here, they're going to be pushed out a little bit here in the duo lane, or the solo lane, as Real joins up with Benji. But there's power onto Jeff Hindla. Trouble. Frenzy's popped in both directions, and the support could be in trouble. But Panda Cat can't find the basics past the body blocks out of Barracuda.
You know you're not having a good time when your Hunter has to absorb the in-hands from your support. Jeff Hindla really tried to get in position to throw out his Rising Dawn to clear the wave, but E United were not having any of that. They really wanted to punish him for his aggressive positioning.
Even still, there's the rest of the speed buff. We saw Benji leave there for Mask. Mask says thank you and heads on to the blue. Polar Bear Mike, lower than Jeff Hindla was beforehand, so they do bite back.
I like the fact that Benji didn't go for the selfish option to secure the speed buff for himself, but honestly, by stripping away the speed buff, that's guaranteed play, whereas going for the level 2 gank there by getting the little ogres there, it's not always guaranteed, especially considering Luminosity, they were just in the nick of time under their tower, but still a great demonstration of the true power from early game strategies. You don't always necessarily need the best players in the world, the best team composition in the world. If you have strategies that can bamboozle your opponents like that and keep them guessing, then you're going to win almost every single time.
I mean, it goes all the way back to Sun Tzu, right? The element surprise is one of the most important factors when it comes to battle. And yeah, I mean, that wraparound play once upon a time was a guaranteed first blood. Teams adapted and adjusted. Now, what was important about that one is Jeff Hindla's in trouble again, stunned out by the support Amaterasu. But one more time, Panda Cat not able to catch up. What's important here, Anatoly, is that the response was delayed. The wraparound, you wait for it, it's not there. All right, it's not coming. Well, since Benji took time in the jungle, it did come later.
they were kind of expecting it because of his MIA call, but either way, still surviving from that early game invade. Luminosity, they find their own speed buff because Benji left it wide open. The left-hand side, these red buffs are now respawning here, and with all this aggression from PBM and Panicat onto Jeff Hilla, I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be some rotation from Verizial to try to really capitalize on this Capri.
Well, now that he's level 6, certainly has that ultimate available, plus some extra damage on that Death Bane. We'll see if that's the direction he opts to go in. Panicat will be the one picking up the red buff here. Hi, and we'll get the game back to you in just a moment. And there it is. Panicat still on the left side looking for the Oracles. And it's going to be Jeff Hindlow looking to zone out Panda away from the neutral objective, and he'll do so. Luminosity has the vision, just like we do, on the game.
A lot of vision here in the battleground of the gods indeed, as Benji's still doing a good job controlling that soul lane. Scary D does have to back without any sort of mana, finishing off that Ninja Tabby, and now he might miss out on quite a bit of experience as Benji's right there to push that under the tower.
Still trouble over there in the mid lane, but looks like that'll be tended to no problem. And Luminosity in general, as a unit, they're going to back right here. And this is the luxury that we have as commentators. We know that Luminosity and spectators, Luminosity's back at base. If E United had known, they go for the Gold Fury, they get it free 100%. No chance in hell that Luminosity stops them, but they don't have that information.
No, not quite yet, but they could use deductive reasoning depending on if they have their Sherlock Holmes hat on, but either way, taking the safe option. There's always that calculated risk, and I'm all about that calculated risk. If I see a Gold Fury that's like, this is about a 75% success rate, I'm going for it 100% of the time.
By the time E United can say, hey, is anybody in your lane? No? Nobody's in my lane either. Well, where are they? By the time that conversation happens, Luminosity's already on their way back to lane. So, yes, there is some take the chance and you'll have the communication that nobody's in lane, but by the time that's actually communicated, Luminosity are back in their spot. Very, very neat play coming out from LG, just quickly getting back to lane.
Barracuda still taking a lot of damage against Panicat. Both of these hunters with the red buff here, going for a different option in terms of their boot selection. Warrior Tabby for Panicat, really trying to get extra power, whereas Barracuda is all about that attack speed. He really wants to try to get more synergy with his shifting of the seasons, whether it's the lifesteal, the extra penetration, the power, or the chill slow effect.
The chill slow effect.
Just chill.
Very chill.
Yeah, like, you know, you just got to be like, yo, dog, just chill.
Verizial looping back over to the mid lane, but he will be unfortunately upset to see that nobody's really there. Polar Bear Mike getting grabbed. Big damage onto the support, but still no first blood as he's able to dash away on that Amaterasu. Tons of mobility on her. Not just with the movement speed, but Benji gets caught slipping, and Scary D punishes the proxy farm. Mask in trouble as well. Verizial could be in worse. Gets taken out by the dot from Jeff Hindla. Mask still here despite being low. Has the Capri shield on him, but he's gonna get saved right at the last moment. Bad timing coming out from PBM. Just a hair too early on that Capri shield.
Flirting with danger there. I thought Mask was almost about to even dive the tier 1 tower just to guarantee the revive. And then on the right-hand side, diving past the tier 1 solo tower, trying to proxy it in front of Scary D's face, who has the ultimate there. No respect out of Benji.
And you know what? With the way game 1 went and the way he got away with the proxy farm earlier, sure, go for it. But big ups to Scary D for punishing it. He said, look, man, fool me once, etc. Fool me twice, absolutely not. Shame on you. I'll take care of that situation. Not going to fool me there at all. Taking him out right behind the tower for first blood, and then finding a follow-up kill is the rest of his team in mid lane for kill number 2.
And this time Verizial is here to make the rotation on right side, because Scary D, he doesn't have his ultimate, whereas Benji didn't use it in his little skirmish against the Osiris. So I wouldn't be surprised if after this blue buff, Verizial just sits in the soul lane for an extra 20 seconds.
We'll see if that's the case or not, and it won't be. Okay, fine, it will be.
He's thinking about it. He wants it. He's going to hide. He's going to ambush.
Yeah, he's waiting for it. He's waiting for, well, that's kind of far away, so he's going to opt just to go back to the farm and head towards that mid wave, since Soul, honestly, Chaos took a while getting out of base.
Yeah, Scary D already having his ultimate back up anyway. It's not really worth that long of a commitment onto the Osiris, especially with all the damage reduction from his passive. And despite, obviously, Sarkette going through protections with her ultimate, you're still going to be able to mitigate it the way the Osiris passive works.
Damage reduction versus protections. Damage reduction actually does work against true damage. That's why you see, well, you don't really see it because of that, but Mark of the Vanguard would actually help out, believe it or not.
That's a big one.
So here we are very early on. Luminosity with the first start here, and despite their 2 kills, United leading the game, just shy of 1,000 gold, give or take. And the Gold Fury going to be started by LG, looking to change that fact. Already down to half HP is the Gold Fury, and it's going to be leashed as Jeff Inla finds a target. That is Panda Cat. There's an ultimate, turning him into the pig, and looking for him. Still, Aegis is good for the moment. And Mask makes it count after the fact. Panda Cat falls down for the first time, all sent. Nice and early.
The save from Jeff Hilla. Baskin, though, still going to get caught. Benji right around the corner. Nice ultimate from Chaos. Variziel here is as well, avenging their fallen brethren on Panda Cat.
2 dead for the price of 1. Panda trades out for 2 different players. Also, more importantly, stops the Luminosity Gold Fury. So E United continue leading by their 1,000 gold. Very small lead, but certainly worth noting given the fact that Luminosity seemingly has had the upper hand in this early game.
The damage from Chaos in that little engagement there. Just look at this team fight recap here. Now, it's not too much yet, but that 900 extra damage is all it really took. Not to mention, Scary D wasn't in position to make that rotation that he really needed to. Benji was just there at the right timing. You're seeing the difference of the teleport cooldowns, and that's the factor.
Right, that's one of the biggest deals when you're looking at solo laners and then looking for these Gold Fury plays is understanding the intricacies that are the solo lane timers on the teleport. Because you don't want to make the play call when the enemy can teleport and yours can't. Then it's a 4-on-5, almost guaranteed.
10 minutes into the game, Gold Fury still not being flirted with quite yet, as Luminosity are just going to grab the vision of those oracles here. I'm not really surprised as to why they're going to start to slow it down, pump the brakes after that last failed attempt. That kind of plays a toll on you mentally of like, oh man, we're going for the Gold Fury for so long, we try to bait him out, we got the first kill, but then we dropped 2 after the fact. Like, all right, let's just wait it out a little bit.
And that's what we'll see. That's what we'll see, honestly. Both sides could use some extra farm here. Looking at both compositions, I'm obviously looking at the Amaterasu and the Soul, but which side do you think really goes later into this game?
I'm really looking at E United here. This Amaterasu alone is good enough to just skyrocket them to that late game form. We saw the mobility from Benji playing this Amaterasu in the last game when they were able to barely survive the initial engagement from Luminosity, waited out for like 5 seconds, and then re-engage at full force.
And that's exactly what they're going to be able to do over and over again with the composition that they built.
Whether or not it's Benji playing the Amaterasu or PBM, this one goddess alone just transitions so well from either solo or that support role. Doesn't need those physical power items because of the base damage from that ultimate. It's good enough to confirm a lot of kills, especially before that level 12 marker where a lot of these gods don't have the Aegises necessarily.
Gold Fury again started up by LG. This time more likely to be finished. There's the frenzy. It's been popped. Over the top comes the United, but it's not enough to snatch it away. Mask gets the last hit, earning it for Luminosity, but the team fight a different story. Jeff Hinla very low. Look at E United surging forward. Chaos on the left, Panda on the right, and it's a different kind of chaos all around as E United earns their 3rd kill, tying the game completely despite the fact that Luminosity grabbed the objective.
This is the same exact story as the beginning of the last game here, Tom. Luminosity, they get the gold here, but United, they don't care because they find the kills after the fact. They get another miniature objective, which completely negates the gold here anyway, and they grab a little bit extra here. This Portal Demon being started. Benji trying to zone.
Mask still going to be stuck out there, and Benji successfully does his job. Fire Giant Jr. goes the direction of United, likely to trade out as Benji, but I'll take it.
I mean, the only objective left to go for it is Fire Giant, and to go for Fire Giant at the 13-minute mark here, coming up in 5 seconds, little risky.
Yeah, solo laners kind of have that same mentality as a support, where like sometimes you gotta take one for the team. You're zoning everybody out away from the objective, and Benji's death there, Toli. I mean, as the official solo lane analyst, good, bad, who cares?
Who cares?
Exactly.
Honestly, like the respawn timer, level 13 Bologna, it's not really long enough to be a determining factor, but it did give Luminosity enough of a window to get this tower on the right, but only because Barracuda made this rotation.
Right.
Left-hand side, Panda Cat needs to be checked, and that's why Baskin's making this rotation.
And I love how Baskin's making the rotation. Viriziel's one step ahead of him. He understands that that's likely where he's going to go, so he's playing it safe. Looking at the red buff, but realistically protecting his Hunter on the left-hand side. Barracuda coming up the lane while the rest of United deals with the Oracles. And Panda Cat going to get this tower, but he's also going to get smacked by the dual lane of Luminosity.
Oh, Wild Hunt coming now. Both Aegis and Beats being used. Girdle Frenzy means go, but it's Barracuda being pushed away by Viriziel.
Baskin shows up as well. Trying to avoid that is going to be Panda Cat. Gets hit by the stun, but avoids the damage afterwards. Chaos in Viriziel's presence is good enough. And Panda Cat is safe, taking the Tier 1 tower, evening it out, and canceling out the 500 gold that Luminosity earned on the right side.
Great play from United. They are always so objective-minded here. What a powerful team here. And like we were talking about before, making the right necessary adjustments between their last week's performance against Noble and Allegiance to now here against Luminosity. That's been always the dominant North America team in the SPL.
And there really is no surprise, honestly, in my mind, Anatoly. I think that looking at some of the members from United can be haphazard to work with, but I think that Polar Bear Mike is exactly the type of personality that you need on this roster to make everything line up and really wind up copacetic. It just makes everything really come together, and that's why we're seeing this unit work together. What happened last week, Polar Bear Mike, again, exactly the type of personality to take that coach-like approach and just say, let's look at the tape. We got squashed. Next week, a bigger opponent. Let's turn tail on them and just destroy. And honestly, Toli, Luminosity are dancing, but United one step ahead.
No matter how big of a troll PBM might be on Twitter, you can't deny his work ethic. Whether it's on the battleground or studying the game outside words, he really likes to theory craft a lot. He'll not only look at his role, but other players' role as well, and really try to min-max any possibility to allow his team to get in such successful positions to close games like this out.
Polar Bear Mike can be very passionate, and I think that's both a boon, and I think that's both a positive and a negative for him, but more so a positive. His passion really allows him to take the game as seriously as he does, and no troll. Polar Bear Mike, one of the better supports in the game, in my opinion. That not his finest moment, using the ult to get out of the route.
I think I jinxed him, because I was just thinking, no, let me tell you why, because I was thinking in my head, like, the only bad moment I could think of PBM was when he ulted the purple buff. I'm like, and now he just ulted nothing.
That was a curious decision coming out from
You know
PBM.
what it was? He just wanted to be like a fan on them, right? He just wanted to...
Realistically, I think that with the route, he anticipated much more follow-up, when in actuality there was zero.
He just wanted to cool down Luminosity. They were just too hot.
Man, Toli. That's really, oh my God, I need to just take, I need a picture, like a camera on you at all times. That's what production tried before. They tried to catch Toli making one of these faces, but couldn't really nail it. Toli, such an emotive type person.
Giving you the smiles.
Can't deal with it. Luminosity having trouble dealing with the United here. 17 in, and the United looking for the flank around in the mid lane, going to be caught out by the solo laner, and because that, United turns tail and quickly retreats into the jungle. Luminosity starting the Gold Fury one more time.
It hasn't worked before in the past. Every time Luminosity try for it, whether it's this game or the last one, they're getting punished for it. And I think that it's time for them to just really start being the counter-engagers and look for some of the plays that United are going to force.
Here's the thing, though. With Baskin, you should have the upper hand on the objectives.
But if you're going to use that final judgment on the Gold Fury, you're not going to have it for the combat phase.
Which is exactly what we've seen happen time and time again. Gold Fury started one more time by LG. Here comes Polar Bear Mike with the ultimate in hand still. Coming back up one more time. Benji's there. The frenzy's popped. I didn't expect this one to go all the way. Mask over the wall comes on to Benji. Thorns! Mask is in trouble. Saved by the Kepri. Almost killed himself.
Not able to get away this time,
See
though.
ya!
Great patience from Verizio. Just diving that backline onto Mask. Chaos barely surviving. Going into that theory of form, Jeff is able to duck away. And just like that, Luminosity, they overcommit again. And E United come out on top.
You have no chance to look for this Gold Fury Barracuda. Make your time! And Benji dashes forward. There's the Gold
Scary
Fury for
D.
United
He doesn't
one more
have his
time.
ultimate. He's caught between a rock and a hard place. Getting a tether onto 4 members has so much damage reduction, but it's Benji diving the backline onto Barracuda.
Barracuda turning around looking for the boxing match. Benji likely to take that if the support of Scary D and Baskin didn't come wrapping around the right-hand side. E United win that exchange fantastically. It might be 4-4 in the kill column, but the gold tells a different tale. 4,000 in the lead for E United.
I can't believe Scary D just casually walked into 4 people and just walked out.
He's Osiris.
He just walked away.
He's Ogyrus, just walking in
is-
saying, I'm the guy.
He's the broken god.
I'm telling you, man. 1-0-1, not exactly his best game, but Osiris certainly a strong force. Luminosity sneak out that little portal demon. United certainly not happy about that, looking for the kill onto JH. They're going to pick that one up. Brazil puts another one. 3-1-2 for the jungler. And now still continuing on. Baskin gets the stun. 2 shots, 3 shots of whatever. Scary D takes him down off of the assist from the mid lane. Brazil answers back, taking down the Hunter. And it's going to be the raging team fight. Scary D ults nothing, but Mask falls down to the hand of Chaos.
Panda Cat is being saved by his teammates. Chaos is able to bail his Hunter out. Supernova doing so much damage, but Scary D with the hot flail at the last moment. But 4 for 2. E United still on top.
Yeah, I mean, Luminosity do a good job of getting whatever they can hold and bringing it back to the register, but E United already clipped the coupons and snapped out everything from Luminosity's cart. Tier 2 tower next on the menu, and this one's going to go down nice and easy. 1,500 in the pocket for E United, now leading by 7,000.
I'm telling you, Tom, every single time Luminosity go for an objective, they just get punished for it. It doesn't matter if it's the Gold Fury or the Portal Demon. Despite securing that Portal Demon for Luminosity, they just can't get the better end of these team fights against E United. It's just Verizio getting in the right place at the right time, and Panda Cat is even being able to just hide in the middle between everybody, and that last clutch Aegis bought him so much time that Chaos got so much confirmed AoE damage between that Stellar Burst and Supernova.
Yeah, Verizio has been doing a great job here in this game as well. Only about 9,000 HP, damage, but all 9,000 of it has been very important. Game number 1, he sets up his teammates by throwing out the crowd control and allowing everybody to capitalize after the fact. What Verizio's doing here, waiting in the wings, you mentioned the patience, just allowing his team to bring it down. These aren't kill steals, they're actually kill secures, making sure nobody gets out because nobody escapes the Circat.
Going for even a different style here compared to his last game on Susano, where he went for a Gladiator Shield and other things as well. Going for a defensive option here, the Wingblade, Magai's Blessing here. We were talking about how defensive Panda Cat is here, but it seems that E United all across the board just want to be more resilient than every member from Luminosity.
You know, it's interesting. This is not the composition that I would build a Magi's that you would think a Magi's Blessing should be built into. Not a lot of hard CC. You have Jeff Hinla with the Abduct and Baskin with the stun, and honestly, Jeff Hinla's going to be able to shred that Magi's Blessing. Brazil walking in on everything. Troublesome start for the jungler.
Taking a lot of damage, Baskin dashing on and diving the backline his Mask with his ultimate, but he could have bit off a little more than he could chew. PBM is trying to get something.
Chaos gets the kill on the Mask. Jeff Hinla's next, using the ultimate on himself. Fight still continuing, and the Fire Giant has joined in, tossing rocks at Benji. Benji still on the tail of Barracuda. Flail comes down, so does the Hammer, and Benji, he's answered by Scary D. Beautiful control by Panda Cat, saves the life of Benji.
And PBM is diving the backline, keeping Baskin busy, while Jeff Hinla is pulling every other member from E United down to the south, just buying time. With Mask gone for that long, that was going to be a 4-on-5 for Luminosity, that Jeff realized, like, okay, I'm just going to separate my respawn timer a little bit here to make it more difficult for the Fire
Scary
Giant.
D gets surprised on. He's going to still be fine, but Panda Cat with that permafrost saved the life of Benji.
Oh, absolutely.
Benji 2 shots away.
Absolutely. Panda Cat has just been on point with his positioning, his placement of that ice ring, and not only that, just a patient. Now, as a Scotty, you could honestly just do Fire Giant yourself at this stage of the game anyway, but maybe not at this point because his build doesn't have pure damage, but he realized that 2 of his members had to back to base and go heal up from the fountain, so he just positioned himself to catch somebody slipping.
Fire Giant still here, could be stolen, and it will be! Barracuda takes advantage and takes away the Fire Giant. Polar Bear Mike says, it don't matter, getting the kill, but Mask answers back, taking down the mid laner. 2, surrounded by 4. Polar Bear Mike up, down. There's going to be the kill on a Mask, and 1 on the right side for Scary D if PBM can catch up. That's a big if. Different story for Baskin. Zigzag, we'll see you later. Number 13 for E United, as Verizical earns his own number 6.
Nowhere to go for Baskin. Nowhere to go from Jeff Hill as he gets body blocked completely. 4 dead from Luminosity, despite Barracuda stealing away that Fire Giant. At what cost?
Oh my goodness, just gone. Luminosity steal the Fire Giant, and E United just say, so? That's exactly what they do. Just, so? We'll fight you anyway. Panda Cat, so hard to kill. Again, going the defensive build with the Midgardian Mail into the Winged Blade. This time doesn't even have the additional cores of the Fafnir and the Shogun's Kurosari not online just yet. It doesn't matter. Panda Cat still finds himself number 2 to his team, 3 overall on the player damage.
The longer you survive a team fight and survive these backline penetrators of the Osiris Robin, the more opportunities you get to do damage. And Barra is the hero that Luminosity needs.
Barracuda steals the Fire Giant. Barracuda steals the Gold Fury. E United say, so? They're still up 7,000 gold, 7684 to be absolutely precise here. And now the Portal Demon started up by Luminosity.
This is bad. I've seen this story before, Tom.
Luminosity have the control of the objective. Finally, leashed it out half HP. Nice route, keeping Polar Bear Mike in place, but just for the moment, Portal Demon picked up one more time. 50% now pushed past. 25%, Barracuda sticking to it. Here comes Polar Bear Mike, ultimate engage. Portal Demon gonna be still taken care of and not dead just yet. Fight going on as Luminosity trying to deal with it. E United, Frenzy is popped. Portal Demon is releashed. And Benji in trouble on the back end, but Scary D all by himself, chased out. Nothing, nobody dead. Reset, Benji low.
Not quite yet, but it's going to be E United, though, securing themselves that Portal Demon. They are the victors of this team fight. Such an epic battle over just a Portal Demon with no one dying. This is 25 minutes in the game, and for no one to die here just goes to show how amazing both of these teams are at kiting and repositioning.
Very unfortunate stuff. Scary D did his job there. Now he has the Fire Giant as well. Scary D finally, I feel like, does his job. Game number 1, unfortunately, Scary D just didn't step up to the podium. Just didn't really do much, couldn't contest. Game number 2 here, Scary D still kind of quiet, but making a couple of better moves. Some bonehead moves, but some strong moves. Here making a strong move still, not enough for his team. This looking good as he chases down Chaos on the front end. Good, might be able to get the kill. Polar Bear Mike gonna respond to Scary D just chewing away at this mid laner. 3 people surround him and send him in the other direction.
And now is Benji doing the same thing on the opposite end, now regrouped with every single member. E United are trying to retreat, but a nice stellar burst, slowing everyone down.
Here's a good fight for LG. Mask up and down on a Panda Cat. Scary D trying to zone out the Hunter. Nice save by Jeff Hindla, but it's all gonna go awry. Verizical finds the kill on the Barracuda. Scary D uses the ultimate to get away from PBM, but he will. Mask and Jeff Hindla cannot, on the other hand. 2 fall down, 17-7. Basket exiting out on the left-hand side. E United giving chase here to Oli. Basket with a long-range dash saves him for the moment.
So much mobility from E United between their wing blades, between the Amaterasu as well with the aura. Just can't escape the E United clutches. Despite not having Fire Giant, they're still very dominant with their golden experience lead to win these team fights.
Benji backed before, had his teleport on cooldown. This time, not the case, allowing him and his team to push up, looking for the first Phoenix of the game. Down it goes at 27 minutes. Baskin and Scary D trying to play defense, but just not enough. Luminosity trail by an even 10 thou.
I thought that they were going to go for that Titan for a hot minute there, but with 2 members from Luminosity reviving here, without the Fire Giant on the side of the United, it's better to play it safe than sorry. That will respawn in 20 seconds, giving enough time for United to back to base and then look for some of these aggressive sentry wards to spot Luminosity.
Yeah, Fire Giant likely to be United's next play. They already showed us that doesn't matter who actually gets the Fire Giant. They're just looking for the team fight, and they'll win it whichever way it goes.
I've noticed whoever starts the objective first in this set just doesn't have a nice time. That's what I've noticed. Just let the other team start it first. We'll capitalize on it after.
We'll just steal it away, no problem. That's what we've been seeing so far. Trouble here, Luminosity trailing. Still want to get some sort of position around the Fire Giant. United looking for positioning. Benji left, Veriziel right. Veriziel biding his time. In comes Benji along with Polar Bear Mike. They're going to initiate. Watch the wraparound from Panic Cat on the left-hand side. Veriziel comes to the right-hand side, grabs Jeff Hindler. There's the frenzy. There goes Barracuda. Veriziel gets the kill.
They're still going out as Jeff Hill is trying to survive. He saves Basket for the moment, but sacrifices himself. Benji gets mask. Benji stuns out Basket. Panda's getting more.
Game. That's game. E United going to walk up the mid lane. Luminosity, no. The writing's on the wall. E United with a fantastic performance. I mean, absolutely phenomenal. Earned not just game 2, also game 1, giving them the 3 points.
Veriziel, that's all I have to say. Yeah. That hot Susanoo play in game number 1 and then taking it to the Sarkhet in game number 2, just always in the right place at the right time.
That's the type of SMITE that I like to watch. It was heavy-handed on the side of Veriziel and his team E United, but Luminosity never really quite completely gone out of it, but still very much a nice back and forth.
And just Panic Cat in general there, the way he built his items, it was just like so defensive here. Not something that you're normally used to seeing, especially out of him. Keep in mind, this is the player that would play Artemis with Blink.
I mean, this is the understanding that one person doesn't need to do all of the damage. Panda Cat and everybody kind of shared this. E United, once upon a time under the enemy banner and even beforehand, being led by quote-unquote General Payne, the whole deal about this team was that they were a real team's team. All 5 members equally matched, able to really do the heavy lifting. Well, you come through, a return to form, all 5 members doing the heavy lifting. Wonderful stuff. Again, shout-outs to Veriziel. Nice plays in the jungle.
Sometimes it takes to get beaten to really start to bounce back, to climb up from a deficit here. I think the loss from both Noble and struggling against Allegiance really helped out E United in the long run here. Yeah. Finding a win against Luminosity is quite an impressive feat.
I mean, it's easier said than done, but there are more mistakes and more things to fix when you're looking at tape that isn't really great to watch, right? When you have a win, sure, maybe you can clean things up, but when you lose the team fights, when you lose the objectives, when you lose the game, you can look back and say, all right, we have to fix A, we have to fix B, let's see. And that's exactly what United do. They come after it and they bounce back after the loss to Noble, looking fantastic on a whole new page.
And just getting these 3 points are putting them closer to the top of the North American standings. And E United, with their new addition to PBM here, really is helping out the synergy of this roster.
Yeah, Polar Bear Mike, one of the bigger aspects of this team in Season 4. We actually have him on the line. Congratulations on your win, PBM. How you doing?
Thanks, I'm doing well. How about you guys?
Honestly, doing fantastic after watching that. We've made a lot of noise about the loss to Noble last week and then the performance out of LG. Internally, what was that? How was the thought process there after the loss to Noble?
Well, obviously we were super disappointed because we had huge leads in both of those games. You have to give credit to Noble for climbing back in those games, but we kind of felt like we shot ourselves in the foot, so getting the 2-0 on LG today is a huge, I guess, bounce back point.
Right. Without diving too deep into the playbook, because I feel like you guys have a lot there. I don't want to see your strategies, but what were some of the steps that you took to really bounce back from the Noble and find the victory over Luminosity here?
Pressing our buttons correctly and like beadsing in team fights so our carries don't die and just like protecting them. I picked both of the gods I played today with the Fafnir and the Ama. I just made sure that I turtled on Chaos and Panda and just let them carry the game. And then just, execution, that's pretty much it.
Here's a weird question, but I'm always curious how it actually works out. The positioning and the way that you guys approach the team fights by way of just your movement is so impressive. That last team fight really brought to you by Verizial and Pandacat flanking around. Are these things that you guys practice, or is it just years of playing SMITE, you know how to outflank the opposition?
We kind of just let Verizial do his thing. Sometimes it works for better or worse, and we just kind of trust him to do his thing. And then in that last team fight, we saw him flank around, so I just popped Frenzy and ulted, and then just everybody died.
So you were talking about turtling for Pandacat in the backline here, and he went for a very defensive build here. I know you're like great theory crafter. Is this something that you helped him out of, or is this something that he worked on himself? How do you guys theory craft together?
No, I still think he's trolling with that build. I don't know if that's good at all. Like, I really can't defend that one. I don't know. It did make sense game 1 because I was Fafnir and I could give him a steroid, so like the defense made sense. In game 2, I don't know if he really needed it, but it's something he's been trying and I trust him with it, so it worked.
Yeah, I really like the interaction. We talked a lot about the interaction between the Fafnir and thought it was interesting. But one more before we let you go. This team has transformed. And, you know, for you personally, this team's identity was based around Pain to Beyond. Sure, Chaos has been here along for the ride as well, but this was Pain's team. What was it like stepping into shoes like that?
It was actually a lot easier than you would think. I think that Pain and I are pretty similar in the way that we like to kind of take a like coaching role almost and just like kind of facilitate everyone else to do well. So when I came onto the team, it was mainly just letting Scream do his thing, and sometimes he picks Arachne, and sometimes he goes 10-1 on Circuit.
That's kind of just how it goes, and honestly, you know, you can tell that's part of that coach mentality, letting your players kind of fly along with it, and the team flying along with it as well. Again, congratulations on your victory, player coach Polar Bear Mike. Any shout-outs you have before we let you go?
Shout outs to the org, obviously. EU United has been great to us. Shout outs to all my teammates and to you guys and all the fans.
Thank you very much. One more time, that's Mike, Polar Bear Mike, both the player, support, and I think the de facto captain and coach for this team. A lot of energy in that guy.
I forgot to ask him about that missed ultimate.
Oh, I'm glad
missed
you did.
opportunity.
Missed opportunity on both ends. But again, fantastic performance by United. Transformation of this team. What a pleasure it is to really watch them take on virtually anybody. Here winning the 2-0 over Luminosity. We have one more game coming at you. It's Energy versus Team Dignitas. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with that heavy hitter.
I try to see where my luck goes. I just don't know how it slips out. There must be some kind of black hole in this house. Every person could be you, though. A pretty guy with a halo. But who am I kidding, please now? I gotta realize that you have fallen down. So let's take my chances tonight. I gotta choose fight instead of flight. It's really amazing how you got me tripping on you now. We lie in bed till it's PM. Getting back the sun is dark, no. Let us be partners in crime. You and me as Bonnie and Clyde. We'll dance along in the afterglow. We hear a song on the radio. Many beautiful faces, but they're not gone. I just don't know how.
Well, a nice surprise coming out of North America there, EU United being Luminosity. But most people will be hanging around for this one, the European side of things today. Energy versus Dignitas. Dignitas only moments away potentially from qualifying for DreamHack already.
Believe only need 1 point from here on out. I mean, they've had a great summer split the entire time. They've looked like a top-tier team. I mean, there was question marks about this team during the spring split. They came into Masters and really impressed some people with that finals finish, finishing second to Obey. Now is their opportunity to punch an early ticket to Valencia.
And so if they can find a split here, at least one win will put them through to Valencia. But they are up against the world champions, and they are the world champions. I kind of feel like I'm beating a dead horse. I'm like, but they're still world champs. But they're not playing great.
They aren't sometimes, but other times they look like themselves. You never know exactly what energy you're going to get. And if Dignitas runs into the world champion energy today, it's going to be tough for them, even with the level they're playing at.
Well, let's head over towards picks and bans for this nice, interesting set between two of the best teams in Europe as it stands at the moment. Energy will be first pick here. Is there any surprises we expect here?
No, I mean, Energy usually doesn't have anything really crazy in their back pocket. If anything, maybe some old comfort picks, maybe Dimmy on something like a tier that, a lot of people aren't playing right now necessarily.
What about Dig then? Because you say, Energy don't really bring out any spicy, crazy things. Will Dig maybe do that?
Yes, Dig definitely will do that. Yeah, they're the team that's going to be able to pull out those crazy things and really try and push the issue with whatever kind of meta picks that no one else is playing.
Well, Morrigan Circuit banned out too. Dignitas respecting. Adapting does like to go to that in the jungle sometimes, and it's generally when you're running against healing compositions. So there could be a sign that Dig may be looking for healers here.
Could be a Terra, could be a Hercules. I mean, there's plenty of things that Circuit does well, and you could also just outright pick her without any healing that you want to shut down. Circuit's just really good outright.
Mobile causes a lot of problems. Meditate and Bracer of Undoing doesn't even work on that either.
That's a great point. With Bracer being so good, Circuit, again, just another little thing that makes her even more valuable.
Well, Salt, Circuit, below that, Morrigan, RR Bounds, and Energy get Fafnir here. Would you go Fafnir?
Fafnir, Terra is also open right now, but so are Osiris and Bellona. So if Energy want to pick an early god for Dimmy, but usually whenever you've got both options open, you let one team pick one, and then you take the return.
I guess it's kind of the danger factor. Would we rather have Variety maybe playing the Osiris here if we leave this up, or would we rather have Trickstank playing the Fafnir? They've chosen to make sure that, the Fafnir is not going to be available.
Well, the problem if you take Osiris or Bellona, then Dignitas is getting the other one and Fafnir. So it's Dignitas already ending up usually on top there. I'm sure Energy is doubting that Dignitas is going to take Osiris and Bellona. We've seen teams do it before.
Bellona's banned, so we're okay. Robin,
Robin, excuse me. Yeah. Osiris and Robin. I like the Osiris. Definitely the stronger pick in this scenario. I mean, Variety has just looked so good on this god time and time again, and Robin is still sometimes good and sometimes not very effective. We saw Mask have a little bit of trouble on it in the last set. I like this Osiris pick for Dig.
Well, a couple of issues with Nemesis too, with Ice Baby, who played it earlier on today. Didn't get things off swimmingly. We'll see if that changes up this time round then for Dignitas, as Energy will give Emelito more than likely the Kurnos.
Yeah, this is a god that Energy was saying that is a little bit overrated, they think, at least during the Masters land, that's what they were saying. But now that they've had a little bit more time with it, I mean, it's just certainly a strong hunter right now.
Consistent,
but
is what I think.
not as high as he was regarded, I think, during that time.
I can agree with that. And Kamazot's this time around being locked in by Energy is quite flexible, could be in the solo lane. Up against an Osiris, though, I don't think it's really the fact we're going to see that. But jungle for Adapting, more than likely.
Yeah, exactly. And Adapting is very comfortable on this god, and it suits him well. Long-range skill shots, and then has that all-in commit potential. And with Energy having this much mobility already on their team, Fafnir with the 2 leaps, obviously, and then Keranos with that dash, you can really keep up with Adapting as he's diving the backline.
Well, Rama locked in for Dignitas, and Arkil has been having an amazing season so far. He is probably the most deadly hunter in the game, above Barracuda, above those likes. Arkil is really destroying things right now.
And big reason why Dignitas is really close to qualifying for DreamHack Valencia already is how good of a summer split Arkil has had. And again, it goes back to that Masters LAN where he got a lot of confidence there, had a phenomenal performance at LAN. And really, it just like solidified his spot on this team of veterans, proved that he belonged here.
Very good point, because his build-up has been very, very quick if you think about it. In the old days, he kind of came out of nowhere, had a good LAN performance. Everyone went, where was this guy? Everyone in the scene was like, well, he does this in scrims, and he does it in ranks, but he doesn't do it on the big stage. He does now, and now he gets to work alongside Dignitas.
And that's the kind of progression that you want to have as a player. You start to do well in scrims here and there, then in a couple online games, and then you come to do it at LAN, and then you start doing it consistently from there, and all of a sudden you find yourself on a team with legends in the SMITE scene.
Well, Dignitas focusing both their counterbans to Sun Wukong and Amaterasu, hitting onto Dimmy a couple of times more here. Let me say this God pulled down a little bit. I think Nike's probably the next one on the list.
Nike's certainly a decent pick here. Hercules is on the table, though I don't know if he would like that into the Osiris, shut down that healing that comes out from the mitigate wounds. Wouldn't be that surprised to see something like a Tier. Energy's lacking some disposition, lacking some CC. Tier would fit that mold.
Well, talking about disposition and CC, Kronos can disposition himself, and CC-wise, it's not too bad for the mid lane that Zeros will probably be running. He likes all these old mages that we used to see in the mid lane. Now running, sorry, in the dual lane, now running them in the mid lane.
He was the first one to really bring Soul back, and Kronos as well. Freya's being hovered right now by Energy, but I think this is more of them having a little...
Oh, no, it's not.
No, it's real. Okay.
No, it's real. So this is a high damage team that Energy have put forward here. Their front line lacking survivability, I'll say, other than Kamazots. I think that's why we see the Erlang Shen to try and frontline a little bit harder.
I like the Erlang Shen here. Fits that mold of need some CC, need some frontline, though. Can get shredded pretty heavily by Dignitas' roster. You don't really want to be taunting a Kronos to guarantee those auto attacks onto you after he pops the Accelerate. Interested to see which god Yaman's going to play. Is it going to be this Freya in the mid lane, or will he take the Kernos?
How the world has changed, though, to see Terra getting last picks in a game where Khepri, Ganesha getting banned above it. That's down to composition-wise, I feel, more than anything else. You don't want to deal with Khepri specifically because of the revives that could come out for the Team Dignitas. But Ganesha, too, the silences could cause a lot of problems for Energy Squad. I like it, but it's weird to see Terra last pick.
I think it's strong here. I mean, Trixtank looks very, very comfortable every time he plays this god, and you could say the same about that Khepri. I think that I like the call from Energy to decide we'd rather have him play this Terra than that Khepri.
Very interesting compositions, though. On paper, I'm kind of feeling Dignitas just in terms of consistent team comp. I feel like if Energy get behind, it could cause them a lot of problems with having a Freya, Kernos, and a Kamazots.
I agree. I'm interested to see exactly where this Kernos and Freya are going to be going for Energy. I think that's going to determine a lot of this early game, because Dignitas' late game is basically unmatched. I mean, good luck.
Is it, though?
I mean, Nemesis, Rom, Kronos, how are you going to handle all three of those gods?
Freya?
Kamazots for me is much more early to mid game.
Freya Kern?
Freya Kern is good, and Fafnir is excellent in the late game as well, but you've got that Terra's Blessing in the late game to get all that extra heal, to get that movement speed, that CDR, and I will take Kronos over just about any character in the game come late game, because not only is he basically one-shotting you with a 3-1 combination as a traditional mage, but his auto attacks are hitting you for 400 apiece. He shreds your towers faster than just about anybody in the game as well, and Energy don't have that insane tower shred composition that Dignitas do. Freya lacks what she makes up for in damage, lacks that late game tower push.
We can see that on your screen. Kronos, this is the first time he's been picked in the SPL this split, surprisingly enough. But we'll see how he does. I mean, Fraser, I guess the same sort of way. Obviously, the first time for Energy picking up, but he's been run a couple of times before in the SPL this split.
Kronos is one of those gods that I think has just kind of fallen out of favor a little bit. We talk about flavor of the month all the time, and there's also like trash of the month, right? Like this god is trash, and then one player picks it up, and all of a sudden it's really good again. I think that's what Kronos could certainly be here for Team Dignitas. I mean, it happened with Soul, didn't it?
Interestingly enough, and yes, it did happen with Soul. Interestingly enough, I expect to see the Freya in mid lane, which is where Zeros is running now and again. It's actually going to be in the dual lane alongside Rafa. This is an old school comp that we saw when the mages used to be in the dual lane.
And immediately I like what Trixtank is doing. Whenever Energy was running this, they would run Amelito, just making sure he get his own purple buff all the time on that left-hand side. It was the Boars, I believe, during Season 3 that he was playing this quite a bit. But immediately Dignitas is making sure that there isn't going to be too much guaranteed farm here for Energy.
So Dimmy's going to have to 2v1 on this right-hand side, but he is looking to try and cause issues in the jungle there instead of going for the farm. But it has released some pressure already for Energy's middle lane composition of Yamin and adapting to invade the speed, as now Energy try to defend their purple. Do so, they lose the babies.
It's a little bit surprised Dig gives that up, because they're not really going to be able to do a whole lot here before these waves meet. Looks like they want to go for their own red, but I think I would have liked the decision from Dignitas to just hold on that purple and force Energy to an offensive spot.
Fred forced to beats. Nice dash from Yamin after hitting level 2. Just allows enough time for adapting to secure the kill. Kuvo takes a tumble early on in this engagement.
And that's what you want to see whenever you've got a Kamazots on your team. Just be able to pressure early on. That early slow on that Vampiric Bats ability is just so strong.
Talk to me a little bit about all the Aegis we said. Why are we seeing so many Aegises? I see 5 already.
Aegis is just really, really strong because it gets you out of a lot of CCs that really aren't listed. I mean, you could Aegis in the middle of a route and all of a sudden you're free to move around a lot of the time. You're not worried about the slows as much. And there's not a lot of hard CC really on either team. I mean, you're looking at Raffer and the Whoop out of Freya as the main CC for Energy, at least until Dimmy starts to rotate in. Then on the other side for Dignitas, you're looking at Zero's stun and Trix Tank stun. And that's it in terms of really hard crowd control.
Other than Variety ulting on your face. But at that point, you probably should be dead anyway.
That's a root anyways. I mean, you can Aegis out that root and not really worry about it.
Cool. Okay, 1 kill so far. Hammer not going to connect from Rafa here, but he has his own purple buff. The dual lane has gone even from either team so far. Only deficit is really that Tumble Cuvo took on a bad pathing, I think, more than anything else.
Just a little bit too greedy, and I'm not really sure exactly what Dignitas did on that right-hand side. We were a little focused on what they were doing on the left, but I figured with the way that Dimmy was starting in with the Osiris, Dignitas could have gotten a better start on that right-hand side than they did. With those Fire Elementals still standing, it means that Cuvo Fred had to go that awkward path thing, and that's what leads to the first blood.
And that gold lead is where all that first blood comes from. Sorry, that's what gold lead is from the first blood, but it also comes from a little bit of a superior farming in the jungle. They've not really lost anything right now, and this works out for Energy. They're a team that realistically, looking at their comp, is relying on adapting in the early game, and then transition to the whole team being solid later on. Amelito with a very good whoop to avoid those crushing walls from Trix. Nicely timed.
Trix can't crush the walls in if he's up in the air. Good whoop from Amelito, as you mentioned. And this start definitely heavily favoring Energy, not just because the fact that they're a little bit ahead right now, but their composition is a much more smooth curve in terms of their power spikes.
Sure.
As you mentioned, Adapting's there in the early game. Dimmy brings good pressure in the early game. Fafnir solid all game long. But then you've got this, mid-game huge power spike between the Kernos and the Freya, whereas as I mentioned, Dignitas needs to wait a little bit later before they can really be effective with this comp.
And you mentioned Fafnir there too, but that mid-game power spike goes up a little bit further again when you think about the Fafnir being on the side of Energy. Those coerces are going to empower Amelito to do more damage. Same can be said for Yamin, which means that power spike increases further forward towards late game than you expect.
And this means that Amelito is going to be able to build a little bit more power if he wants to in this build. Worry a little bit less about the attack speed that we see Freya's go for so often.
Sure.
Big reason why we haven't seen Freya recently is because of the recent Fatalis nerfs. Maybe not needing it here.
Variety going to have to take on Dimmy. As he was looking to back there, Dimmy realized they could just keep him in combat for a second, which bought a window for an Engager Energy at the speed buff. Bad news bears, though. Dignitas do manage to take it for themselves before Energy can turn up, but they've got pressure in 2 lanes right now.
Surprised to see Dignitas be able to escape with that speed because Adapting's got his Warrior tab eye complete, and Cuvo's still sitting on boots 1. That is a huge power difference between the 2 junglers. Dig somehow able to escape with their buff and their lives.
Well, Yamin and Energy were one of the first teams to really bring the Hunter types back towards the mid lane, and most other teams have started to follow suit since. The red buff's already down, the purple contested and will go the way of Energy, so nice stripping of the jungle here coming out so far.
But Arkil did manage to secure Dignitas's red. A little bit more important than the purple at this
True.
stage in the game because it helps you clear a little bit better. Plus, I mean, purple's meant for supports. It doesn't really matter if they don't get their buff, right?
That's true. No one cares about supports at all. So
I really don't.
we just got nerfed again with the auras.
Good.
You know? Yeah, I know we needed that. I'll be fair. At least the aura did, not necessarily the supports. The Oracle's splitting, though. This is going to be what I expect so far in this game is a small misstep from either team. And we're just going to sit back and farm for the time being, wait for this mid-game spike. And I think the first couple of gold periods are definitely going to be telling in this one.
And that's what you expect from 2 teams that have been around as long as these 2 have. Not only not necessarily in terms of the 5 players exactly playing together, but I mean Zero's, Cuvo, Trix Tank, these guys have been around forever, and they've been a part of these old European games where we saw basically no action for about 20 minutes, and then the team fight started happening, and you know they're comfortable in that style of game.
Yeah, I think we have something crazy like at least 20 Worlds appearances between these rosters. Minimum 20 Worlds appearances, I think, will be the best point of saying this, just because of the standard that you see, and maybe a little bit less when I think about it more. But if Twig was here, guaranteed.
Twig, the only European to go to every world champion.
Every land, pretty much.
Yeah, every land. It wouldn't be a land without Captain Twig.
It wouldn't be right. It just wouldn't be normal. That's just the crazy thing. Anyway, enough about Captain Twig. We're on this game as Yamin in mid lane has his full boots completed right now. Do you reckon expect to see Gladiator shield in the mid lane with the amount of physical he's against here, or is he going to go for more raw damage, do we expect?
You mean Shifter shield in the mid
Shifters,
lane? Yeah. I mean, he could go for Gladiators. Arkill's in a lot of trouble on this left-hand side.
Timed.
There's the Aegis, well-timed out of Arkill, so only eats 3 out of 4 shots from the Valkyrie's discretion. to be able to get back to base, but man, Emilito having a lead just 6 minutes in to this lane is not a good look for
But
Dig.
I like what Arkill did here. He's not going to lose any experience because Trix is going to come over. Have to be a little bit careful, though, because they're taking a long time to clear the wave. I thought Arkill would just let the minions come into the tower, farm them up real quick, and head back to base. Instead, he's going to hang around. He does have Devourer's Gauntlets, though.
Working on some stacking items. So I don't mind this decision. Devourer's Gauntlets has really been regarded as too slow now by the majority of professional ADCs, but in a lane against Freya where it's going to be difficult for you to box her anyways, you want to be able to match that mid to late game capability that Freya has. And Devourer's Gauntlets, while excellent in the late game, it's also a massive power spike when you hit that full stack mark that you're going to be able to match right around where Freya's
look at
gonna
this
be.
flank from Energy. Spicy. Speed buffs just spawned, and the dual lane from Energy invaded through the jungle. Gonna rotate into Zeros, who's rewinding. Bad news is he knows his 5 members around him now. Wild Hunt is on. Zeros pinned in place. Rafa ulted early to try and get some mobility, as Adapting will swoop down like a bat out of hell and pick up a kill on Zeros. Great rotation out of the dual lane.
But still, only 1 kill goes Energy's way, and Dig gets their speed buff once more. That could have gone a lot worse for Dignitas with the way that Energy was pathing. Great root by Yaman, rooting Zeros under tower. I don't know if that bat would have reached if not for that CC
But
coming out
look,
of the
the
mid lane.
red buff gets stolen straight after that kill onto Zeros. Now the purple too. Arkill did get a wave into tower, but Emilito's beating him down under that tier 1 again. I don't think Emilito's got enough to actually finish him off on his own. His ultimate was available, but Arkill burnt his. Oh, Emil. Come on. He wasn't going to be lazy back in there, was he? Surely not.
No one home. Went knocking, no one home. I like the decision from Arkill to immediately cancel that ultimate because Adapting was coming full HP, and even with a little mana,
Emilito stuck around too much, and Trixie's damage ain't all bad. Cubo to the rescue, looking to clear this up. 1 dash, auto. No dash available. Cubo took too much time. He's going to pay with this for hanging around. Yaman and Zeros rotated, and Yaman made a bigger impact.
I don't think I mind that, though, for Dignitas. I mean, Emilito was getting free farmed until this stage. You're going to put him on the bench for about 15 seconds, make sure that he misses at least one wave.
Could have been cleaner aggro.
Absolutely. Cubo just didn't have the slice and dice, use it in the jungle to poke out the opposition. Unfortunate there, but I think if you tell Cubo that you're going to kill Emilito here, but you're going to fall as well, Nemesis is going to get there, right? Nemesis is eventually going to get there. If you can get Arkill a lead, that's true. But Arkill, if he can get a lead, then he's maybe able to punish Emilito a little bit more, keep him from getting to that mid-game power spike.
Yeah, I think that's the big point there overall. Zero's in mid on that Chronos as well. Not spoken ridiculously amounts about it, but he's playing the energy skin too. Is that just a little bit of banter?
Oh, you have to. Anytime you're playing against a team, even the regular team skins, like if you're playing against Luminosity and you're playing Susano, you got to use that LG Susano skin.
In goes Rafa, looking for a little bit of pressure onto Zeros, and created just that for Yamin to clear the wave, and gives Cubo a nice old hammer for the sake of it, just to make sure he can continue poking him out and stack those Traveler shoes.
Plus, the skin is just so cool. I didn't hear a word you just said because I was just looking at how cool this skin is.
I don't hear what I'm saying half the time, too. I'm just saying what I see on the screen. I mean, that's how you cast, really.
Oh, is that what I am supposed to be doing?
I don't know, man. One day you'll work out something you're doing.
Thanks, man. Thanks for the encouragement.
I've missed you, by the way.
I missed being here.
I've missed you being here because now I know who sucked the most.
That didn't even make sense.
It means you suck the most when you're here.
I'm still
Which means
lost.
you don't suck when you're not here. Think about that. Maybe you should retire.
That was my... Yeah, I took a break from casting last week.
You did. It was great.
Then I came back.
It was wonderful. 10 minutes in, though. Still no Gold Furies down. Energy have basically just won the tussles in the jungle more often than not here. And the lead is 1,400 gold still. Experience isn't anything really to shout home about, but they do see small advantages for hitting level 12 earlier on.
And no one quite there yet for that second relic, at least on this side of the map, as Arkill and Emilito continue to box it out. And look at this, Arkill now starting to get the better end of this trade. He's completed his boots and is getting quite a bit of lifesteal out of that Devourer's Gauntlets, over halfway stacked.
Well, Adapting was looking for a bit of damage from the angle of the side, but the problem is that he was just slightly spotted out there, so had to fall back and only eating that leap. Dimmy's now starting to make this rotation too towards mid. 4v3. Variety doesn't know this is on, and nobody on the side of Dignitas is even looking at him. Taunt onto Cubo, gonna get the beads, and immediately Dimmy's ult is already down, so quickly gonna disengage.
Dimmy got what he came for, and that's pressure in the mid lane, purification beads out, and it forces Dig back. It allows another red buff invade for Energy to go their way.
Adapting will leap away from the root from Trix and avoid the walls too that Rafa eats instead. So nice little pickup yet again from Energy. Nothing in the jungle for Variety to look to steal away there.
I love this early Winged Blade pickup by Adapting, really relying on that high base damage that Camazotz has and giving him that slow immunity that's so important not only up against Cubo Fred, but Variety as well. Arkill's got a slow in that kit. I mean, there's plenty to immune, just giving him some nice HP, and it's cheap. It's not a big investment in the second item slot. Now he can start to look towards some damage after completing this item.
Oracle's about to spawn up. 3 members of Energy ready and willing to start these up, but 4 members of Digger now on their way. Nice whip coming out from Emilito early on, but it does still force Energies to fall back with the pressure, so they end up getting split yet again.
And that's exactly what you were saying earlier. Expect a lot of splits, a lot of little tiny engagements, but no full commits from either team because both teams are willing to wait until that mid to late game. Both in the comms are probably saying, yeah, our mid to late game is way better than theirs because of how good each of their drafts are.
Definitely interested to see what happens with Emilito in this Freya build as time goes on. Obviously, he's going for the Fatalis, standard core build for Freya. But since that, after Boots and Fatalis, there is no third item anymore that they used to always go to. We used to see that back in the day where it was always one item, Telkines every single time. Or Demonic Grip, you could go either way with that. Now, not so much.
You still could go Demonic Grip. Demonic Grip's still very solid in terms of that third item slot. Telkine's Ring is one of those items that I am convinced is incredibly good, and just no one is building it quite yet. But especially in characters like Freya and Kronos even, it's not an early power game, it's not an early spike item like it used to be. It's very different in its role. Now late game luxury, think kind of old Spear of Desolation, but not for burst mages, but for auto attack mages. But it just gives you so much power in the late game.
Well, this Kronos from Zeros here, going for the Bancroft talent by the looks of it right now. Free Portal Demon for Energy. They didn't even go for the Gold Fury here. They're just pressuring the map so well. They're in full control of this game right now.
Emilito and Arco boxing on the left-hand side. There comes the heal from the Terra's Blessing, but ML willing to play this very far back. Has the Fatalis now. It's a little bit more difficult for Arco to take these fights.
But Arco wins the engagement because Emilito loses a little bit of gold to the tower. If he can continue to do that, it does add up.
Absolutely. That's exactly why we see Arco going for that style of play, is just waiting around and keeping Emilito away from that wave, as Cubo Fred somehow, again, secures the 3rd speed in a row with energy right in his face.
Very, very important for him to do that as well. And you can see he's picked up a Shifter's Shield on this Nemesis. Obviously up against 3 heavy physical damage dealers here. That's going to help him out when he does get lower.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just such a strong item right now. 70 power when you're above 50% HP.
Zeros just have to rewind it from the engagement that Energy brought to them. Trixie's taking a brunt of the damage as Raph is pinned in place, thanks to the stun from Zeros. But Energy not too upset just yet until Arkill gets 2 nice snipes off. The third one, different story, and eventually Energy have to fall back. But good news, left-hand side, Emilito trying to steal red again.
Always focused on the objectives. Didn't quite get enough time to get a good call by the rest of Energy.
He did get it, just didn't get it to pick it up is the only difference.
Ah, I see.
So nice little play again.
Yeah, it's just always focus on the objectives. That's what you expect from a team with as much experience as Energy. They understand that you don't really have, it doesn't matter if you win or lose that fight on the right-hand side as long as you're getting something on the left.
Let's be honest though, I mean, that's a different start for Energy this year because it's not been what they were used to be about. It would be like 16 minutes, big team fight and go. I guess they've been thought out in team fights a little bit more now. Teams have kind of worked out their play style and now they're having to adapt.
Teams are just getting better. I don't think there's any other way to say it. I mean, not only the top end, but the bottom end. I think the biggest difference between competitive Smite now and competitive Smite in the old days is that any team can beat any team on any given day, and I really mean that. I mean, even the bottom end teams in the SPL, if you're not on your game as a team like Dignitas or Energy, you can absolutely drop games to the bottom end of the SPL now, and you really couldn't say that all the time.
These Oracles so far too have been so interesting because the fact it takes me back to the old mid-Harpy fights. Every so often, every 3 minutes, you'd see a fight guaranteed at the 3, 6, 9, 12-minute mark. Well, these Oracles have turned into that here. They've been split equally every single time.
That's true, but they're unlike the old mid-Harpies in the sense that if you lose the Oracles, you don't fall behind by incredible amounts of golden experience.
But you do lose complete vision on the Gold Fury. You give free vision, I should say, over to your enemy at the Gold Fury, which means you can't really go to attempt to do it.
No, I mean, they're incredibly important. More comment about how good old mid-Harpies were. I mean, they were the end-all, be-all, basically, for a long time.
Talking about this with Emilito and Yamin here. Won't take them long to burst this down, but they might be looking to burst down Trix instead. Beautifully timed hammer from Rafa, and he can continue this chase as Trix is still in trouble. Rafa committed as Emilito's getting very low here, but takes to the sky with Valkyrie's discretion to keep him safe. Rafa, meanwhile, went too deep, and he takes a lot of damage.
But adapting, blinks into the backline, and is still trying to chase down Trix. Tank one more hit, but he's not going to go for it. Instead, retreats towards his team.
Mistakes were made by Energy, just diving too deep, looking for Trix, and as a support at level 10, with the itemization that he's got online for himself, he's a lot tankier than I think they expected.
But, I mean, there was a plenty of burst onto him at the beginning of that engagement. You could already see just how hard Emilito's hitting.
Also, Brace of Undoing to that into account too. The classic new support item, I guess. I don't want to call it a classic because I don't really want to see it all the time. But it does allow you to get bursted down, revive all the way back up potentially, and then continue fighting.
That's exactly what happened. I mean, Trix lost 60% of his HP
easily
in that 5-second window, and all of a sudden he got 30% of that back. So plenty ready to go in terms of baiting out that team fight. Energy does do a good enough job of recognizing that they're investing too much into the support and backing up before it's too late, but still end up empty-handed in terms of kills.
But yet again, yeah, no kills in that engagement another time. It's Energy that are dictating the pace. It's Energy that are trying to force the fights a little bit more. And at the same time, Digger just answering back, but not losing many lives for it.
This is definitely this reminds me of a heavyweight boxing matchup where, you know, Energy's the one out there being aggressive, throwing punches, and a lot of them are landing on a Dignitas, but none of them are knocking them down. They're going with the punches, exactly, and just waiting for that counter punch opportunity so far.
We'll see if they can find that counter punch, or if Energy just knock them straight out with the amount of power that will come on as time continues. We're definitely past the early game, even though everyone's pretty much laning phasing still. It does mean that as you look at the experience difference, I'm quite surprised that we don't see people a little bit higher in terms of levels right now at 17 minutes in.
I mean, there's been plenty of congestion. There hasn't been a lot of free farming anywhere. I mean, no real ganks quite yet from either jungler, but no team feels comfortable enough to just safely farm and sit at AFK in lane. Everything is being fought over.
1-on-1 for the Oracles, maybe? We'll find out as one does get whooped. And, oh, the dream! A team got a set of Oracles. That's game done, right? That's GG.
Man, this really is like old EU, where we're getting pumped over Oracles at 17.5 minutes.
And it's not because the play's bad. Like, the play is really good. It's just there's not much to talk about because everyone's staying alive and nobody's going off yet.
That's how it is sometimes. But you know there's always going to be fireworks.
They traded.
Like
there we go. Back to trades again. Good job, guys. Back to normal. Paul Demon is available and has been after that first one went down to Energy. We're just after a little bit more experience in gold. Emelito level 15 as 16 is online for our kill. They're still keeping pace though relatively with how they're going. He should be level 16 off that wave once he kills it. And you can see it looks like he's going for the Bancroft's choice himself. And I did mention Bancroft for zeros. It's not true. He went for the Book of the Dead, which is something we've not seen too much of this year.
Except for zeros. He seems to be the only one who really likes this item, but it's a ton of power, 100 power, and you're getting a bunch of HP, not only in terms of the actual HP it gives you, I believe it's 300, but then in addition to that, that HP shield that you're getting that you see on zeros, this is a phenomenal item. The only problem is it can be very expensive. It's true. So it not always wanted to rush it, but in a game like this where the game pace is very, very slow, the laning phase, we're almost 19 minutes in and they're still laning, so you don't have to worry about team fighting right now. Perfect pickup here for zeros.
Well, we've not spoke about the two solo laners so far, but Dimmy's done a good job in this lane from what I can tell. He's managed to chip down at Variety's tower ever so sweetly over and over again here. And that could be the first telling point, is once that lane opens up, that's when we see the solo lane start to rotate a little bit more.
And a bit of a difference in terms of relic choices between Variety and Dimmy. Dimmy immediately upgrading that Bracer of Undoing once hitting level 12. Variety going for the Thorns instead. Variety wants to get hit by everything and return a lot of that damage, especially good against characters like Freya. Love this Thorn selection because of the fact that Yemen's almost certainly not going to go for lifesteal, so a lot of that is going to be returned to him if he's hitting Variety. But Emelito, if you activate the Thorns right as he activates that Pulse Irradiate combination, that entire cooldown period is basically worthless unless he wants to do a lot of damage to himself. Like it from Variety, but for the same reasons, I also really like this Bracer of Undoing for Dimmy because he's the CC guy in this composition.
Sure.
He's the one who's going to be setting up for Emelito and for Yemen, so he wants to take as many cooldowns as possible. And then talk about a burst heal. You've got your Bracer of Undoing and that Erlong Shen ultimate. Could be full health very quickly.
Don't think Dick can get here in time. Maybe Variety can, but straight away Dimmy's going to try and keep him busy. And busy enough is what happens. Energy get a free Portal Demon there. They just recognized they had the superior numbers. Even with a ward there, they knew they could burst it in time.
Arco was coming back from base, and Emelito is there. And then talk about objective damage. Freya has plenty of that ready to go at any given time.
Adapted and Rapid both walking around the corner was a Gold Fury check. Is the Gold Fury still there? Yeah, okay, cool. Because maybe they could have done that at the same time or been tanking it up and not realize it. But here's a teleport from Dimmy now. Looks like Energy want to commit towards the Gold Fury after getting that Portal Demon. Whoop on 2 means Zeros and Trix are both in trouble here. Good time from Dimmy to follow up on Trix, and Trix is still in an awkward position. Bracer of Undoing revives him back to a decent health pool, but Emelito has been forced into his ult early because of Variety's pressure.
Cubo around the backside. Variety's right in the middle of everybody. Gonna go up and down with that Lord of the Afterlife as Arco takes to the sky. Can't quite find the snipes.
But Cubo might be able to clean all this up. up. He gets one with a dash. Rapper's a couple of hits from death, but Yammy's going to force him back. And Zeros will claim the life of Dimmy. So that's a 2-for-0 exchange the way of Dignitas.
That's the counter punch right there by Dignitas. Energy overextends a little bit. The double whoop was good there from Emilito, but even with a taunt right afterwards from Dimmy, Zeros just beads that away. Actually didn't even need to use the beads, just stood there. There wasn't a lot of AoE. There's not a lot of AoE from Energy here. Usually when you get double taunted, you immediately have to beads because you're worried about, you know, a Kraken, a Zeus ult, something like that that's going to hit multiple people that got taunted, but what does Energy have that's AoE? Freya ult? I mean, the Wild Hunt, that's about it. And neither of those are really giant bursts of damage you have to worry about right away. Good patience by Zeros. And Cuvo Fred in that team fight was absolutely perfect. Cuts off Yemen. Yemen wasn't able to make any sort of impact in that team fight and then just lurked. Kept Yemen out, was waiting for Emilito whenever he came down from that Valkyrie's discretion. Excellent positioning from Team Dignitas.
Just wondering what Zero sold at the start. Did he start off with Bombers, do you remember?
He did.
He sold his Bombers straight away early on in this game, but I guess at 16 it's not that early anymore to get this penetration online a little bit quicker.
Love it. Just making sure that he can finish one of those power spike items right now, because look at how far behind he's already falling in terms of just number of items completed. He's only at 3. Yemen on the other side, he's already got 4. I mean, yeah, Ikaval's a branch item that's pretty cheap, but you want to make sure that you're keeping up, and he needs that penetration. Book of the Dead, as I mentioned, great item. Brings a lot of stats, can be very helpful, but that expense can really take a toll on your build.
Big grouping in the mid lane from Energy Esports here. A nice little poke onto Arkil, who's under pressure. No full commitment coming out from Energy, though, but they're still going to try and use this situation of having a Freya and a Kurdanos to siege down this tier 1.
But look at Variety's positioning. Coming around the backside, Energy going to realize that
they don't know where he is.
Maybe this isn't the best spot for us to fight.
Does anyone see that solo lane, dude? No? Okay, just dip. Like, we don't know, because he's clearly not in lane right now.
No, and even if he was, I mean, that 500 gold on the right-hand side would be good for Dignitas to get right now, but Variety making the better decision to come and join this fight.
Keep an eye on Dimmy and Rapper. They will be the engage for this team. Banish already down by Emilito, looking for the pick onto Variety. Get a little bit of poke damage coming out from the Bramble Blast from Yamin, but it won't slow down Dignitas as they can just regenerate under the tower of the Monolith.
Now Variety says, all right, I'm done with this. Going to head back towards the right-hand side, but Emilito is as well, recognizing that there's some free farm available on the right.
Just him. It's also going to be Yamin going over there. This is a free tier 1 tower on the right-hand side. With those two together, they could just try and siege this down. Variety can't really stop them on his own. He can keep him busy, but meanwhile, commitment in mid from Dignitas, realizing there was only 3 members there.
Adapting still plenty healthy, though, as is Dimmy, even after taking a couple shots from Dignitas. And you're right, I mean, Energy has the opportunity to try and push down the right.
He did hold him off, though, to Variety. Those 2 hunters didn't really want to get involved. I always call Freya a hunter. I don't know why. Habit, I guess, more than anything else. But no towers down still in this game, other than the tier 1 in the duo lane, which went the way of Dignitas early on. Energy are the ones that have been trying to poke down. You can see both Emilito and Yamin back at it again.
And Variety again, going to try and answer, but this time Raffer is coming to join the 2 damage dealers for Energy. Variety, 1 against 3. Trixtank is on the way, but Variety already getting shredded.
Still has Thorns, however, and now Trixtank comes in. This will slow them down. The route missing completely as Raffer just takes a back step to avoid that. And now with Adapton and Dimmy here, it's Dignitas slightly out of position, I'd say, although they have a collapse option, but Raffer can tank this quite happily.
500 gold is definitely going Energy's way here. I mean, there's no sense in Dignitas trying to defend that tier 1 tower when it was already so low. With the portal demon coming up now, this means that Dig has a little bit of a less safe escape path if they start to lose an engagement.
And bad news is they're out of position for the tier 1 tower defense in mid lane unless they're trying to collapse on the latecomers round for this fight. Split fight going on as Variety has to take on 3 Thorns already used. That makes Energy fall back as quick as possible. Meanwhile, Dimmy just gets rooted in place and stunned and deleted by Variety. A 1-for-0 exchange the way of Dig.
Didn't even get a chance to use the bracer there. That Nemesis ultimate just making Dimmy so squishy. Plenty of HP in that build, but not enough protection to really last through that Nemesis ultimate. And now Dignitas is the one sieging.
Well, they realize they're going to have to give up this tier 1 tower potentially, but they don't want to give up their jungle either. So take their jungle at the expense of the tier 1. Adapting going to flank round, but he's going to meet the whole squad. A little bit of poke damage, try and draw some attention. He won't get much of it, though, as Dignitas want the portal demon.
Variety is going to be the one to create that front line zoning. Adapting gets stunned out by Trixtank, and Cuvo immediately going for the kills.
Oh, but Adapting gets away nicely in time, and the Wild Hunt doesn't really do too much work to the damage dealers. Rapido is in a lot of trouble and has to dash away. Arkil in the sky Sai looking to clean up with the snipes and not enough damage for Rafa, but he is low enough. He's going to have to head back to base. Dignitas return to the Portal Demon.
Accuracy was good, but just not quite enough damage coming out of Arkill quite yet. Emilito is still here and healthy, but without an ultimate or any relics, he doesn't want to play too aggressive. Dignitas get that Portal Demon.
We're even. Go to the grass, and I'm pretty sure you'll see. I think everything is all lined up perfectly. The gold is absolutely even. Experience, look at the levels. You can see pretty much even. 1,000 difference in experience. That's it.
Not a whole lot at this stage of the game, that's for sure. I mean, especially with people starting to hit level 20 now. I believe Variety, level 20. Arkill about to hit that 20 mark as well. So experience getting less and less relevant at this stage.
When's the point when we can start talking about maybe NA and EU have two different clear metas this year? Because right now, the average game time from what I'm seeing in North America seems a little bit lower than that in Europe. Europe's starting to approach 30, 40 minutes a little bit more often than NA is.
That's true, and honestly, I think that's a good thing for North America, because with the way they looked at Masters Land with Europe really dominating the regions, and maybe going for a faster style of meta will be enough to close the gap between these two teams. But I think you're right. I mean, Europe clearly likes to play this a little bit more late game oriented. I mean, can you imagine picking Kronos and Freya in North America right now with how quick a lot of their games are going?
But I mean, a lot of people have been saying that Snowball has always been an issue. First Gold Fury, first tower going down, that team generally wins in the grand scheme of things. But different story when you look at EU. They're always taking it to the late game. They're going for a little bit later drafts and willing to potentially lose some of the early game.
And that's why it's always so interesting whenever we get some cross-region matchups. Yeah, that's always. I like it more whenever teams, different regions are playing very differently.
Dimmy rooted in place, so Turtle Form won't keep him alive for long. Energy going to pressure mid lane in response to this, though, and just get a tower back of their own. They could probably commit for a tier 2 a little bit easier themselves if they want to. They're a little bit worried about maybe the rotation coming in from Dig, and Zeros distracts them.
They need to be worried about Fire right now. Fire Giant started up by Dignitas, but once Energy realized what's happening, they peel off that tier 2 tower siege and come to take the fight.
They're looking for adapting. His leap is already down. Kiva was looking for the chops, but instead he eats a hammer instead. Variety's going to get a tether off on free. Nice banish from Melito to relieve that pressure. Rafa will get stunned out as Zero now rejoins his team. Wild Hunt only hits Trick Tag from Yamin. That was an engage from Energy, but it wasn't a great one.
And Variety's got the thorns in that front line. Rafa falling very, very low. Adapting blinks into the backside, trying to put pressure on the Zeros, but the rewind goes off.
Nobody could stop Cubo killing Rafa. Now Cubo's in trouble, but the Aegis keeps him alive. And Melito's Vitalis is doing work, and where's one kill from the ultimate? Now turning towards Cubo a second time, but the shield keeps him standing. Dimmy now turns up, Adapting turns up too. Variety forced to ult away as Zeros is still alive, but for how long?
Trying to get away, the Aegis gets him out of that vampiric bats from Adapting, but what a fight from Energy, splitting up Dignitas beautifully, and it looked like it was gonna go Dig's way. Cubo found that first kill onto Rafa, but look at how much Dignitas invested just to knock down Energy's support. Emilito was able to free cast almost that entire fight, even with the Thorns, even with the Shogun's Kasari and the Pestilence.
Variety
just not enough magical
teleports
protection.
in and just pushes the whole of Energy back, going, no, you will not do the Fire Giant for free. I tell you what, he could have potentially held that, and you know what, they're going to go for it. They've pulled it again of Dignitas, but there's only 2 members here, and with 3 of Energy not back in just yet, even though they're not healthy, they could still commit.
Cubo lost his dash to the Fire Giant knockup, and Dimmy teleports in and immediately goes for the aggression onto Zeros.
Zeros gets knocked up, but Beads, the knockup has to rewind all the way back to safety again, but Dimmy's waiting. The walls from Trix will slow him down, and so everybody's still alive after the last engagement in mid.
Somehow, I mean, that was close. Cubo, I thought, was going to fall for sure there after losing the dash, and Dimmy got there in time to contest him, but now it's Variety on that front side, gets whooped, and look at the damage coming out of Emilito.
No ultimate available. Thorns due to come up for Variety soon, but it's Dimmy who's overextended now as Dignitas collapse. Dimmy's already dead, and Arkin was looking to clean up Dimmy if he got away. Different story, wasn't required. Dignitas starting the Fire Giant.
Emil kind of baited Dimmy there. I mean, he's got no mana. So difficult for Emilito to fight, but he's still sticking around. Fire Giant getting low and adapting.
But they're not going to get Adapting. He takes to the sky in time. May still look for Cubo Fred. Cubo's going to get some heals from the shield and the Terror ult too. But Emilito's there to potentially clean it up and will do so. Bad news for Emilito, though. He's out of mana. And Zeros and Tricks and Variety and Alkyl, oh my. They're all trying to run him down.
Did have enough for the whoop, but Trixtech still waiting for him, as is Variety. Variety gonna put down Emilito, his 3rd death of the game, and now it's Dignitas trying to chase down Adapting and Yamin, but instead, probably just turn back towards this fire.
Bit risky going for the fire, though, with Yamin and Adapting both still alive. They're not healthy, that's for sure, but they can sustain from the jungle like Yamin is doing just now, and Adapting can drink up those pools, and we could see another fight.
But Adapting doesn't have a good way to steal this. I mean, you can just body block
busy.
that Camazot's abilities.
Just
Fire
keep him
Giant's
busy.
still low here. Arco can just stay on this pretty easily with that Devourer's Gauntlets.
But they're not doing so. Alkali is getting low right at the end. Fire Giant does indeed go to Dignitas. Only member not to get that Fire Giant is going to be Cuvo Fred at 30 minutes in. That's the first one of the game.
Cuvo has had an excellent game so far, 4-3. Yeah, you're not really blown away by that scoreline, but his decision-making has been really, really strong so far this game after that initial pathing mistake in the early
Just
game.
look at the Silent Assassin, though, in the player damage. Arkil. We spoke about his year so far and his performance in spring and summer, but he's 1-1-5 and done 20k just silently above Kurnanos and Emelito, who have had the lead for the majority of the game, for the longer period of the game.
And this is what we've come to expect from Arco. We talked about it during, before the picks and bans. This is a top-tier hunter in the world, not just in Europe. And he can make those highlight, crazy on-her plays where he's jumping on people and impaling them and making all that kind of crazy stuff happen. And he could also have these sorts of games where he's just doing his job really, really well. And I love the itemization coming out from Dignitas that allows him to do that job even better. 2 Shogun's Kasaris by Dignitas.
Because it's 2. Why 2?
Just because you want to make sure that your carries, Zeros and Arkil, are going to be getting that buff no matter what. Trix Tank or Variety is going to be around them at some point. And Variety can build the Shoguns because, yeah, the passive's really good, and as I mentioned, it makes sure that they're getting the passive no matter what, but it also is just magical protection that he needs up against Emelito's Freya.
Well, 30 minutes in, and Dignitas using this Fire Giant to the best of their ability just to try and take down some of these towers. Tier 2 on the right goes down. So now they're going to swing mid lane. I wouldn't be surprised to see Energy defend, though. With how these fights are going, even though there is a Fire Giant, you're going to be a little bit wary of it, but you do want to try and defend these towers.
I agree with you. I think that Energy could certainly find a defense here because you don't want Dignitas to get so grouped up that you can't really do damage to the backline carries. As I mentioned, there's not a lot of AoE on the side of Energy, so they want to split Dignitas up, and usually during a tower siege, teams will start grouped, and then the front line will dive you very, very heavily. That could allow an opportunity for Energy to get past those frontliners and put that damage onto the back line.
Zeros is really showing me if it's something in this game, though, because we saw him sell his Bumber's Mask earlier on for the Void Stone, and now, Obsidian Shard, and now he's sold his other star, the Soul Stone, for the Rod of Tahuti. He's trying to be as cost efficient as possible. Sometimes we never see star items sold until you full build because you want that extra free power or free survivability. He's on the other angle of this, of like, I'm going for an expensive build that it's going to cost me my starters, but it works out well.
It certainly does. There's plenty of damage now. I mean, Zero is not exactly where you want him to be in terms of player damage at this stage in the game, but after finishing off that Rod of Tahuti, look at how quickly this tower is going to fall down between him and Arkil. Absolutely. I mean, there are times where I'd sell just about any item to finish off a Rod of Tahuti. Certainly the most important mage item come late game.
Only 1 tower remaining for Energy to defend, and they want to hold this mid lane one to the best of their ability now. Dignitas waiting it out for the time being. They're trying to make a decision, really, what they want to do next.
Gold Fury's still down for about 2.5 minutes. Energy got that right after the Fire Giant was taken by Dignitas, but a great double stun there, and Trix Tank starts it off.
Demi's the one that takes a lot of the damage and ults early on to regen himself. I expect him more poke. In the end, that ult's on cooldown, which means Energy are kind of lacking a little bit of CC on the front lines now to set something up.
Really only relying on the hammer from Raffer, the whoop from Emelito, and maybe the root from Yemen. I mean, that's about it. Demi's got his CC, but a lot of that you have to be right next to the opposition.
Variety could just spam for days while Trix looks for the right route, and it's Yaman who's caught in the route. Return of damage, though, coming out there from Camazotz and Emelito too. Rafa on the front side was trying to keep the carries busy. Has to ult defensively here. Has no bracer left as he's already used that in the engagement, but he does have him that Heavenly under his belt.
Oh, huge stun there, and they're grouped up. Zero's going to find Emelito. Demi's on the run. Meanwhile, adapting to the back line, but Cubo's going to find Demi.
Rafa and Yamin fall back as Adapting will indeed fall down eventually. He's just going to take most of the abilities out of Dignitas and the carry to bring him down, but now they can look for the Phoenix.
This might be game here. I mean, there's still 2 Phoenixes up, but you've got so much objective damage between a Kronos and a Rom that Dignitas might be able to end.
But can Energy to defend? We've seen it before from a Kronos, and it's Yamin this time round. The Phoenix will fall down, but Yamin is poking Arkil really low. Arkil, luckily enough, though, will get round to the left-hand side, and Dignitas, this could be a little bit risky.
The Fire Giant falling off Dig is a big reason why they have to go for these Phoenixes. They don't have that innate regen anymore, and you've got your frontliners low. There was no one to tank up that Titan and no minions there either. So Dignitas instead going for the safer route, the 3 Phoenixes. I like this because how quickly these are going to fall means you're not really worried about how low your frontliners are. Between a Chronos and a late game Rom, these towers are nothing to you.
All 3 Phoenixes down, and now Energy are up against it realistically against the world right now. This is so tough. When you got 3 Phoenixes down, 5 minions everywhere, not many teams can hold off from this, and it takes a lot to get back into it. But the way this game's gone, it could still happen.
I mean, we can count on one hand the number of comebacks we've seen whenever you lose all 3 Phoenixes.
2, I think, I've seen.
Yeah, C9 way back when. What was that? European Regionals?
European season regionals, yeah, really early on season 1, which was pretty prime, was the actual victor of that game.
He was, yeah. That was a crazy.
Prime and Ataraxi win that game.
That was a crazy game. That's the one that always stands out to me. But yeah, I mean.
And Amelito was in that game too, so he'll know that it's doable. He'd like to do it back to somebody else and have it done to him, though, that's for sure. Meanwhile, Variety teleports in, and Variety's in an awkward spot. He's had to ult early on, but Dimmy was on the other end of things too. He's nicely healed back to full, though, as Rafa now ults and looks for a carry. This is a dive in. He can't find Arkill. Neither will he with the hammer too. And Rafa eats so much poke, and Zeros is left unchecked on the back.
But Zeros immediately jumped on top of by Dimmy and adapting. Does get the rewind off in time, but Cubo's already falling pretty low.
And Arkill now may turn up to the fight very, very late as Rafa dives in again. Trix is super low. Scratch that, he's dead. Amelito gets the kill. Good damage from Energy. They hold the fire giant, but the base! Look at the state of the base!
Already about half HP on that Titan. Big fight coming out of Energy, though, and it's all because Variety just teleports in at the wrong spot. Cuvo uses ultimate and didn't get any value out of it.
2 on defense for Energy as 3 try and keep Dignitas at bay at the fire giant. The Titan will stand, but look how many minions Rafa's going to deal with until Amelito turns up. And as soon as he gets through there, it's going to be another issue because the minions coming down left again in a second.
And again, not a lot of AoE. I mean, Freya pretty good at clearing the fire waves,
This is good. They got the portal demon, so that means they can all come back real quick and go out straight away, clear these lanes out, and still have defense in the fight. That was a great play from Energy.
We haven't really seen that before for portal demon, but you're absolutely right. I mean, this means that you could just throw a ward around that fire giant, wait until the enemies started it up, and then be able to come back and defend that after defending your base.
Just went through the portal and he's under pressure on his own. However, he's got incoming on top of that. Zero's in the one-hand position. Aegis is already down. No rewind this time, Sunshine. Energy get it, but Yamin's caught too.
Variety's going to find him, no problems with the help of Cuvo. Fred snipes onto adapting, only going to hit 1 out of 3,
Dimmy.
and now Arkill very low.
He's going to find Arkill, but Arkill's giving as good as he gets and rolls after him. Adapting meanwhile being chased out by 2 members of Dig. Rafa can't help him over the wall. The base is still falling. Aggro of the base. The fire minions are causing issues still.
Amelito's doing his best against 3 waves of fire minions, but it's a losing battle for him. Wants to come and help this fight. Energy need his help desperately, but if he goes, they lose the game.
And what Dignitas has to do is just running down the members of Energy so they can't recall back to base. Rafa's forced to ult. Emelito's forced to engage and try and pick off Arkill if he can with the ult, but he can't reach. And instead it's him who's in an awkward spot.
Uses both his relics, but it's not going to be enough to save his life. Arkill finds the kill onto Energy's Hunter, and now it's only adapting and Raffer trying to defend.
This is done.
Yeah, this Titan's just way too low, Hindu. No chance for Energy to defend this one. It's Dignitas securing their spot at Valencia.
You mentioned this was like a boxing match and it was the heavyweight Energy just throwing punches over and over again, but one couple of counter punches from Dignitas and it turned around.
They just took the first few minutes and just said, okay, you can take our buffs, you can take this portal demon, we'll be fine come late game, and that's exactly what happened. Arkill had a phenomenal game on that ROM, as you mentioned. No, crazy triple kills, no crazy snipes, but just consistent damage and excellent positioning from him. Trickstank did a great job of baiting out a lot of cooldowns initially and then using that Bracer. And then you use Bracer and Terra's Blessing to get a big burst heal all of a sudden. Well played by Dignitas.
The one thing about that game, though, is when I look back, because from my point of view, I'm normally quite good at finding the point where the game went wrong. Because Energy were leading for so long. What was it that Dig did? Do you
They found that double kill on the left-hand side and then went to the Gold Fury. It didn't really tilt the game entirely in their favor. It really just evened it up more than anything else. But that was enough. I mean, that late-game composition, Cuvo as well, always the right timing. And Dignitas' communication is excellent for me. That's the one thing that just watching their play, you can tell that they're able to really get across what needs to be happening in these team fights very, very quickly. Cuvo ult a target, that target dies every single time. And Cuvo was always making it very difficult to track him in the team fight as well as stick on top of our killer Zeros.
Well, let's go to game 2 then, because that was only game 1. Dignitas, however, did secure their chance to go to DreamHack now.
It's only a matter of seeding.
At
I mean,
DreamHack.
yeah, they're top
Guaranteed.
4. Guaranteed top 4 in Europe, and that's the big news. So it obviously quite a bit in terms of seeding. You don't want to be near the bottom because you're going to have a very tough bracket to win DreamHack, but being near the top would be an excellent look for Dignitas.
Circa banned out by Dig again. Respect and adapting. Who went with the Camazots last game? I don't think he played bad in that at all.
No, he played fine, but
so well.
again, just not the big difference for me there. I think Dignitas felt comfortable grouping up because there wasn't enough AoE from Energy. This time around, I mean, even at something like a Poseidon for Yemen, something along those lines that just has AoE damage that you can really punish multiple people for.
Fafnir banned out this time around by Energy. They don't want to give that away to Tricksank. They took it last time themselves, which worked out well for the time being. But Dignitas also respecting the fact that they don't want to first pick Nemesis.
No, I like this ban because, again, you don't want to first pick it, as you mentioned, but you also don't want to put it in Adapting's hands. With these games going later in Europe and the late game being a little bit more meta on this side of the pond, Nemesis is one of the best picks in the game. I mean, you really can't contest that she's going to be very strong in basically every single game. With tanky targets all around the place right now, the Warriors being very, very strong, without Sunder being very relevant, and this late game, I mean, Nemesis always going to be good.
Sol, however, has been really solid in game 1, so much so that it was banned to make sure that Dignitas couldn't have it. They will get it this time, though, but it gives Energy the chance for a support pick and another big pick. Kurnanovs is the one they think is highly valued here.
Could be the Terra here as well for Energy. That made it all the way to last pick for Trickstank last time around, or Bellona and Osiris both open. It's going to be Bellona for Demi.
Which means we may see Variety just take the opposite end of the spectrum and just take the Osiris. By opposite end, I mean the same thing.
Yeah,
much.
I mean, I expect to see that Osiris is going to be for Variety. And no surprise that Demi opts for the Bellona because that's, when given the choice, Energy seemed to prefer to give Demi that Bellona.
Yep.
And Demi had a pretty solid showing in game 1, but when you are the initiator for your team and you've got a Nemesis on the other team, it's very difficult to stand up in that front line and survive, even in terms of getting that heal from the Bracer or the Erlong ultimate.
Had a feeling it would be Terra there for Trickstank. His god pool has been pretty slim this year. He's not been doing too much in terms of variety. He's been sticking to a handful of gods. Terra, one of them, alongside Geb, Fafnir, and Kepri. I guess the other ones we've really seen him on.
What else does he need?
Ganesh.
Could be Ganesh, but if they're going to give him Terra and he's going to play well on it, may as well take it. I mean, in my mind, you don't have to prove that you have a big god pool until you need to prove you have a big god pool.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Whenever a team is focusing you out. Exactly. That's when you need to have 1 or 2 picks that you're comfortable with. You really only need to have a very small handful at a top tier level in order to be a competitive player.
Rama locked in again for our kill. Not a real surprise there. Energy having a long, hard think because they're going to have to put something in the mid lane here that's going to be able to deal with Sol. What exactly does deal with Sol if it is mid?
It's tough. I mean, Sol is just so safe in that mid lane and also provides that burst damage come late game, the objective siege. You know, I think there's something. I don't really like the Poseidon, as I was talking about earlier. Poseidon, not a good matchup because of the slow immunity as well.
Right.
I think that we could see something like a Nox. I mean, Nox with some CC is very, very potent up against characters that rely on escapes like Sol, like Terra, like Rom, but there isn't a whole lot quite yet there for Energy.
I was going to ask if we see Frey go back to the dual lane or even Kronos go at the dual lane here and pull that Kurnanovs in the mid lane again. Even without the Fafnir, I mean, it looks like Dignitas may suspect that could be a situation there. Could we see Kronos in the dual lane?
Sure. I mean, like I said, I think it's one of those characters that's a little bit undervalued right now. I still think he's probably a little bit better in mid overall, but I'm a little bit biased because I think Kronos is fun and I want to play him in mid, so I just want him to be in mid lane.
Raven, Sun Wukong, Kepri, Freya are the bans, and Energy will get the next pick option. More than likely, I'm expecting this could just be the support here so the mid can get a bit more flexibility.
Yeah.
Ganesh is still available, as is Geb.
Yeah, Geb would be really strong here in my mind, really providing that shield for Camazots as he's going up into the air. He comes down and all of a sudden could be in trouble. Give him the Geb shield and it's not as much of a worry.
Also, those knockups just disrupt so much. Knockups definitely the best CC in the game,
Without
other
a
than
doubt.
Death.
Is Death a CC?
Yeah, it is. It's a hard CC.
It's the hardest CC, I suppose.
That's correct.
Wow.
Dignitas then just need a jungler and a solo laner more than likely here. And there's the jungler with Susano slipping down and through. We don't see as much as we used to see of him, but he's still top tier.
Still absolutely one of the best assassins in the game, but he can have a little bit of a difficult matchup up against Camazots because of that disjoint jump from the Camazots. You're able to get over that wind siphon if you time it correctly. Pretty skill-dependent matchup there, but could see some outplay potential for adapting.
Tell me a little bit about why we saw them ban Sun Wukong Raven instead of Osiris. That's the one thing that surprised me more than anything else here. It feels like Energy want variety on Osiris.
Yeah, I agree with you. That was curious to me as well, and Variety says, all right, I'll take it. They're 5-0 with it so
well,
far.
the Chronos pick I was right on too.
Yeah,
but
you
it's
were.
still flexible because we could see Amelito run that in the dual lane, or we could
Sure.
see Yaman in the mid.
I'd expect this is going to be Chronos ADC. We saw Yemen
reckon?
play the Keranos mid. The skin is for him. Like he played this god at Worlds and did so well that he got a skin.
I don't agree. I think it would be Kernos in mid, I expect. No, you're right. Yeah, I think Kernos mid because Kernos versus Sol. In the matchup
Yes.
of wave clear is a little even. We're both wrong. No, we're not. We're right.
I'm right.
We're both right.
We're both right.
We're both right and both wrong.
We're just so used to being wrong that you expected us to be wrong, but we weren't this time.
That's a very good point. That means something's going to go wrong in this game. You know that. If the casters are right, something odd's going to happen. We're going to say something like, Raph is one of the safest players when he plays Geb and he's going to get first blooded. I've said it now and it's going to happen.
Well, there you go. It's how many gems is Dignitas throwing you under the table to get Raffer first blooded?
No, I never thought about that. God, I'm missing real income hours where I could be making plenty of money off these games if I just
Caster curse people?
Just curse people consistently.
You're like a hitman for your caster curse?
That's a try. Trix is going to come mid lane with zeros, but look at cheeky old Dimmy. We saw this earlier on, but there's a ward here, so they know Dimmy's wrapping around potentially, and because of that, Dignitas aren't even really worried. They saw him step in the ward go towards speed. Instead, Dimmy's going to have to just accept the elementals, or at least the babies of the elementals here, expecting to be aggressed on by the two men in his solo lane.
Now those two men are going to go into this right side jungle, have a couple options here. They want to go for the big fire elemental. That looks to be the call. Good decision to not try and invade on that right-hand side because with both Yaman and adapting there, yeah, Dimmy's going to be tied up for a little bit on that right-hand side, coming late to the wave, but you still don't want to take a 2v2 that's going to turn into a 2v3.
And Rafa and Amelito actually changed their mind about starting in the lane at all. They did their red, they did their purple. Now they're going to get the oracles too before even turning up at lane. This is what we started to see more and more as the season progresses. People not even taking on level 1 fights.
Variety in a bit of trouble on this right-hand side. Dimmy could go for the slow, but now it's adapting, tagging up those minions, forcing the Aegis early on, but it's still Dignitas looking to fight.
I think Cuvo just missed that dash a little bit too early to avoid the Aegis, otherwise it could have been a different story. Now it's a chance for once again Energy to get aggressive. Variety's the one getting low because of the lifesteal for adapting, and they turn it around. Energy get the first blood onto Variety, and Cuvo is just gonna get away in time.
Shouts to Jetstream, man, one of the best escapes in the game, but again, it's Variety falling for that first blood, and that's just so many slows on the side of Energy in that level 2 fight. I mean, you've got a potent slow out of Dimmy, you've got one out of adapting as well.
Love what
Just
Raph is
plenty
doing.
of damage.
Love what Raph is doing. He's just trying to buy time for his boys to steal away the speed. And if he's going to get poked down, that's fine. It just means Trix and Zeros can't contest. And now Zeros gets pressured in mid, which keeps pressure on for the whole of Energy in the mid lane.
Already, Energy off to a pretty good start in this one. Not only getting that first blood, but the invade on the right side as well. Then it was Energy who got both buffs on that right-hand side on their side of the map. So now it's only one buff going Dignitas' way on the right-hand side.
I've missed those fights in solo lane, though. You know the 2v2 starts
Yeah,
we used to
it's
see
fun.
of jungler solos boxing it out, and the mistakes that you make in those lanes cause so many problems. And to be fair, Q and Variety probably haven't had as much experience working together in straight 2-on-2s in the solo at the start of the game at level 1 and 2, compared to that of Dimmy and adapting.
I mean, how many jungle solos have had as much practice as Dimmy and adapting in those sort of scenarios?
Nowadays, not many.
Yeah, not
Thinking about
exactly.
it.
It's maybe weak in Cyclone Spin, though. They took
Yeah.
a break from teaming together for a while.
But you don't really lose it, do you?
No, I suppose not. It's
You
like
don't really lose
It's like
it.
riding a bike. You just get right back into it, and you know exactly what the other player is going to do at all times. It's Dimmy, you try to get those fire elementals, but Dignitas was there in time to secure them away.
And that's the only lead right now. It's about 700 in favor of Energy because of the invades and the goal pure early on. Similar pace to game 1. Is this because the comps are similar, or are the comps like just setting up for this anyway?
I mean, it's a little bit similar. I mean, both teams, again, have strong late games. You're looking at Dignitas. I think theirs is a little bit worse than it was in game 1. Trading out Susano for Nemesis, not exactly an even trade come late game. Sol is close to Chronos, but as I mentioned, I think I'd take Chronos over almost any god in the game in the later stages, and now it's Energy the one who has that Chronos. So I think that Energy probably a little bit more favored come late game now.
Well, Arco once again going for that Devour's Gauntlet. Is adapting, swings around to say hello to Variety once more and continue the pressure to give Dimmy lane dominance here so far. And it means Dimmy can rotate a little bit earlier on, go get some buffs either in his own jungle or the enemies.
And it's his own buffs that are coming up first. And this is good news if you're rooting for Energy, because this means they can secure their own buffs on this right-hand side, even with adapting and mistiming that too a little bit. No one saw.
Guys, he's probably one of the best junglers in the world. Even he misses abilities. F. Dot is screaming now. He's like, yes, I'm not the only one.
Wow, why you got to throw F dot on the bus like that?
It's
man?
always a
What did he
sash
do?
camp. It's always a sash camp with me. That no sash camp would be infamous.
You know, he was
Infamous.
messing with his key bindings. He misclicked. He didn't
it's
think that he could
infamous, okay?
actually sash the buff.
It's infamous. I'm pretty sure he's going to come over here while we're on cast in a minute and say it once he hears it on air. So,
You're probably right.
more than likely. Dimi will get his own blue, though, on the right-hand side. Pick that up, makes him level 7. And went for the Ninja Tabby, which we've seen a couple of times on some Ballonas. It doesn't come out too often, but it is being utilized here.
And I like it in this scenario, just using that sustain from the Scourge. That's the main reason why we're seeing this Ninja Tabi, is getting as many heals off that third hit of Scourge as you can, because variety is going to be there and be able. You want to stand in Scourge a lot of the time anyways, because you want to be disarming the Osiris as much as possible, since he wants to be using his in-hands.
Well, this is a similar start to game 1 where Energy had a lead and looked to steal away speeds over and over again. This time around, though, Dig aren't able to defend as well as they did at their own speed buff. You see the aggression onto Zeros in mid. That knockup was beautiful. Nothing Zeros could do, because when you're knocked up, you can't Aegis.
And no beads, so good recognition by Energy, knowing that there's no way for Zeros to get out of that CC chain. Wild Hunt on top of that. That means that Zeros can be controlled for 3 seconds, and a little bit more than that even, in terms of CC duration, without being able to get that Aegis off.
Great little pick there, and it's just catching Zeros to disapparate before he can get even into towards casting. That is really the key. No Wild Hunt wasn't even really needed there from Yamin, but it did come in handy still to get the extra damage off.
And just guaranteeing that Aegis is going to come out and force Zeros back into his tower. You have to go into a risky situation in that scenario. Smart play by Yamin. Probably not going to need that ultimate soon anyways.
And now Energy 4 men strong, looking at the blue buff, just trying to strip that away, and it looks like they do so just in time. Rafa going to be like, no, Dimi, you don't need this. I need this. Look at me. I am the solo laner now.
You tax your solo laner. Hey, I earned you this farm. I'm going to get the buff. It's
Support
fair.
should be able to tax buffs.
What does that mean? You get a portion of the
I think
buff?
every single... If you're a support and you see a buff, you can take it. Because you have to play support, man.
No, you're not going to do anything.
Listen, think about it. When you call in lobby and casuals, for example, and you call in lobby and you don't call quick enough, you end up on support.
Yeah.
95% of the time. Experience that, because I've tapped in Phil so much.
Yeah.
And I'm main support. But 95% of the time you're playing support. You should get the buffs of like, listen, none of you wanted to play this role, so I get the buffs.
So I should be giving a level 7 Terra my red buff.
Yeah.
Just
Extra damage output
because he
helps
was
out.
too slow to type in mid and press enter.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You earn those buffs by calling your role in the lobby.
All right, well, I remember you earn your life when you survive in a team fight because the support saved you. Remember that. Remember that. It's casualties of war, my friend. Dimi is continuing to pressure Variety, who's 2 levels down, and this seems to have been Energy's game plan for me. The solo lane pressure, they put him on Osiris. They let him have Osiris. They could have banned this away. They put Variety on it, and now they're trying to abuse that situation.
And this is a great sign for Energy, because I like their idea. Yeah, Osiris is an absolute nightmare to deal with if he gets a lead. But if he doesn't get a lead, he's really not that scary at any stage of the game, because he's really doing most of his work at the early stages. So I like this decision. Put Variety in Osiris, sure. We're just going to make sure that he never gets scary, and then he just doesn't feel very useful come late game.
Well, Dignitas were a little bit slower than used to be on these Oracles, because last game they were split consistently. This time round, Energy will get both, and Trix dashed in very late there looking for the steal. Could have been caught out, but Energy didn't want to commit. They just wanted the experience and the actual vision around the Gold Fury.
We've seen so many different... this Energy roster being together for as long as they have, and we see so many high-profile games for them that you really feel like you get a sense for the way they think about the game. And we see this so many times, at least that I can remember. They lose game 1 in a very close back-and-forth game, and then they just get mad. They just don't like losing like that, and then really tighten up their play in the second game of a set. Wouldn't be surprised to see Energy come out and really dominate this entire time.
Well, that's awkward. When you think about it, it's a really awkward thing to do. Is Adaption looking to steal away the buff? This time around won't happen. Cuvo secures it. Adaption's still boxing and getting the better end of this as Yamin now turns up and Zeros under pressure. Disapparate forced out as Trix also. And a lot of free poke from Rafa.
Adapting actually body blocks Cuvo off that speed buff for a full 2.5, 3 seconds. That's insane. I mean, didn't have any
speed.
Speed's still on the ground. Cuvo was forced back. Now was Adapting 2v1, just standing on top of the speed saying, yeah, you might have gotten the farm for it, but you're not getting the buff.
And the buff will eventually just disappear because it only lasts for 30 seconds and it's gone. There's no chance for Cuvo to go and pick it up. Blue buff's about to spawn though, and Adapting's already in position with Dimi pressuring Variety more under the tower and 2 more members of Energy on the way.
Adapting a little bit low on mana right now, but has enough. Camazot's not necessarily the most mana-hungry god in that jungle, but Dignitas' response is enough to get Energy off the blue buff. Instead, going to take the consolation prize of the Fire Elementals.
The blue buff will go
Oh, no,
down.
that goes Dimmy's way.
No,
Of
Dimmy
course.
just took it with a Scourge.
Of course, that's Dimmy's. Get off that.
So even worse situation for Dignitas, then this just continues. Every single little skirmish we see, every single time they flip that coin, it's coming up all on energy.
But they don't have that much of a lead for having as much, some would say luck, others would say skill, just as much going in their favor as they do right now. Only up 2 kills, about 2,000 gold, a little bit under that mark, and as good as Energy's late game is, as I mentioned, Dignitas's is very solid as well. Could be Dignitas just going for the same sort of style. If it worked in game 1, no reason it can't work here again in game 2.
Well, no, speaking about our kill so far in this game, but now Rafa just turns up at the same time and knocks him back. The Devour's Gauntlet is nearly finished now, and going in this against Kronos, again, we saw it against Freya, is it just as wise to go for the Devour's Gauntlet against Kronos?
Exactly. Kronos is going to play safe the entire time anyways. Not a ton of kill potential there, so you expect that you're going to be able to farm up pretty heavily as well. Wouldn't have hated to see a Silver Branch Bow, the magical equivalent of that Ichaival, stripping away some magical power from Emilito, giving Arkil that attack speed and penetration. But either way, I've got no problem with him focusing towards the late game and trying to be as effective there as possible. Plus, something that we haven't seen a lot of recently because hunters are starting to move away from lifesteal, or really have moved away from lifesteal pretty heavily during Season 4, is Arkil will be able to solo the Gold Fury pretty soon here, whereas Energy doesn't have a chance to do that.
And the Portal Demon too, when you think about it, it's another situation just like that. This fight is all around the Oracles, and Energy in greater position overall. They're just poking out and keeping Dignitas at bay. We'll take them for free. The left-hand Harpies could be contested by both here. Trix and Cuvo turning up with Arkil to try and put some pressure on, but Energy just too quick.
And this is Energy's game plan, to starve out Dignitas in the early stages, because if they can get to the late game first, they're certainly going to have the better team fights because they've got arguably the better late game anyways. And as we mentioned in game 1, the mid game is also very scary for Energy. You think about Yaman hitting that power spike of finishing Shifter Shield as he just has, and if he goes for the same build as he did last time and Ichaival right after this, I love it. That's the perfect idea.
Speed buff on the right-hand side being looked at by Energy here. Adapting, starting up. Trix, Tank, and Zero's looking to steal it away, and will do so. Zero's nicely done there just to secure that for his team and get Cuvo his speed this time.
Can I just say that I love the little colored spirits that come off the minions now?
It makes life so much easier.
Oh, it's so nice. Just taking a moment to appreciate what we have.
I dealt with that for 3-4 years easily. And you come on the scene, you do half a year, and you're like, oh man, I'm so glad it's done.
I don't know who got the buff. That's
Arkil versus Emilito, and Arkil's losing that trade because Emil will rewind. And the position of the rewind is beautiful. Emilito gets himself a solo kill. Arkil falls down.
Said not a lot of kill potential in that lane against Emilito, but apparently plenty onto Arkil.
Plenty onto Trixtank too. Piggy squeal, Piggy. Yamin gets credit for the kill there. They invest a lot to burst him down, but it could work out well.
Now they've got the opportunity to go for the Portal Demon. Cuvo's on this left-hand side, actually, chasing down Emilito. That Typhoon gets beadsed out, and Cuvo's still going for it.
And now Emilito could box in the minions, but the minions and Cuvo's damage is too good. Meanwhile, Adapting takes out Zeros, and Variety can't do anything apart from potentially just watch 4 members of Energy walk over to the Portal Demon again.
Half health, has the ultimate, but very low on mana as well. Good decision from Variety to give this one up. Energy winning basically all across the map. Cuvo puts Dig on the board, knocking down Emilito in a big way, but still it's Energy in the lead.
I think the biggest story is the 1v1, because that's kind of where the hope was for Dignitas, I feel. The other lanes of Dignitas were currently losing anyway. You know, Zero's have been killed already. Variety had a bad time at the start. You were kind of relying on Arkil to weather the storm a little bit and maybe transition you, but getting soloed by Emilito means that every lane is losing.
And the big difference, the big reason why we saw Arkil get soloed there is he just can't keep getting hit by these time stops.
This trap. That little sneaky trap on the left-hand side is beautiful as we watch Variety box out. But they're sneakily waiting for Emilito to come back. They know they got both his relics. They know his ultimate's on cooldown. And if he just face checks there, he's going to die. The bad news is it's taking him a lot of time to set this up, and they're not earning experience by doing so.
And Cuvo desperately needs something. He's already down 2 levels to Adapting.
He's still not even covered.
Still only level 11.
That's so bad. You know, it's like playing peekaboo and you're like, okay, I'm hiding. Oh, they walk past me and you don't see him for 3 hours. Now they're going to commit to like, Emil's got nothing. All in him. Bad news is Rewind came back up at the worst possible time. And now the rotations could come out from Energy. Adapting, swinging in from mid. Rafa wants Zeros to separate, already used. And Dimmy turns up to the fray too. It's Trixtank they're after, actually. But the Bracer will keep him standing, as will his ult. Dimmy's ult will not hit the 3 carries of Dig around the left-hand side. But still, Energy do well.
There's great option there by Dignitas to get out of danger. That Terra's Blessing huge in order to get the rest of Dig enough movement speed to get away from Dimmy's ultimate, but Raffer falling pretty low. Gold Fury's leashed, but Trickstank's still hanging around below 15%.
And Adapting now wrapping around the back, getting good damage off into Zeros. Cubo pulls him in, and Adapting leaps back out. Dignitas have to fall back, and it's Cubo and Variety on the front line on their own. Arkill comes in with the snipes, trying to support him, will do so. Zero's credit with a kill onto Dimmy. 1 for 0 to Dig. And Energy are like, nope, peace, we're done here. Let's just fall back. Or are we?
Wow, really good plays out of Dignitas. Somehow staying alive with that low HP, just baiting Energy in consistently. Talk about confidence in your own team to just basically dangle Trickstank out there with very low HP, baiting Energy into the fight, getting 1 kill, and then immediately retreating. Again, Dignitas just knowing exactly what their team can get away with and what it can't. That may not seem like a lot. I mean, only getting 1 kill and not losing anyone in the process. No objectives, nothing like that taken. No stuff after the stuff, if you will. But again, it's that first sign of life from Dignitas.
It's
saying
funny
that
'cause
they can really take it to Energy in this game.
The calls are good, but they're all being followed too, which is even better. Because you want all the calls to be followed, first of all. Then you work out whether the call is good or bad. They're doing both here. Whoever's making these shot calls is perfect on the disengages and engages. But the rest of the team are all following suit, and that's what you need when you're one of the best teams in the world, potentially going up against potentially still the best team in the world.
I mean, it's team chemistry is critical at this stage, at this level of play. It really is the difference. I mean, you expect everyone's going to be hitting their shots. That's not really the question anymore.
It's kind of when you get to the Pro League and you get into the Pro League as a low-level tier team, like say for example Sanguine or Justice the years gone by. Your job there is to try and pick up to the pace of the Pro League. The small mistakes are going to get punished heavier, and the shot calling has to be better and improved. Then when you get to the mid-table, you're like, okay, now our communication's got to get to that level too, as the shot calling has. And then you've got to add in your mechanics too to get to the real top level of everyone playing at the best of their ability the entire time.
And that just reminds me of how well Rival has done to stick together. And that has been the team to watch in terms of watching their transformation. Bring up Justice, one of their old players on that team. Vote.
Cataclysm from Rapid very early on. Nice knock-up too. Already the dash was down for Tricks just to make sure Energy couldn't commit, but you saw Beads was used by Zeros there. Energy walk away happy with that.
Zeros and Arkill, so very happy. 2 ultimates for 2 sets of Beads. Oh yeah, you're going to take that trade every single time. Now both of those characters have some CC immunity in their kits. Zeros with that very brief moment of CC immunity with that Supernova, and of course Arkill can buy plenty of time with the Astral Barrage, but all it takes is 1 quick CC from Dimmy or even Emilito, and that could spell death before those ultimates go off.
And now they're going to be a little bit more careful. Yeah, Zero's going to be coming around towards the Gold Furies. The Oracle's going to go to Energy once again. 4 members strong will easily take them away. And that's the one thing that happens at the highest level too, is the beads count. Talking about beads, like in casual B, your beads are down or not. You don't know if your oppositions are down or up ever half the time unless you burn them. But these guys take that into account every single time. They're like, listen, we know beads are down until, you know, a certain minute in the game. In this example, it's 100 seconds time before those beads are back up, and we can abuse that.
Dimmy getting low on the right-hand side. Variety catches him with that Lord of the Afterlife. Kubo's here, and that's going to be it for Dimmy. Variety is going to be the one to get the kill, his first of the game.
They could get Tower here as well if they want to, but they were a little bit worried about a potential rotation coming out from Energy. That rotation is very, very late, and they could have got that tier 1 tower. In the end, they'll fall back, and Yamin will keep it alive for the time being. Dignitas could have found a little bit more of a small win there, but without ward coverage in the jungle, it made it very tricky.
It only is going to take half of a minion wave to get in that tower to knock it down anyway. It's not a big deal. Plus, that can sometimes be a boon. I mean, now Dimmy has a choice. Do I want to teleport back to that right-hand side just to make sure that Dig don't get that 500 gold burst and really waste my teleport in doing so? You can really pin a solo laner in their lane by keeping their tower low, but not quite killing it.
Rafa's just sat in the Gold Fury pit right now. Has Blink available, and that's what he'll be looking for. Cataclysm is back up. He knows that his cooldown of Cataclysm is lower than that of the 2 beads of Zeros and Arkill, and they could be setting up for a cheeky little trap here.
He's waiting for Zeros on that bottom left side, and going back to that beads count, that you want to talk about applications of math. You know, you want to be a pro Smite player, you have to know exactly how long those beads are going to be going. It takes a little bit to practice to get there, but absolutely critical for a team. Every team at a top level has someone who hears beads go off and does the math in their head.
And Rafa was just caught in position there, but he's going to blink on Zeros early on, but Zeros returns the favor with an ult to get immunity, to avoid the Cataclysm, to get his Disapparate off. Lovely play from Zeros, but Energy still coming to the gold, and Zeros' ult is now on cooldown.
Still has the Aegis, though, and the beads are going to be up in about 5 seconds, so Zeros,
what a good ult.
Safe enough. Yeah, quick reaction time out of the veteran.
But he's still aggressed on by Adaptin. Adaptin's low on mana, but he will force Zeros completely out of the fight now. Zeros just too low, but he's still thinking about coming back in or farming. Gold Fury still at 100% health as the two warriors in the solo lane still boxing away.
And now Variety's got that lead in the solo lane. It's level 16 to Demi's level 14, and you can see that Mystical Mail is done for Variety, so he's going to be the one putting more damage onto Demi at this stage, even with Demi getting some decent heals from that Gladiator Shield passive.
Patient game between the two. Still no Gold Furies down. Portal team has been looked at more in this set than Gold Fury has.
Gold Fury is just risky at this stage. I mean, one Gold Fury can really spell the end, and especially whenever you get to the point where it's 19 and a half, 20 minutes, somewhere around there, and that first Gold Fury still hasn't gone down, because remember, Gold Fury reward scales off of the amount of time that's on that in-game clock, and so you have to be wary with those later game Gold Furies, worth more than those early game ones.
A little bit surprised by Emilito's build there, just because I expected to see the Fatalis when he was working towards it in that tree. Instead he went for the Wing Blade, which you mentioned in the last game was really solid for the amount of slows. Is it the same story this game?
Solid, maybe not quite as good, because you really want it anytime there's a Nemesis on the other team, but excellent against Soul, Osiris, and Rom as well.
Well, Variety taking a brunt of damage there up against Adapting, and just has to walk away, and that's the whole job Adapting's doing. He's basically very ability-based, feels Kamazots. Obviously his auto attacks do hurt, but you only really use them when you've got the opportunity to use them.
You just kind of weave them in whenever you get an opportunity. Auto-canceling, basically, just making sure you're getting as much DPS as possible when close range, but certainly more ability-based than most other assassins, and even less so than Thor. Thor really relies on auto-attacks in between abilities to have that 100-0 potential. Kamazots is about poke, 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 and then all-ins you with that one to give himself a power boost into the ultimate.
Can we see gold in hand here? I want to see how much Trix is on, because he's just farming up a little bit more. He's got enough gold for Sovereignty, which I'm surprised at that he's not gone back to get his Relic too, especially knowing that Gold Fury is always a threat. There we go. I was wondering how long he's going to take to do this, because he had enough gold for a little while.
Well, he heard you and said, all right, I'm sorry, I'm going back.
Man, imagine if they could hear us. That'd be so good.
Would it?
Yeah. I'd beat them all day for fun. Oh, Variety, there's 3 of them behind you. Watch out! Like, all the time.
They're all on Fire Giant. It's like 8 minutes into the game.
8 minutes into Fire Giant. Shut up, Hindu. We don't believe it.
But the solo stops, looks like,
I do
wait
it
a minute.
so much that they realize, they think I was baiting every time, and then just tell them the truth. And so I'll be like, yo, just so you know, Energy's on Gold Fury. And they're like, no, they're not Hindu. It's Hindu talking. They're never on Gold Fury. And then you hear the ting. And they see the gold lead. And
this
like,
is a way for you to expand your Hitman Caster Curse business. And just say, yeah, I'll say you're on Gold Fury when you're not. You know, you just sell those
genius.
on the side.
Well, we'll see if we can do that. Maybe we look at Lan. Demi in mid lane, pressuring Cubo out. Zeros immediately turns into corporeal form to get back to safety. No, he's under pressure, but now that's on cooldown. Could be go time for Energy.
Adapting is coming on the left-hand side. That tier 1 tower already gone. Demi gets the shield from Raffer. Still needs a little bit of damage. Arco does as well.
But Energy get what they want, the tier 1, and immediately collapse straight back towards the Gold Fury. But it's not the Gold Fury they're after, it seems. It looks like they're heading towards the jungle side, towards the solo lane tower. They want towers.
They want the towers, exactly. And look at their composition. You can't blame them for wanting the towers. They've got that Chronos. Now that Emilito has the Obsidian Shard, that tower shredding penetration item, this is when Energy's grouping up to push.
I think you're right. It's all about the Obsidian Shard. The tower is not going to take too long. Emilito can tank it up with some of those shields coming out from Rafa. Variety's on the scene, though. Minions are in play, but Energy has to be respectful of the rotation from Dig. Trix pops the ultimate early on, trying to slow everybody down as Dimmy's boxing against Zeros. Frenzy is popped, and Dimmy's the one in trouble. Thorns is keeping him alive for as long as possible. He has the Eagles rally away, and Arkill's looking for the snipes. It's Zeros who gets credit for the kill because Susano pulls him away. Adapting takes to the sky like a bat out of hell and hitting 3 as Variety's boxing against 3 on the other side.
He's got to retreat, though, and Adapting's waiting for him by this Gold Fury. Variety jukes out the abilities, and now it's the rest of Dig starting to come around the side.
And they're looking for Emilito, who rewinds back to safety. Zeros is the one in trouble, but Emilito's just slow, low on mana. He can't do too much against Zeros. It's a box off between mages, and Emilito is forced to Aegis defensively.
Adapting's still alive. Somehow Arco's missed all of his auto attacks. There's the Geb shield, and Adapting's gonna live. Are you kidding me?
Cubo was looking for it, but he's not gonna find it. 4. So it's a 1-for-1 tricks for Dimmy. Gold Fury, is that started by Dig here? Are they doing the gold now, or are they doing the oracles?
Yes, they pulled it, and it's Variety there taking it up. Arco's got that lifesteal as well. It is going to be Dignitas about to pull this in. This is going to go their way.
Big fight.
But man, you want to? I made the analogy with the heavyweight boxers in the last game. This one, Adapting looked like Muhammad Ali juking all those shots.
Oh, Fire Giant call from Energy, so they lose the gold. Not only Variety's here. Variety does not have his ultimate available. Dimmy collapses onto him. Yamin's still tanking this up, but Yamin's getting very low. Shield from Rafa help him out. Variety's just trying to keep vision right now. Tether will slow the damage down for a moment. Collapse onto Yamin to pressure him out. Cataclysm on Variety in response. He has to use Thor's Eagles Rally. That was a killing blow for Ninja, Dimmy, and Energy. Gold Fury for Fire Giant.
What a call. The confidence from Energy is just absolutely amazing. They have no worries about Variety there because they know they can CC chain him.
I was worried Trix wasn't going to try and body block that, but he is now. I was like, please don't let Adapting just steal that away. I've seen that too much today where Portal Demons die. So did get gold, did get Portal Demon, and Cuvo, wisely so, takes that tier 1 tower in mid. Energy, meanwhile, got the Fire Giant, and that's why the graphs are yet again. Was it 22, 24 minutes last game? The graphs are even?
Here we are again. Deja vu all over again between these two teams. And I mean, we build a pretty good game coming in here, and we're certainly getting it. This set has been absolutely amazing. These two teams playing at the top level of SMITE.
It just feels like the teams are starting to work out the game again. Since Season 4 hit, normally the first split is all everyone working out how things work and what the changes are that have changed with itemization, map changes like the Portal Demon, the Oracles, the Elementals. Now, it's kind of like, okay, we all know what's going on, and now we get to see these really close encounters.
That's what's so exciting, and everyone's ramping up for DreamHack Valencia. That's made up to be, it's going to be an incredible tournament. I mean, the level of play at Masters was really exciting to watch. Teams were really starting to understand how to abuse leads that they got, and after some recent adjustments, now they're going to be able to readjust and see what their play is going to be like for DreamHack.
So with this Fire Giant now, it looks like we should see Energy start to try and take down some of these towers, even though it's an even game. This Fire Giant buff doesn't make it even. It basically means that they have extra damage survivability because of the regeneration from this buff.
And I like this decision from Dignitas to just play very patiently. They don't want to take the fight to Energy right now, and a little bit surprised that Energy hasn't tried to force it since getting this Fire Giant. Now is the time, though.
2 minutes? They've had it 2 minutes so far, not done anything with it. That's really surprising.
But
like you said,
especially because of how much they wanted to tower siege earlier, that Fire Giant buff makes tower sieging even better. So you would have expected Energy to really put heavy focus on these tier 2s very, very quickly. Still got about 1 minute and 50 seconds on this buff, so still plenty of time to make something happen.
I mean, this is just pressure right now, because you see Rafa was farming mid, going to roll out towards the lane. Now on the way is Yaman down the lane with the Kernanos. Everyone's starting to group up nice.
And Emilito has that rod up to Hootie. That's probably a big reason why Energy was waiting a little bit longer to start sieging. One of that
Blink cataclysm onto Variety. The Thorns is already used. Rafa takes the brunt of the damage, but the shield soaks a lot. Still, Rafa's getting low, but Bracerman doing to the rescue. In the sky is Arco looking to snipe out Emilito and keep him honest. Rewind not used by Emilito there, though. They're going to hold on Energy and look to regen.
2 ultimates used on the side of Dignitas, 2 ultimates used on the side of Energy, but that tier 2 tower still stands. Look how much damage it took very quickly, though. It's not going to take Energy long to knock these down whenever they have this Fire Giant buff. And now they're healing up, using that sustain from the Fire Giant buff. It's their time to try and siege it again.
Minions on the way in for Energy means the backdoor protections are removed. Yamin going to get clapped on by Trix, trying to slow him down, but it's still not going to be enough to keep the tier 2 tower alive. I love Variety's idea to try and flank around the back. The bad news is Adapting expected that and was hanging there on Kamazots.
And now the tier 2 in middle is the focus. I mean, Emilito is just shredding these towers alongside Yemen. Cannot stand for long.
Oh, this is a little bit risky from Energy as the damage coming out from Sol comes into play. Minions have turned up on the scene though, but they're going to get shredded down very quick, and Energy can't find any more than they'd like to from this tier 2 tower in mid. Speed is coming up soon. It looks like they're trying to draw people into the jungle for a fight.
Zeros got drawn in. It absolutely had to use the Aegis to get away, but immuned out that ultimate from Dimmy. Trix tank, now the focus under that tier 2 tower in mid, is able to find that route, but immediately Energy just turn their focus and get 1,500 gold for the team.
They will get that tower, and Variety will not swing around the back. You saw him teleport to the tier 2, and I like what Energy did there. Another basketball reference today, head fake yet again. They went into the jungle, and I'm like, hey, we're going to go to the solo. They went, oh no, we're going back mid. Drew Dignitas into an awkward position and get the tower for it.
People do head fakes in soccer, right?
No.
No?
I mean, yeah, technically, but would you call it a head fake?
You're just trying to seem like you're
We just got it debated.
You guys call it
Yeah,
Jebaited. Is
we
that
would
where
now. It is
that's
now.
where the Twitch emote came from?
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Jebaited. Chat lively the one too. 7-4. Fire Giant is off. All members of Energy Esports now, and still. Dignitas' base is in decent array after that.
I mean, only losing 2 tier 2s. Yes, that's 3,000 gold for Energy, and that's going to push them a little bit closer to some big power items, but Dignitas is right there with them. I mean, only 4,000 gold behind at 28 minutes. That's very little in terms of how far behind you actually are. Now, if Dignitas is sitting, you know, on almost a Rod of Tahuti on that restored artifact, whereas Emilito has his, that's where that big difference can come from, but you can kind of fight around that, say, wait, I need to farm a little bit more, and then we can start taking these fights.
Contest of the gold here is going to happen. Dignitas got the last one of these, but it should go to Energy as Variety have to surrender it. But maybe Dig start swinging onto the Fire Giant, because that's where they're going right now, a couple of members. Once again, though, Adapting sniffs it out before it's even happened.
It was the opposite play Dignitas wanted to do, exactly what Energy did to them, but that just too much damage and too much mobility from Energy. They were going to get there in time, basically no matter what. Dignitas don't have that objective shred that Energy do. Actually, cancel that. They've got plenty of objective shred that just wasn't up in time.
I'll tell you what, nice little crit coming out from Arkil there. A couple of crits in a row now, swinging for about 600. Not got a whole lot of crit in this build just yet. That'll keep climbing as time goes on. This Portal Demon has been reset multiple times, but still going as Eagles running from Dimmy. Portal Demon goes to Energy. Trix can't really get in the fight to protect Arkil right now, who's running for his life. Ram adapting. Meanwhile, Dimmy's doing the same things as Zeros.
Cuvo charging up that Typhoon, gonna knock up a 3-man there. Variety can't quite find the ultimate though, and the ultimate from Zeros wasn't good.
Adapting, chasing after Cuvo just to put some more pressure on his Variety. Gonna run down with Trix and get a good wall off his Trix onto Rapper and Dimmy. Rapper's one hit from death right now, and they will pick it up. Zeros credit with a kill. Emilito, though, will also take out 2.
That double stun was huge coming out of Emilito. Zeros and Trix Tank on the run now, and all of a sudden, Energy starting to turn it on its head. They're the ones pushing back Dignitas.
And they've got the Paul Demon. The slow will connect with Zeros, but Disapparate will speed him up. Emilito! Oh, that was close.
The Disapparate damage almost did it. If that was Release Soul, Emilito would have been stunned and killed in that scenario, but just able to escape. Great body blocks there by Dimmy, potentially saving Emilito's life.
And Emilito did start a step for a second there, so he still gets away, though, luckily enough. Great work from his solo lane to keep him standing. Paul Demon is slowly, is it worn off already, the Portal Demon? That's how long the fight was? That's crazy.
Extended in that scenario, and Emilito now a completely full build, all 6 items done. Last item, Book of the Dead. Really thought that was going to be a Fatalis. I really expected a Fatalis in that 6th item slot, but instead decides he needs a little bit more power. Wouldn't mind seeing him trade that Winged Blade for a Fatalis if this game goes late enough, but
not too worried about it, because
doing okay.
It could be ability-based Chronos when you've got a Hunter on your team anyway, right? And they've got the Chronos, so go for the ability damage version of Chronos and it works out. Chronos and Chronos, really?
Already gone. Energy using that objective shred. Yemen going to be the one to secure it for his team. Less than 10 kills for Energy so far, but have really gotten those kills when they matter, always around objectives.
That's why no one picked Nike this game.
Oh, they wouldn't have even had the passive.
See, smart plays. These guys think so far outside. Listen, we're going to go over 30 minutes. We're going to have 10 kills either side. Let's not pick Nike. And everyone's like, okay, yeah, sounds good.
Yeah,
makes sense.
Nike seems good here. No, we're not going to have 10 kills. Oh, good point. We should go with something else then.
I'm looking at the kills on Dignitas right now. They've only got 5, but it's shared out nicely as you'd like. Obviously, Arkil would like a couple more, but he's working on that crit still. I keep mentioning that because I'm interested to see when he goes for the Rage of the Deathbringer next, especially because of you going for the Windy.
Interesting that he's gone for this kind of little bit of both style. He's double dipping right now between the crit and the chin size. Usually, if you're building crit, you build XE, sure, but not chin size. You go for an extra crit item in that slot instead. This time around, and usually if you're going chins, you go for just a ton of penetration and really only relying on that executioner for the pen. Little bit of both. I think I would have preferred to see him just go straight crit if that's what he wanted to go for, but at the end of the day, I mean, if he's doing a lot of damage, he's doing a lot of damage. Doesn't really matter how he's doing it.
Well, it took 2 minutes last time for Energy to do something with their Fire Giant. This time it's only going to take them a minute because they'll head back to base, buy up, and take a tier 2. Now start the siege of the Phoenixes. Dignitas happy to defend the Phoenixes, I think, compared to tier 2s at this stage.
Yeah, no sense in defending tier 2s. 1,500 gold, as I mentioned, not really relevant at this stage.
Root from Trix onto Dimmy. Dimmy doesn't really care about that all too much. And Emilito was focused there, but Rafa with a nice shield to keep him busy, and it's all about poke wars now between the two.
That's exactly what you're. Oh, there's the big Cataclysm on a 3 from Raffer, but not a lot of follow-up for him. Now he's the one in trouble, getting shredded.
He's already dead. The ball was used as well, and that works out so good for Dignitas on defense. 4 members of Energy are like, what do we do now? The leader is dead. We've not got a front line, only Dimmy really there, so they've got to back away. Dignitas have defended against that Fire Giant.
Raffer falls into the classic support trap. You see multiple members grouped up. You got the perfect initiation. Everything goes right, except for the fact that no one's close enough to follow up.
If he had the speed buff and he would have taken it from Adapting, he may have lived there. I'm just saying, support should take buffs.
No, he wouldn't.
He would have rolled out quicker.
He was CC'd.
He would have rolled out quicker.
They interrupted the rollout.
It was a nice little engage from Energy, though. I'd like Raffer going for that play, but Dig just handled it so well.
It was I couldn't quite see if anyone jumped in front of the rest of Energy to prevent that follow-up, or if it was just Raffer blinking a little bit too far forward.
He got 2 beads and an Aegis out of that. That's not a bad blink ultimate, but Energy can't turn it around after that.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. He gets plenty for it. As I mentioned, that's the ideal engage. That's everything you want. You hit multiple carries with it and get multiple relics, but just no real follow-up afterwards, and it's about how much time you're losing on this Fire Giant. Raffer just respawning a moment ago, and so now, we've only got about a minute left. I don't know if there's time for Energy to go for a Phoenix.
I don't think so either. We have to see another Fire Giant. One thing I will say is, looking at the beads timers between Zeros and Arkil, you can see Arkil was ever so slightly quicker than Zeros at the beads. However, Zeros didn't panic and use his Aegis, where Arkil did. Interesting story from that one little cataclysm you can work out. Arkil is quicker at beading than Zeros.
In
the
very large sample size of one team fight.
And 0.1 of a second, too. That's the difference between them, pretty much.
Hey, 0.1 of a second could absolutely be the
I
difference.
know, that's what I'm trying to say, and you're trying to put me down for it.
Well,
sure.
yeah, okay, that's fair.
Yeah. Now the defense, one more time. Geb is back. No blink available for another 5 seconds, would you believe? So this blink being available again in a second means Raffer could do exactly the same thing one more time. He's looking for the right opportunity. No beads are down, and there's 3 this time. The Wild Hunt is on. Trick's tag is going to fall even through the Brace of Undoing. Adapting heads straight for Zeros, and Dimmy claims his life. Arkil and Variety can't do anything to stop Energy as they rip the backline apart and take a Phoenix.
Perfect deja vu there for Energy. I mean, literally the exact same spot on the Phoenix defense, and they get the same 3 people hit by that ultimate once more. Trix didn't even get a chance to use his Frenzy or his ultimate in that scenario.
Well, game 1, you saw all 3 Phoenixes fall for Dignitas. Game 2, you're going to see all 3 Phoenixes fall for Energy Esports. God, these 2 teams make it a dream hack. This could be spicy.
Oh, man. Europe as a whole just has so much competition. Now it's Energy pushing into the Titan room. No, don't want to back up like Dignitas did last game.
I don't know. I think they can hold for the time being. Variety doing work. Cuvo, he's taking him on a merry chase. Cuvo is going to fall soon, but Adapti just backed away.
Didn't have any cooldowns. No way to close that gap either.
Speed buff.
Yeah, but it's Susano. Yeah, what? You can't. You can have 2 speed buffs.
Who would believe a god that has all the mobility in the world, when he has no cooldowns, he also moves like he's got a million abilities in the world?
Is that how he moves? Like he has a million abilities?
I just hate him. He's always so mobile and hard to pin down. How many do you think you've got him any beads or Aegises anyway? Or Brace of Undoing?
You know what would help you? Like Susano a little more?
Deleting the character.
No, you should play him. You don't play any Susano.
I've not actually played a single game as him.
Honestly, I'm telling you, if you play him...
I love what Digger doing. Like, come on, walk through. Sadly enough, it's not going to happen, though. Fire Giant coming back up does... This is the last time for Dignitas, I think, here.
It certainly is. I mean, look at how far they've pushed out those fire waves, though. It isn't like last time when Dignitas had multiple fire waves pouring in Energy's base, and you couldn't have anyone come and help defend that Fire Giant. Dignitas has a lot of space on their Titan room for the time being, but not going to last for long. This Fire Giant's going to go down. The third one for Energy.
I don't think you can give this up. I don't think you can give up this Fire Giant here for free. I think you have to send 1 member and hope for the best.
I don't think so, because then you're taking a 4v5 in your Titan room with 3 waves of fire minions, and you lose anyways.
Take a 5v5 in the Titan room against a Fire Giant team and 3 waves of fire minions.
You don't have to take it in the Titan room. Now you wait until Energy groups up. Take it where your tier 2 tower used to stand. Take it where Trix Tank is fighting right now. You've got a little bit more space that way. I just don't think that trying to steal away the Fire Giant, even if you get it at that stage, you still got 3 waves of fire minions, and it's a 5v4, but it doesn't matter.
Cataclysm in mid hits 2. Variety's the one in a bit of trouble here, but it is a tank on the front line. Thorns uses Arkil. Invests a lot of his snipes into Adapting there, who uses the Bar of Hell. Dimmy on the backside looking to keep Zeros and Arkil busy. The crits from Arkil are working, though, but Yaman is swinging hard enough to bring down Trix Tank. Cuvo commits onto Dimmy, but Cuvo's just trying to buy time. Meanwhile, fire minions are slowly slowly gathering up, and one member of Dig is already dead.
Q-Vote is doing his best to distract on
Hey,
this
you.
right-hand
Hey, you.
side.
Look at me.
Yeah, come chase
Look
me.
at me.
Don't worry about the Titan. I'm really mean.
And now he's going to keep him busy again, so Digger holding off. Emily and Yemi like, guys, come on, can we end the game, please? Meanwhile, they still want Kivo, and Kivo is just buying as much time as possible, keeping on a merry goose chase.
We really need a Benny Hill, like, song. Just ready to go at any sort of stage, because that's exactly what Q-Vote's doing to Energy right now, just taking him on a walk.
No, it's too late now. Kivo's like, oh, I've lost my tails. Now he's dead. Adam's going to find it. Is he going to find it?
He's Susano, Hindu, when will you learn?
This is junglers, typical. Junglers only chase kills and speed buffs. That's it.
That's all they care
That's
about.
all they care about is kills and speed buffs. They don't care about winning games, unless you're adapting at Wills. I saw that face once before. But Energy will finally get the split against Dignitas. Dignitas took game 1, a very back and forth encounter. Game 2, same story.
I mean, if I was a betting man, I would have said split coming into this one, just because these two teams are so close. I mean, yeah, these teams are so close right now. Energy has that sort of variability where they get to play today. Today they played very well. I don't think that was them losing the game by any stretch. It was Dignitas just playing better in game 1. Game 2, Energy got off to a similar lead, but was a little bit tighter with their lead, played it a little bit more safe. In that Fire Giant call, whoever called
that's a great call.
absolutely won Energy the game. Huge plays out of Energy.
And that's EU in those two teams, but then you also had Rival Obey at the start of the day. That went 1-1 too, which means everybody's all pretty much even in the top 4-5. We've not even mentioned Enix yet.
Europe is incredibly competitive right now. NA is as well, but Europe, just with the way they played during the spring and Masters, you expect them to be a little bit higher up.
Sure.
This is a really impressive team.
Well, that's it for today, but it's time to head over to the desk to recap everything we've seen so far and see exactly how it all broke down.
Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, everybody. It's LHS and Taco, and we have from Dignitas, we have Trix Tank on the line for an interview. How you doing, Trix?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm doing very well. How does it feel to have qualified for Valencia?
I mean, it's obviously good. We've had a really good start of the split, so we're really happy. And now we can't settle down, but now we can like kind of relax because we already know we're secured.
And I would say that this has probably been one of your most challenging sets in this split so far. So how do you guys feel about the remaining games that you have to play?
I mean, these games against our Energy, I think they're our biggest competitors right now. They're just really, really smart when they play, and also their picks are kind of annoying. But I'm looking forward to see like whether it feels like both of us kind of figured out how to play the map, and even though they got lead in both games, we still kind of came back. It all came down to like better decision making, and it kind of just proves that it's no longer a snowball meta, but it's also just playing smart. So I'm really happy about that, and I hope going into the future we get some exciting matches, because this definitely was some of the most competitive games I've played the whole season, or was.
Now that you've qualified, you're at the top. Where do you go from here? I mean, you guys can't obviously take any time off. You know, you don't want to get rusty, but you are at the top. So what do you do?
I mean, we want to go for the first seed. We want to get the best seeding as possible, mainly because also me and Qfred have holiday before the tournament, so getting a good seeding will make it a little bit easier for us to like warm up in the first games when we come to Valencia. So we're just aiming for the first seed, and hopefully we can achieve that.
Just that massive sigh of relief. You can kind of tell the relief in like your voice, knowing that you guys have already clinched this one out. And so, really, as far as the team is concerned, like, do you really feel as though you guys have finally like really started to mesh?
Yeah, I don't think you can use the excuse anymore that we haven't been playing together anymore for too long anymore. I think we kind of settled down and we know how each player plays. And we're doing really good overall in scrims, also in these tournament games. So I'm really happy with our performance. Obviously, it was so close game, so it's always annoying losing that second game, man. But yeah, I'm really happy with the way the team is performing, and the team synergy has definitely become better. So yeah, I'm seeing big things for us, definitely.
I think saying that you're doing pretty good is kind of selling you guys short. I mean, this is week 4, and you just dropped a game for the first time. You guys are definitely doing very well, I would say. All right, so before we let you go, do you have any shout-outs you want to give?
Shout out to NRG for giving such a good match. It was very fun, and if I had to lose to anybody, it should definitely be them. Also, shout out to Dignitas for being great sponsors. And yeah, so what else? Shout out to our fans and shout out to all my subscribers. What's good?
All right, good luck on the rest of your journey here, and good luck at the LAN.
Thanks.
All right, so let's take a look at game number 4, Dig versus NRG. What a battle of titans this was.
Oh, man. I mean, you could just tell how stressed the map and the play style of both of these teams really was the entire time, particularly in game number 1, where, like Trixing just mentioned, it was a little questionable for the start. It didn't really seem as though things were really transitioning super well, but then out of nowhere, Dignitas just seemed to ramp it up.
I want to look at Cuvo Fred for this game. Game number 1, he was just everywhere, all over the map. And like we said last week, you can't ban him out. He plays everything. He plays everywhere. He just does what he wants.
And he was on probably one of the more favored picks right now. That Nemesis has just been so strong against these tankier compositions. And you throw Nemesis into the hands of somebody like Cuvo Fred, he's going to pop off with it. And I mean, that's exactly what he did. He was completely insane this game. And I think that it's definitely credited to his teammates and supporting him and following up as much as necessary, because popping that ultimate and just knowing that he could trust his team to follow up with him, that's always so clutch.
Dignitas was just playing at an unreal level, and not even just them. Game number 2, NRG was playing at the unreal level. I mean, they just kind of swapped places. I mean, Yaman on the Kernanos mid, something we haven't really seen yet this split.
I think that both of these teams kind of just swap places, not in a bad way by any means, but it just looked like every single move that they made was very well thought out. They were super organized throughout their gameplay. You could tell that they were really flowing with each other, and like the team chemistry was just super strong. And we've seen Kern mess around a little bit in the hands of NA, but it was really nice watching it come through on the side of EU. We've seen a little bit of Hunter mid, never really the Kern from these guys, but I do think that Yemen also again got to display that he is still one of the OG Hunter mid players, and for good reason. He is incredibly strong on those physical gods.
This EU fight for Valencia has been just been insane crazy. I mean, NRG, Dig, going back and forth, the split. I think this game lived up to all the hype. Another game that lived up to the hype today was Obey and Rival. I mean, we came into this week, we were looking at this, and this was a great game to watch.
I mean, my favorite part about it, game number 1, maybe not so much. Rival even made the joke themselves, showed you guys how to not play Smite. But I mean, in all fairness to the team, sometimes that just happens. Sometimes you just get off to an incredibly rough start, and when Pretty Prime just popped off at the start, as soon as that happened, you could kind of just tell in the eyes of Rival, it's like, okay, GG, like, we're ready to chalk this one up to a loss. And I mean, you can't really blame the team for that. If anything, I think it's incredible that a team can bounce back from a defeat like that, recognize their mistakes, and then completely correct them the next time around.
It's interesting to see these teams like get to that 10-minute mark. It's like, oh no, we lost this game, and then bounce back. Like you said, look at Vote in this game too. On the Chiron, you just couldn't stop them.
I think that Ataraxia was actually feeling a little sentimental getting to watch Vote on this Chiron. I know that I would, because his gameplay on a very non-traditional hunter, I think it just proves how diverse he is with his god pool. We're more accustomed to seeing him on those hyper carry kind of hunters, but this time on the Chiron, I mean, he made it work, and he really just helped his team. The cleanses were actually pretty clutch at some moments, and so all around, just really strong gameplay from Vote.
I feel like people sleep on the Chiron cleanse. I feel like that's not like the emphasis of his kit. People just forget that he has that cleanse, and it can be super, super important.
Just kind of one of those things that you put away into like the subconscious aspect of the brain. You're just like, oh, well, hey, actually, that's still there. So, I mean, always a strong kit or a part of his kit. And so whenever a player really utilizes every aspect of a God's kit, it's always fun gameplay to watch.
So as good as EU has been, we also got some really good NA action. We had Team AI versus Trifecta, formerly in memory of Gabe. That was a great game. Kiki in game number 1, he really made his presence known.
Making a splash for the recently picked up org. And I mean, if I'm Trifecta, I'm pretty happy. And I know that Kiki's been getting a lot of flack since he rejoined the pro level. Again, he's been playing, in that challenge circuit for a while, trying to make things happen with his former team, Oxygen Supremacy. But watching his Odin gameplay, like that's always just so refreshing, because Odin's really a god that can be difficult to make work.
We have seen Odin thrive, like in this game. We've also seen Odin do terrible and feed his brains out. Odin is just one of those gods where if you can play him well, good things will happen. But no matter how well you play him, bad things can also happen.
I'd say it's usually mostly the latter part. And typically we see the Odin not really ever turn into anything huge. But, I mean, he came up huge for his team in game number 1, and then in game number 2, I mean, the man on the screen, the man of that game was Snoopy. Really, again, a pick that we're not accustomed to seeing, just coming up huge today.
You can never sleep on Apollo. Apollo's just one of those guys who, he comes in and out of the meta, but he's always going to have a place in the game. He can show up, he can carry games, and just do insane amounts of burst damage.
I think a really important part, too, was that the Apollo pick was really able to work. His laning phase can be a little bit rough, but the way that he worked alongside of Ionic just really made things flow incredibly well between these two guys. And I think that Snoopy kind of just reminded everybody that Apollo still exists and that, yes, he can actually carry a game.
Speaking of reminding people that we still exist, E-United and Luminosity, our next game of the day. E-United reminded everybody that, hey, we're still a pro team. We're still good. We can still make an impact.
E-United kind of ruined everybody's FP today, I would say, more than anything else. I mean, people might have anticipated a split, but a clean 2-0 victory over Luminosity. It's clear that what's been happening in scrims finally translated into the real deal. And for them to pick up such a dominant victory, both in game number 1 and in game number 2, just shows that this team is really taking steps in the right direction to try and progress.
I mean, we looked at E-United, the first game with Polar Bear Mike, and it was a real good plug and play. There wasn't really anything going wrong in the game. And then the weeks after that, we saw the growing pains. We saw them having trouble to adapt with playing with each other. And now it really feels like they're starting to figure everything out. I mean, when you 2-0 Luminosity, you got to be doing something right.
I know that they've got to be feeling pretty good about that one, too, because that is definitely one of their more, I would say, difficult sets if I had to look at it from public perception. And having to coming up clutch in this kind of situation, I think was just massive for the team. And, of course, a large portion of their victory today, at least in game number 1, Panda Cat all the way. That's Scotty, Midgardian male, got to have some fun.
What is that build? I mean, we've seen the weird builds come out of EU, but now NA's getting in on the action.
I mean, Scotty was never really a god that was horrible. A lot of people just kind of perceived, oh, she's no longer the 100% guarantee win factor in a 1v1 trade, then she must be horrible. But people kind of forget that her permafrost damage still exists, and the chaos that it can really bring in a team environment, it just showed so heavily in game number 1.
And then being able to go the defensive option because you got Fafnir there with the Coerce, giving you the extra damage. I mean, that pick was just, it synergized just so well.
And then game number 2, of course, Veriziel popping off on the Circuit. Kind of just reminding everybody why Circuit is so favored right now. The damage was pretty nuts. He was completely all over Jeff Hinla and really just locking down Barracuda to make sure he couldn't try and carry.
Veriziel has been the paragon of what a jungler should be right now. He's been playing very well. He had his little issues here and there, but now it's all coming back together. Like I said, E-United is just playing very well. They're getting back to the level that they were before Pain left.
And of course, E-United still have a very long uphill battle. I mean, this was only the starting point for them, but they're not out of the danger zone just yet as far as Valencia is concerned. They still need to clutch out their remaining 2 sets because they basically needed to go 5-1 in their remaining games or 6-0. I mean, they have the 2-0 here, so now it's technically only like 4 games remaining, but it's still like the standings and everything like that are kind of just all over the place right now as far as NA is concerned because of Luminosity dropping the 2-0.
Exactly. Let's take a look at today's schedule and see how all the games kind of went and who won what. We've got, Obey Alliance Team Rival split. We've got Trifecta getting the 2 over Team AI, United getting that 2-0 over Luminosity, and then the split with NRG and Dignitas. And these results, I mean, like you said, for NA, it blows NA wide open.
Splits in EU kind of make things still very interesting, but the clean 2-0s in NA, yeah, it really does make pretty much any possibility a possibility, and that's kind of like the more fun aspect of these things. I mean, in EU, we already know that Dignitas is qualified. There's still 3 spots remaining for Valencia for EU, and so right now, I'd say the heat is really on for Enix because Obey, Rival, and Energy all sitting at 9 points. Enix kind of needs to rely on these teams to drop games as well as Enix to secure 2-0s.
It's unreal how hotly contested those 4 spots, now 3 spots for Valencia, but going over to NA, it's just as contested, and it's just a cluster over there.
It's all over the place in NA. I mean, Luminosity dropping the 2-0 today, rip FP, as well as just rip any certainty of knowing who's going to be going to Valencia right now. I mean, 10-10-10-8. And you can't really forget about Noble. Noble have started really taking on this dark horse aspect, and United, I mean, when they boosted themselves up to the 7 points, that was so huge for them because now that puts them in contest with Allegiance and Monkey Madness and everybody else sitting up there at 10 points.
So looking forward to Saturday, our EU day. We're going to start off the day with Obey Alliance and Burrito Esports. Then we're going to go on to Team Dignitas and Team Rival. Then going into NRG and the Poppies, and ending the day, we're going to have Enix and Elevate. Those should be some good games. I don't know who to call for the Dig and Rival game should be really interesting. If Rival wants to get to Valencia, I think they got to at least find a split there.
I mean, I'm also really keeping an eye on that Enix and Elevate match. Elevate is certainly not a team to be left out by any means because, I mean, they've come up huge in the past. They can definitely play that spoiler card, more importantly, for Enix. So you guys have definitely got to keep your eyes peeled for what's going to be happening in EU on Saturday.
Do you think Elevate can be the spoiler for Enix right now?
I think that they certainly have the potential to do so. EU is very close in competition.
All right. I think that was a very professional, well put together answer from you, Taco.
Thank you. I do my best, to try and be as unbiased as possible. I came in a little bit Dignitas, Luminosity, former orgs.
Yeah. All right, so that's it for us on day number 1 of week 4. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to join us Saturday for more SPL action. Thanks, everybody.